Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had a Scarlet Witch level brother at UA. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. In a world where gods walked among mortals, where magic thrived, and where people awakened to extraordinary abilities through quirks or strange accidents, destiny often began in fire and blood. One restless evening in New York City, the sky cracked open. A jagged portal of swirling shadows tore into existence above the rooftops, and from it poured creatures born from fear, their bodies warped and their eyes glowing with hunger. At the heart of the chaos, Scarlet Witch and Jean Grey stood their ground. Scarlet Witch raised her hands as crimson light danced around her fingers and burst outward. Each bolt of raw hex energy struck the monsters, causing them to dissipate into smoke. Beside her, Jean Grey's eyes glowed and a pink-hued aura surrounded her as she lifted chunks of shattered stone and twisted steel into the air, sending them crashing into the advancing swarm. Scarlet Witch focused and warned that more were coming and that the portal was widening. Jean Grey grimly confirmed that they would hold the line until they could find a way to shut it. A hulking nightmare lunged from the rift, a maw of darkness snapping. Scarlet Witch extended her arm and a hex bolt exploded against its chest, sending it sprawling across the pavement. She said she could push them back, but that it would not hold forever. Jean answered that they would close the portal together. Jean swept her arm forward and the street obeyed. Broken slabs of concrete rose like blades and launched into the monsters in a flurry of sweeping motion. Scarlet Witch unleashed a barrage of red energy, scattering another cluster into ash in bright, stylized flashes. Scarlet Witch warned again of the danger if Nightmare breached the city. Jean cut in with resolve that they would make sure he did not. The portal pulsed and the void beyond roared as more horrors clawed through. Above the battlefield, thunder rolled not from the sky but from the void itself. Both women understood what this meant. This was no longer a battle for victory but a battle that might demand the ultimate sacrifice. Scarlet Witch rose into the air, her crimson aura burning brighter against the dark skyline. With both hands outstretched, streams of chaos magic lashed at the portal's edges. The rift shuddered and the walls began to contract. The air trembled and energy thickened around them. Scarlet Witch poured herself into the spell, veins of red light tracing her arms as she restrained the tear between worlds. The portal resisted, fighting back with an endless tide of monsters. From the shadows of the Dreamscape, Nightmare stepped forward, towering and cloaked in writhing darkness, his jagged grin cutting across a face sculpted from dread. He taunted Scarlet Witch, mocking her resolve and insisting her power could not seal him. Scarlet Witch's breath was sharp but her gaze remained steady. She declared that she would waste everything if it meant keeping him from this world. Jean's aura blazed as she crushed another wave of beasts with telekinesis, but her focus faltered when a clear, soft voice pierced her mind. Jean heard Scarlet Witch speak through the bond between them. This was her end, she said, and Jean should watch over William and tell him that she loved him, but that he must never know the truth of what lay within him. Jean's eyes widened and she struggled to respond. She pleaded with Wanda not to do it. The phoenix force within Jean ignited in answer to her anguish. A fiery bird erupted from her back, wings stretching wide in a burst of blazing light. The cosmic flames washed outward in a sweeping, stylized storm that scattered the monsters and quelled the immediate threat. Jean soared upward, fire trailing behind her as she reached toward her friend and begged her to stop. Scarlet Witch glanced back once and offered a soft, almost peaceful smile. With a final, echoing strain, her spell reached its peak. The portal convulsed and then collapsed in on itself, sealing shut with a thunderous crack. When the night fell quiet and the monsters disappeared, the rift was gone. In the stillness, only Jean remained, hovering in the air as the flames around her faded. She stared at the empty space where her dearest friend had stood, shattered and alone. Thunder rumbled through the city and shook the glass panes of a small apartment window. A 4-year-old boy with red auburn hair sat upright in his bed, little hands gripping the blanket as lightning cracked across the sky. William Maximoff felt something heavy stir inside him, a disturbance he could not name that left his chest aching. He slid from his bed and padded into the hall. The living room light spilled faintly into the corridor, and there he saw Jean Grey. Jean stood with long red hair falling over her shoulders, wearing a green bodysuit with gold boots and gloves, a golden sash at her waist, and a yellow phoenix symbol on her chest. To William, she was not a stranger. He recognized the face from stories and from things his mother had said. Jean spoke quietly with his babysitter, her tone steady though her expression was unreadable. Rain began to patter against the windows. Jean's eyes lifted and she caught William's. William, confused and trembling, asked where his mother was. Jean stepped closer and spoke gently, tenderly, telling him that his mother had loved him more than anything and that he should never forget that. When William asked where she was, Jean's gaze softened and sorrow touched her eyes as she said she was sorry and that his mother was gone. The words broke him. A silence hung broken only by the rain. Before anyone could stop him, William bolted through the doorway and raced into the storm. Rain drenched him instantly, but he ran until his legs gave out. He fell to his knees in the middle of the street, the downpour washing over him, and his sobs rang out against the night. Jean stepped into the storm and her aura glowed faintly. With a single thought she shaped a soft, pink psionic canopy above William to shield him from the rain. She knelt behind him and rested a hand gently on his trembling shoulder, telling him that he was not alone, that she was there, and that he had a family now, that they would face the pain together no matter how heavy it felt. The boy bowed his head as tears mixed with the rain, feeling the comfort of the hand on his shoulder and the promise of someone who would help him carry the burden. Even with her words, the despair clung to him like chains he could not break. The following day passed in quiet. Jean guided William into her car, the silence heavy. Between them, she tried to spark conversation, but the child kept his gaze fixed on the window, lost in thoughts he could not voice. By evening, they reached a large home nestled away from the city. Jean led him inside, her hand lightly at his back as if reassuring him with every step. In the front hall, a man with brown hair and ruby-tinted glasses approached, extended a hand toward William, and introduced himself as Scott, welcoming the boy. William stared at the hand, then turned away, his small frame stiff with distance. The silence stretched, broken only by the weight of his refusal. Jean and Scott exchanged a glance, concern passing silently between them. Jean reached down, brushing William's hair back gently as the boy took a hesitant step deeper into the house, the promise of family still buried under grief. Jean asked gently if William would be all right sharing a room with her son, Caleb. William lifted his shoulders faintly and gave the smallest nod, weak but enough. Jean called for Caleb, and footsteps echoed from down the hall. A boy a little older than William appeared, his hair a darker shade of red than his mother's and his expression bright with curiosity. He stopped when he saw William beside Jean, his mismatched eyes one brown, one blue catching the light as he stepped closer. Jean suggested that Caleb show William his room. Caleb offered a small smile, tilted his head toward the hallway, and invited William to follow him to where they would be staying. William hesitated, his small hands curling slightly at his sides. For a moment he glanced back at Jean, who gave him the faintest nod of reassurance. Then, with quiet steps, he followed Caleb, the sound of rain still echoing faintly in his memory. Caleb led William up the stairs. The hallway stretched wide and quiet, ending at a door Caleb pushed open with ease. Inside, the room was warm and spacious. A king-sized bed dominated the center, its covers neatly folded. William lingered at the threshold while Caleb bounded toward the bed with energy to spare, introducing himself as Caleb Graysummers and grinning at the idea of finally having a brother. At first William said nothing and kept his gaze on the floorboards, his silence thick with exhaustion. When Caleb declared that he had always wanted a brother and that it felt cool to finally have one, William snapped that they were not brothers, his voice sharp with anger. The words hung bitter and raw in the air, and for a moment the room felt colder. Caleb's grin did not falter. He lifted a hand and, with the same warmth he had shown in the hallway, told William that he could choose him and that he chose to be his brother. William blinked, his anger faltering against the weight of such shameless positivity. Caleb's words felt almost absurd, the sort of hopeful insistence only someone who believed too strongly could offer. Yet somewhere deep in William's chest, A tiny ember stirred. The evening settled around them, the house quiet save for the muffled patter of rain outside. Caleb had a way of filling the silence with light, steady chatter. Slowly, William found himself listening and sometimes responding with the smallest nod or sound. Piece by piece, Caleb's words eased the heavy wall around him. When Caleb asked if William had a quirk, William hesitated and then lifted his hand. His irises glowed faintly red, a soft red light forming around his palm as a nearby book floated upward, surrounded by twisting red wisps. Caleb reacted with excitement, demonstrating his own psionics by lifting a pillow, his aura glowing blue around the object before setting it gently down. William identified his ability as psionics, a term he recalled the doctors using, and Caleb proudly explained that his psionics could create barriers and move objects, though the more offensive manifestations turned red and required special glasses his father wore. Their exchange softened into shared dreams. Caleb said he wanted to be a hero one day and proposed a promise. He extended his pinky and asked William to promise that they would always have each other's backs and that someday they would be heroes together. William hesitated, then, for the first time since his mother's death, allowed a small smile and curled his pinky around Caleb's. The bond was sealed with a simple promise, one that would shape both their destinies. Years passed. Under Jean's careful guidance, the boys grew into their powers. She balanced discipline with care, determined to raise them into people who could shoulder the weight of their potential. William found his greatest strengths in the mind. He excelled at telepathy, weaving thoughts together with ease, creating illusions vivid enough to fool trained minds, and bending fear and emotion into tools that left opponents unsettled. His power was subtle, sharp, and precise, a reflection of his quiet, inward focus. William also made sure to sharpen other means of offense. His psionic bolts and energy spheres struck with destructive force, proving he was not limited to manipulation alone. Caleb, by contrast, embodied raw power. His psionic energy crashed outward, producing barriers tougher than anything William could conjure and blasts that rattled the danger room. He trained with an intensity that matched his boundless optimism, his power burning bright and fierce. Jean insisted that neither of them neglect telekinesis, repeating that it was the cornerstone of a psychic's arsenal. She spent hours with them in the X-Men's danger room, carefully adjusting its level so the boys were always challenged but never crushed beneath impossible odds. Each session left them stronger, more disciplined, and closer to unlocking the full scope of their heritage. By the time William and Caleb reached 13, Jean and Cyclops made a decision that surprised many. They stepped away from the X-Men temporarily to give the boys stability until they could stand on their own. Together they wanted to guide William and Caleb toward a new path, one that would test them outside the shadow of their family's legacy. That path led them to Japan, where they sought to prepare the boys for a place at UA High School. Before leaving, Jean embraced Storm in a tearful farewell. Jean expressed that Aurora would always be her sister and that distance would not change that. Storm answered warmly that Jean would always be her sister as well and urged her to take care of the boys because the world would need them one day. With one last hug, Jean turned away, carrying her family toward a new future. In Japan, quickly rose in prominence as a pro-hero. Under the name Phoenix, she climbed the charts until she stood as the #2 hero in the nation, just beneath the symbol of peace. Her presence eclipsed long-established figures such as Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Mirko, and Edgeshot. With fiery wings stretching across the sky and an unshakable resolve in her heart, Phoenix became a symbol of hope and strength to Japan. Her kind and compassionate nature won the hearts of countless people, making her beloved by fans and civilians alike. William remained the calm, composed one, the steady presence to counter Caleb's fiery energy. Together they balanced each other perfectly, an unshakable duo in sync without needing words. When they moved to Japan, they enrolled in Aldra Junior High. On their first day, both dressed in their black uniforms, they sat together at the outdoor cafeteria during lunch break. Caleb was eager about making new friends, while William quietly complained about the uniform. They both turned when raised voices nearby drew their attention. A group of teens was cornering another boy with messy green hair, shoving and taunting him until he struggled to keep his balance. Caleb identified the victim as Bakugo's classmate and rose with his cheerful expression replaced by concern. He and William approached the scene. Caleb called out sharply to the bullies to stop, and William's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. The three bullies sneered but were rattled when William projected a red psionic illusion of a towering monstrous figure behind him. Its roar shook the onlookers, and even the green-haired boy's eyes widened at the sight. At the same time, Caleb used his power to lift a cafeteria bench into the air above the bullies, glaring at them with intensity. His posture and the looming illusion were enough to make the bullies decide it was not worth the confrontation. They left, grumbling, and the tension eased. Once the bullies were gone, William made the illusion vanish and Caleb lowered the bench back into place. Caleb checked on the green-haired boy to make sure he was all right. The boy, slightly nervous but grateful, introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and thanked them for stepping in. Caleb introduced himself as Caleb Graysummers and joked that William might look scary but would not actually bite. William immediately gave Caleb a quick, playful punch in the arm to puncture the teasing, and Caleb laughed, rubbing his arm. Izuku reacted with surprise when Caleb confirmed his full name, clearly recognizing the significance. Caleb hushed him and nodded confirmation before inviting Izuku to sit with them. Izuku hesitated at first, unused to being invited in, but accepted and followed them back to their table. Caleb asked why the bullies had been bothering Izuku. Izuku admitted, hesitantly, that he was quirkless but still wanted to be a hero. Caleb froze for a moment, not because Izuku lacked a quirk but because the reason felt hollow and unfair. He insisted that being quirkless did not prevent someone from being a hero and pointed to non-powered heroes as examples. William rested his chin on his hand and spoke with a calm, cutting clarity about how the world's obsession with quirks had led people to forget how to think for themselves. He argued that quirks and other abilities were merely tools, not true measures of strength, and that reverence for powers had become one of society's greatest flaws. Izuku listened with wide eyes as William's words hung in the air. Caleb gave William a quick glance, then turned back to Izuku with a reassuring smile, softening William's bluntness with his warmth. Izuku dug into his bag and pulled out a worn notebook, flipping through it frantically before producing a pen. Izuku eagerly asked what exactly their quirks were, wondering if Caleb had something like a phoenix force, whether William's earlier illusion had been telepathic projection or real magic, how strong William's telekinetic range was, and whether they both had psionic resistance. He leaned in, eyes wide, and began scribbling notes before they answered. Both Caleb and William showed exasperated expressions at once. William deadpanned that he had not expected to meet someone more exhausting than Izuku. Caleb laughed and protested, telling William not to compare him to Izuku, then rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as Izuku continued jotting furiously. They talked for a while, and the awkward tension between strangers slowly melted into something lighter. Izuku's excitement filled every silence, Caleb's energy fed it, and William's sharp remarks kept them grounded. Then Caleb leaned back in his seat, his tone shifting as he looked between Izuku and William and said he and William were planning to enroll in UA High. He suggested they all do it together. Izuku froze, pen hanging in midair. The words sank in like a weight he had been waiting to hear. For once, someone was not laughing at his dream. For once, someone wanted him there. Caleb turned to William and asked if he minded another person tagging along. William, stoic, said it did not matter to him. Caleb grinned and declared it settled, slamming his hand on the table with a spark in his eyes and leaning toward both of them. He fired up about the three of them becoming heroes in training who would one day stand side by side as full-fledged heroes. Izuku's hands trembled as he held his notebook against his chest, a smile breaking through as tears threatened at the corners of his eyes. Beneath the cloudy afternoon sky of Aldra Junior High, something unshakable was born. Three boys, one stoic, one fiery, one trembling with hope, shared the first spark of a bond that would carry them into the future. Together, they would rise. A year passed, and Midoriya's bond with William and Caleb only deepened. They were no longer just classmates, they had grown closer, bound by trust and countless days side by side. One afternoon, William and Caleb walked together through Mizudafu's busy streets. The sun hung low, painting the sky in orange hues. Caleb teased William about what single food he would eat for the rest of his life, daring him not to say something boring like bread. William, apathetic, said bread. Caleb grinned and marveled at how they could be friends. Their banter carried them forward until they noticed a crowd gathered at a street corner. People gasped and whispered nervously. William and Caleb pushed through, curiosity piqued, and their eyes widened. The sludge villain had returned, its mass wrapped tightly around Bakugo, causing uncontrolled explosions from his arms. Flames threatened nearby buildings and smoke filled the air. Rescue efforts came fast. Backdraft sprayed jets of water, dousing fires. Kamui Woods extended branches to pull civilians away from danger. The scene was chaotic but non-graphic, like an intense action sequence from an anime. In the middle of it all stood Midoriya, pale and trembling, his notebook slipping from his hands as he bolted forward. Caleb shouted for Izuku, alarmed, and William cursed at the sight. Midoriya clawed desperately at the sludge, his voice cracking as he tried to free Bakugo. The sludge villain growled and tightened its grip, forcing Bakugo's body to unleash another violent explosion. The blast arced toward Midoriya until a shimmering blue barrier curved into place. Caleb focused, one hand pressed to his temple and the other extended forward, his forehead glowing with a steady blue light as a force field rippled and the sparks from Bakugo's explosion crashed harmlessly against it. Izuku stared, stunned, and Caleb's action was noted with disbelief. William stepped forward, arms raised, red energy coursing along his hands as wisps of psionic force lashed out and coiled around the sludge mass. He demanded that it let Bakugo go. The villain writhed, tendrils snapping against William's telekinetic grip. William's jaw clenched as he tried to pull Bakugo free, but the villain was stubborn and refused to release its prize. Then All Might arrived with a thunderous presence and an earth-shattering blow. He shouted his move and collided with the sludge in a single, heroic strike that drove the villain backward and dispersed its mass. The resulting gust threatened to throw everyone off balance. Caleb's barrier shuddered, William braced himself, and Midoriya held his arms up instinctively until All Might's other massive hand swept in and scooped up all four boys in a single protective grasp. He ordered them to hold steady. The gale subsided when Emi Lady rushed in and planted herself as a towering shield to block debris and protect civilians. Rain began to fall, born from the raw power of the confrontation. The smoke and dust settled as droplets hissed against smoldering surfaces. For William, Caleb, and Midoriya, the moment etched itself into their memories. They had faced fear and acted without hesitation, realizing how close they were to stepping into the world of heroes. That evening, the Summers Gray household was tense. The TV still ran reruns of the sludge villain incident, and their names were spreading through the news. The front door swung open and Jean stood waiting, arms crossed and expression stern. Jean demanded to know if either of them wanted to explain why they were on the news throwing themselves into a villain attack. Caleb, nervous, tried to say they were just trying to help. Jean cut him off, saying there were no excuses and that they could have been killed. Cyclops stepped forward, his voice lower but laced with disappointment. He told Caleb he expected better and that charging in recklessly was foolish, not bravery, reminding him to think before acting and to let the professionals handle dangerous situations. Jean's gaze shifted to William and she said she had hoped he would be the voice of reason and stop Caleb from doing something reckless instead of jumping in alongside him. The weight of their words hung in the room. Jean declared that both of them were grounded for a week. No training, no phones, no going out without permission. William defiantly replied that she could not ground him because she was not his real mother. Jean's eyes narrowed, but she responded that while he lived under her roof he would follow her rules. Caleb, trying and failing to hide a grin, leaned closer to William and teased that Jean had him there. William shot him a sharp glare. Jean's angry declaration cut the conversation short. An authoritative voice ordered both of them to their rooms. The boys trudged upstairs, the silence between them heavy until they closed the door behind them. Caleb worried whether Izuku was all right, and William replied quietly that he did not know. Caleb sat on his bed, running a hand through his hair and wishing for his phone so he could text their friend immediately. The room dimmed with evening shadows, both boys lost in thought. For all their banter and boldness, the image of their friends struggling with the sludge still lingered. The training for the UA entrance exam had officially begun. Jean Grey had rented a massive warehouse in Mizudafu, its walls lined with debris, broken crates, and rusted barrels. Sunlight filtered weakly through grime-streaked windows, and dust hung thick in the air. Jean Grey instructed them firmly that their training started now and told them to step inside. Caleb made his blue aura flare around his hands and lifted a pile of crates telekinetically, spinning them like a makeshift storm. William's red aura shimmered faintly around his hands, calm and steady. Caleb expressed excitement and William urged him to stay focused. Jean flipped a switch and fluorescent lights buzzed on, bathing the warehouse in harsh white light. Jean clarified that everything in the space could be used thrown, blocked, or redirected and ordered them to fight as if their lives depended on it. Immediately, debris erupted from every corner. Caleb hurled a wooden pallet. William redirected it midair, sending it spinning back toward Caleb. Caleb ducked, laughed, and retaliated by raising a shimmering blue force field around himself to block William's small, concentrated red energy sphere. Sparks flew as the sphere slammed against the shield and Caleb grinned as he prepared his next move, impressed with William's timing. Debris and psychic energy flew in every direction. Caleb spun through the chaos, launching explosive spheres while William's red force field absorbed incoming attacks. Jean watched closely and praised their progress. She then raised the stakes, summoning dozens of pink psychic clones armed with blasters that advanced with relentless precision. Caleb grinned and fired optic blasts, explosive spheres spinning off his telekinesis, while William expanded a crimson force field, absorbing barrages of blaster fire as dust and sparks erupted. William mentally informed Caleb that there were 3 on his left and 1 behind him. Caleb acknowledged the information and attacked. Caleb's optic blasts shredded a psychic clone and William's scarlet spheres destroyed 2 more. Sparks and debris rained down around them as their red and blue auras blended and their movements synced. William alternated between keeping his shield active and firing small red spheres directly at enemies, balancing defense and offense with quiet efficiency. Jean raised the stakes further by sending chains swinging from the ceiling, metal beams rolling unpredictably, and more clones appearing, some armed, some leaping from crates. Caleb launched multiple spheres in rapid succession while William remained calm, holding a shield in one hand and launching his own red energy spheres with the other. William mentally directed Caleb to sweep the left corner and said he would cover the center. Caleb confirmed and moved. Debris, psychic energy, and red spheres collided in bursts of destructive light as Caleb hurled explosive psionic orbs and William's precise attacks detonated through clusters of clones, forcing them back. A clone leapt from above with a blaster aimed at Caleb. William anticipated it and released a red sphere that exploded just before impact, the shockwave sending the clone crashing into a wall. Caleb spun, dodged debris, and counterattacked with a torrent of blue-tinged energy while William's red spheres pierced advancing threats. William warned of 3 more advancing high and Caleb prepared to be ready and asked William to cover him. Their synergy was flawless, attacks and defenses flowing naturally, telepathy guiding every movement. The warehouse glowed in red and blue streaks as dust and debris caught every flash of psychic power. Finally, Jean called a temporary halt. The floor was littered with shattered crates, twisted metal, and floating shards of debris. Caleb's aura pulsed from exertion, while William's red aura dimmed but remained steady. Jean expressed her pleasure and noted that they were starting to move as one, both defending and attacking seamlessly. She complimented William's improving offensive control. William stated calmly that they were ready for the next step. Caleb laughed, energy still crackling around him, while William remained composed. The morning halls of UA buzzed with students moving to their classes. Caleb walked alongside William and asked why they had not seen much of Izuku since the villain attack. They spotted Izuku further down the hall, hunched over his notebook and scribbling furiously while walking. He did not notice them until he accidentally bumped into Caleb and flusteredly apologized. Caleb smiled and asked how he had been, and Izuku nervously said he had been feeling better than ever. Caleb noticed Izuku's arms flex subtly while writing and asked if he had been training. Izuku quickly claimed to have been doing some stuff at home and, when pressed about who his trainer was, stammered that no one was training him before declaring he would be late for class and sprinting off down the hall. Caleb whispered to William that Izuku seemed odd, and William agreed that he was acting strange. They exchanged a look and decided to follow him discreetly. They trailed him through the city streets until they reached Seaside Bay. Izuku moved with purpose, gathering heavy and stray debris and cleaning up trash along the sandy shoreline. Caleb remarked quietly that Izuku's way of training was definitely different, and William silently observed every movement. Eventually they saw Izuku approach a thin, unusual-looking man with blonde, spiky hair, a lean frame, and a simple white shirt tucked into loose pants. Though compact, the man carried a faint heroic aura. Caleb and William stepped closer but stayed just out of sight. Caleb then confronted Izuku, accusing him of lying. Izuku froze, wide-eyed and caught off guard, and nervously addressed Caleb and William. The blond man's face showed both amusement and mild shock. William remarked calmly that Izuku was hiding something. Caleb narrowed his eyes, upset about the lie, and emphasized that he was not mad about the training itself but that he was upset Izuku had lied. Caleb asked the blond man who he was. Izuku stammered that the man was nobody and only someone helping him. The blond man, who introduced himself as Toshinori and spoke with a calm demeanor, said he would take it from there. Suddenly, the man's body expanded, his muscles filling out and his presence becoming commanding. All Might raised a fist into the air and announced that he was here. Caleb froze with his jaw dropping, and William's eyes widened slightly as his stoic expression faltered. Caleb reacted in bewilderment, saying that it was All Might. All Might smiled and confirmed it, then explained that he occasionally teamed up with Caleb's parents and that they spoke of Caleb fondly. William asked why All Might was training Izuku. All Might's smile faltered. He coughed into his hand, and his body shrank back into his thin Toshinori appearance, the white shirt hanging loosely over his frame. He said seriously that his time as the symbol of peace was running out and that he needed a successor because he could not do it forever. Izuku sank to his knees with his hands pressed to the ground, sobbing and apologizing for having lied. Caleb reassured him gently, saying that he had no choice and that they had only been worried about their friend. Izuku looked to William, and William nodded calmly, insisting that there was no one more worthy of All Might's power than Izuku and that a real hero was already standing by his side. Izuku's sobs intensified. He leapt up and hugged both Caleb and William tightly. Caleb patted his back and smiled that it was okay. William groaned and pushed him off gently, making it clear in his usual deadpan way that he was not a hugger. Caleb laughed. Izuku laughed through his tears, and Toshinori allowed himself a small smile at the sight of the three friends together. The day of the UA entrance exam arrived. The trio approached the towering gates as sunlight glinted off the polished metal and bright walls. Caleb excitedly remarked that after all this time they were finally here. William, calm and stoic, acknowledged that it was the day. Izuku murmured to himself that he could not believe it was finally happening. They had dreamed of stepping inside UA as heroes in training since childhood. As they neared the entrance, Izuku tripped over a small crack in the pavement, and before Caleb or William could react, a girl with auburn hair lifted him into the air with a subtle motion. She apologized for startling him, added that it would have been bad luck if he had fallen, gave a quick smile, waved at them, and wished them luck before leaving. Izuku grinned and nervously mentioned that he had just talked to a girl. William sighed, and Caleb chuckled with a slight sweat drop. They stepped through the gates together, the energy buzzing with anticipation. Inside, Izuku sat between Caleb and William as the public address system activated and Present Mike announced the rules of the practical portion. He explained that examinees would be split into groups across multiple practice centers and that the goal was to destroy as many robots as possible, each bot assigned 1 to 3 points based on difficulty. The trio checked their examinee IDs and realized that Caleb and William were assigned to the same center while Izuku would be in a different one. Izuku muttered calculations under his breath, counting point values and trying to maximize score. William elbowed him lightly and complained that he was too noisy. A tall student with glasses stepped forward, noticed a fourth bot printed on the papers, and questioned why it was there. He told Izuku that his murmuring was distracting and suggested that if he was only here to have fun, he should leave. Izuku shrank in embarrassment with hunched shoulders. Caleb defended him, annoyed and defensive, saying that Izuku was just trying to focus and that the tall student did not need to be so harsh. Present Mike intervened over the PA and told everyone to settle down. He clarified that the fourth bot was worth 0 points and instructed everyone to focus on the real targets. The tension eased as examinees prepared for the practical test. After completing the written portion, the announcement for the practical segment echoed through the halls. Caleb leaned toward Izuku with a grin and cheerfully wished him good luck, saying they would see each other on the other side. Izuku returned a nervous smile and wished them good luck as well. William gave a simple nod and encouraged Izuku to do his best. They changed from school uniforms into practical exam outfits. Caleb wore an orange Phoenix-themed shirt with fitted sleeves, flexible cargo pants, and combat boots. William wore a red shirt that hugged his frame, black shorts for mobility, and lightweight trainers for swift movement. As they walked toward the test center, Caleb smirked and remarked that they would be rivals for now. William, slightly unamused, observed that he could not use his mind games on the bots. Caleb, confident, said their mother had prepared them for this moment. Present Mike announced over the PA that the practical exam had begun and warned them not to expect a real countdown in battle, urging adaptation and speed. The massive gates opened with a metallic creak, and the examinees surged forward like a wave toward their objectives. William and Caleb refused to fall behind, eyes focused and determination blazing. William and Caleb ran side by side before splitting off to cover more ground. William spotted a 3-point bot and moved a hand forward, releasing a red orb of energy that struck the bot, which shattered in a burst of sparks. He dashed deeper into the simulated city streets, scanning for the next threat. A group of advancing bots cornered him. He raised his hands and surrounded one in a red telekinetic aura, hurling it into a nearby 2-point bot. The collision sent sparks and debris flying. Missiles fired from another bot, and William quickly raised a protective red force field that absorbed the explosion and flying fragments. With the threat momentarily neutralized, he lowered the shield, moved his hands forward, and sent 2 red spheres that collided with a 2-point bot, causing a bright flash and clearing the immediate path. Caleb charged down a ruined street with a crackling blue aura around his hands. A 3-point bot whirred to life ahead with metal claws snapping. Caleb grinned and wrenched a street lamp from its base, whipping it across the pavement to knock the bot off balance. He concentrated and used telekinesis to compress the machine's frame until sparks flew from its joints. 2 more bots rolled into view with missile pods opening. Caleb raised a blue force field and the explosions bloomed harmlessly against it. He dropped the shield with a smirk and swept his arm wide, telekinetically lifting a parked car. It spun once before crashing down on the nearest machine, scattering debris across the street. As the last bot turned on him, Caleb narrowed his eyes. His aura flared and a thin red beam lanced from his eyes. The psionic optic blast sliced through the robot systems, disabling it and leaving it sparking. Caleb smirked in satisfaction and said that was more like it. William stretched his arms wide and sent a bot flying apart in a dramatic, non-graphic burst with his telekinesis. Metal screamed as parts clattered to the ground. He breathed out steadily, his gaze scanning the streets. He had lost track of how many points he had gathered. It did not matter. Only the next target mattered. Up ahead, an examinee with short black hair charged at a bot. His fist hardened like steel as he struck with everything he had. The hit landed, but the machine barely staggered before swatting him aside. The boy crossed his arms just in time, hardening them to absorb the blow, but he was launched across the street and slammed into a wall. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself back up to face the bot again. William noticed the wall behind the examinee growing unstable, bricks crumbling with each vibration. He paused for a heartbeat. Points were the priority, he knew that. And yet something under his stern exterior pulled at him. The wall gave way with a violent crack, collapsing toward the black-haired boy. The examinee turned at the last second, eyes wide, and braced for impact. The debris never hit. Instead it hovered midair, suspended in a shimmering red aura. William told him to move and that he could not hold it all day. The boy stumbled out of the way, watching in disbelief as the wall was dropped harmlessly to the side. He breathed hard, awe cutting through the adrenaline, and told William that he had saved him and that it had looked impressively manly. William's hand lifted, a crimson glow sparking to life. The boy flinched, thinking for a split second the attack was meant for him, until the orb shot past his shoulder and tore through the bot behind him, disabling it in a flash. William advised him to be more mindful of his surroundings. The black-haired examinee blinked, stunned, then grinned through his exhaustion and introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima. William moved on, sprinting down the street to hunt. "More bots?" Kirishima called after him, asking for his name, and William responded that he had not thrown his name. Itsuka Kendo barreled forward, her enlarged fist smashing through a horde of bots. Shards of metal scattered across the pavement as a one-pointer collapsed beneath her blow. She kept going, already winding up for a three-pointer when the machine was jerked backward by a glowing blue aura. It hurtled past her, collided with another bot, and exploded in a controlled burst. A few meters away, Caleb lowered his hand with a sly grin and thanked her for softening it up. Kendo narrowed her eyes and protested that it had been hers. Caleb teased that finders keepers and that point-stealer rules applied. Kendo huffed but could not suppress a reluctant half-smile before dashing off toward her next target. Caleb summoned a glowing blue psionic disk beneath his feet and rode it above the streets, hurling red psionic spheres that detonated into bright, non-graphic bursts and disabled bots one after another. He pivoted toward a two-pointer charging his way just as a massive fist slammed into it from the side, sending the robot flying into a wall. Caleb laughed softly and said that they were even. Kendo grinned and introduced herself as Itsuka Kendo. Caleb returned his name as simply Caleb. They shared a brief, amused look and then split off into the chaos again. William extended his hand and wrapped his crimson aura around a two-pointer. He tilted his head slightly, eyes glowing red as the machine was hoisted into the air. With a sharp motion of his arm he slammed it into the ground, metal folding on impact without graphic detail. He then summoned a glowing red orb in his palm and launched it through the core of another bot, disabling it and leaving smoldering debris in its wake. He moved with relentless precision, every motion reflecting the hours of training in the danger room. A thought crossed his mind that he owed Jean and Scott his thanks when he returned home. The ground rumbled like distant thunder. A deep mechanical vibration spread through the streets and panic rippled across the field. Examinees shouted in alarm, asking what the thing was, telling others to run, calling the situation hopeless. William narrowed his gaze and followed the tremors to their source. Towering over the buildings and casting a long shadow across the streets stood the zero-pointer. Its massive frame crushed anything in its path as it advanced. A faint psychic presence brushed against William's mind, and his forehead pulsed with a red glow. Caleb rushed toward him, eyes widening at the colossal machine. He remarked, incredulous, that it seemed every time there was trouble he found William in the middle of it. William replied calmly and bluntly that he was trouble. The two stood side by side beneath the shadow of the zero-pointer. Caleb stated that they were the only ones capable of stopping it and that if they did not act someone would be crushed, insisting they do it now. William gave a single curt nod, wasting no words. Voices behind them erupted with panic as other examinees called the move insane and begged them to run, declaring it suicide. The two boys ignored them. William's hands rose, glowing crimson, his eyes burning with the same shade. Caleb mirrored him, his blue aura flaring and wisps of psionic energy coiling around his arms and fingertips. Together they extended their arms and drove their powers against the massive frame. The machine slowed, its colossal gears grinding against the invisible resistance. Its towering body leaned back as if pushed by an unseen wall. Caleb gritted his teeth and strained, sweat beading at his temple, as they held their ground against the overwhelming force. William's face remained stoic, silent, and focused, the glow in his eyes sharpening as the air around him distorted from the raw pressure. Debris rattled, windows cracked, and the ground trembled under the clash. It looked like two titans pushing against a mountain. An examinee watched in awe and noted that they were actually holding it back. Another examinee rallied, urging others that they could not do it alone and to help. Energy blasts suddenly struck the zero-pointer's knees. One examinee froze its left leg in ice, locking the joint in place. A third used sharpened blades of energy to slice at exposed wiring, sparks flying. One by one, examinees who had been running in fear now turned and rallied behind the brothers. Caleb's nose dripped blood and the strain showed across his face as he grunted that the thing would not budge. William's breathing grew heavier and his arms trembled slightly. Fatigue pressed at his temples, but his eyes never left the giant. He said nothing and pressed harder. A sudden hand touched Caleb's arm. He glanced sideways and found a boy with slick blonde hair smirking at him. The blonde's eyes glowed the same blue, psionic wisps curling around his hands as he mirrored Caleb's stance and declared that he would not let the two hog all the spotlight. Caleb blinked in surprise but welcomed the help. The energy around the robot intensified, the combined effort shaking the air itself. More voices joined in. One examinee ordered to hit the joints and keep the machine off balance. Another urged cutting the cables to weaken it. A third pointed out that the pair were giving an opening and told everyone not to waste it. The zero-pointer bellowed with mechanical fury and swung its massive arms to regain balance. But the tide had shifted. William, Caleb, and the examinees working together had turned the unstoppable into something that could be resisted. This was no longer just survival. This was their moment plus ultra. The ground shook again as more examinees threw themselves into the fight. Kendo, with a flash of orange hair, darted in and enlarged her fists, hammering the zero-pointer's leg with a relentless flurry of blows while gritting her teeth and demanding that it fall already. Beside her, Eijiro Kirishima charged forward with skin hardened like jagged stone, his tough fists slamming into the same spot repeatedly as he yelled to crack the machine open. Their combined strikes made the giant stagger, its footing weakening under the storm of attacks. William extended his hand and formed a sphere of crimson light in his palm. It swirled and crackled, growing brighter with each second. Sweat slid down his face, but he never wavered. Caleb glanced at him and raised his own hands as red psionic energy surged outward in tendrils toward William's orb. The sphere pulsed and swelled as both their powers intertwined, two forces amplifying one another. Caleb strained and urged them to take it down together. William gave a curt nod and focused his strength. The orb, now massive and humming with unstable energy, was hurled forward in unison. The crimson sphere streaked through the air and slammed into the zero-pointer's chest. The explosion tore through the fake city in a blinding flash and a shockwave that rattled the ground beneath every examinee's feet. The massive robot lurched backward, its core buckled under the impact, and it toppled in a thunderous crash, smoke and sparks rising from the wreckage. Silence hung for a moment before cheers erupted. William dropped to one knee, breath heavy, the glow in his eyes fading. Caleb collapsed to the other side, panting and damp with sweat. Caleb grinned weakly and joked about calling dibs on the finishing blow. William, stoic and breathless, retorted that Caleb's aim was terrible and it had to be him. Caleb chuckled and called William impossible. William calmly told Caleb that he talked too much. The two sat exhausted but victorious as the wreckage of the zero-pointer smoldered behind them and other examinees stared in awe. A few days later, Caleb and William sat upstairs in their living room with game controllers in hand. Caleb focused and asked whether William thought Izuku had managed to use one for all during the entrance exam. William kept his eyes on the screen and responded that maybe he had. Moments later the match ended and William's character stood victorious. Caleb groaned and accused William of cheating. William allowed a faint smile and dryly called it a skill issue. Caleb slumped back against the couch, muttering, while William set his controller down neatly. From downstairs, Jean Grey called up that the results had arrived. The two glanced at each other and headed down. In the living room, Jean stood with an envelope in her hand while Scott stood beside her. She opened it on the table and, with a sudden flash of light, a holographic projection burst out. The holographic All Might announced his presence with exaggerated bravado and then informed them of the scores. William had earned 50 villain points and Caleb had earned 60. The hologram displayed footage of William tearing through robots with crimson blasts while Caleb demolished others with blue psionic force. Caleb grinned and teased William about beating him by 10 points. William rolled his eyes and offered dry congratulations. All Might's hologram then explained that rescue points were a hidden factor, awarded for selfless acts that proved heroic spirit. The screen showed William halting a collapsing building to save a black-haired examinee. William smirked faintly while Caleb pouted. All Might's hologram praised their combined bravery against the zero-pointer and noted how they had inspired others to rise to the challenge. He announced that their joint actions had earned both of them significant rescue points, putting them at a total that tied for first place. The hologram declared them the first pair to share the top spot in UA history and welcomed them to UA High. The projection flickered and faded away, leaving the living room silent for a moment. Jean swept both teens into a proud hug and expressed how proud she was of them. William deadpanned that he was still not a hugger as he gently pushed her away. Caleb laughed, clutching his stomach. Scott stepped forward and offered to take them out for pizza that night, insisting it was his treat. Caleb pumped a fist in the air with a grin while William nodded, a small curve at the corner of his lips betraying quiet satisfaction. William wandered through a vast, shadowed temple. Towering columns rose high into the darkness, their stone surfaces glowing faintly from crimson flames set within iron braziers. Each step echoed too loudly and was swallowed by an unnatural silence. The air was heavy, and whispers curled along the walls as dozens of voices repeated William's name in tones that felt both inviting and demanding. He turned, and the whispers stopped. A tall, bulky, demonic-like entity stood before him, its presence suffocating, burning eyes locked on him. The tall demon rumbled William's name, the sound vibrating through the stone around him. It taunted him, accusing the heroes of robbing him, of caging and blinding him, of stealing the truth of his power. The temple darkened, flames stretched higher, and shadows clawed across the ground toward William. The whispers returned, louder and clearer, his name overlapping in countless tones until it became unbearable. The demon leaned closer and whispered that William had been meant for more. Then the creature surged forward in a dramatic, overwhelming motion that filled William's vision. William jolted awake, chest heaving and sweat clinging to his skin. A pillow smacked against his face as Caleb, annoyed, pointed out that he had been trying to wake William for the last 5 minutes. Caleb tossed another pillow aside and stood already in his UA uniform, hair still a little messy but his grin intact. He teased that if William kept spacing out they would be late for their first day. William sat up, still catching his breath, the remnants of the dream clawing at the edges of his mind. He rubbed his temples, unsure of what he had just seen or what it meant. Caleb, teasing him further, urged him to hurry. William, still composed, told Caleb he would try not to fall apart. Caleb laughed and adjusted his sleeves, warning William not to fight on the first day. William retorted that the advice should apply to Caleb, who was the one who jumped into trouble. Downstairs, Jean sat with the admission papers in hand while Scott adjusted his glasses at the kitchen counter. Jean read the assignments and announced that William had been placed in Class 1A and Caleb in Class 1B. Caleb's face fell for a moment at the separation, then he forced a grin and tugged at his collar, admitting he had expected to be in the same class. William gave a small, controlled smile, fingers tightening around his sleeve as uncertainty about the dream lingered. Jean offered guidance to both boys. She reminded Caleb that his energy could inspire others but needed balance, urging him to lead by example. She placed a hand on William's shoulder and encouraged him to open up more and build bonds beyond Izuku and Caleb. William glanced away, thoughtful, then nodded. The two boys slung their bags over their shoulders and headed for the door while Jean and Scott walked them to the walkway. Scott offered firm support and wished them luck, telling them to make the day count. Jean, emotional, admitted she could not believe how fast they were growing up. Scott put an arm around her as they watched the boys head down the path toward their first day at UA. The morning sky was painted in shades of orange as the train sped toward Mizudafu, Tokyo slipping behind them with tall buildings catching the sun. Inside the car, William sat quietly with a book open, eyes moving steadily across the pages. Caleb leaned back with his phone, thumbs moving quickly on the screen. Caleb noted that Izuku still had not woken up and had left him on red. William turned a page with calm precision and dryly observed that it sounded about right. Both knew that Izuku valued academics too much to skip class, though he was never the earliest arrival either. The train pulled into Muzutafu and the doors slid open. William closed his book and slipped it into his bag while Caleb put his phone away. They joined the crowd of students funneling toward the gates of UA. Caleb's eyes widened as the massive campus spread out before them, excited to finally be there. William looked up at the towering gates with an unreadable expression and a dry remark that all this was for school and that if it did not break them, it might bore them to death instead. Caleb laughed and shoved him lightly, insisting William should let loose once in a while. William, unmoved, said that letting loose was not his thing. The halls of East stretched endlessly as they walked side by side. Caleb, map in hand, led the way with confident uncertainty while William followed silently until they found the right corridors and split for their separate rooms. Caleb stepped into his classroom and scanned the nearly empty space. Only a handful of students were there, unpacking bags or adjusting uniforms. He froze when he recognized blue fur, a swishing tail, and bright yellow eyes. Kurt looked up, surprised, and greeted Caleb as his friend. They crossed the room, slapped hands together, and embraced in a quick, energetic hug. Kurt explained that he had come to surprise Caleb and that Ileana had passed the entrance exam too. Caleb grinned and teased that he should not be special. Kurt laughed and replied that he had not been surprised to see Caleb or William's names and asked how William was. Caleb smirked and described William as the same as ever, always in serious mode, and the two friends laughed together, already making the classroom feel friendlier. William entered his classroom and scanned the few students already seated. A tall, imposing teen with pale gray hair swept forward, nearly covering his face, adjusted his seat. Near the window, a girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail arranged her materials. William moved to his assigned desk, which happened to be beside a boy whose hair was split evenly, white on the right and crimson on the left. A large burn scar ran down the left side of his face, and his mismatched eyes, one turquoise and one gray, reminded William faintly of Caleb. William set his bag aside and opened his book quietly. Slowly, the room began to fill with more students. He barely noticed the approach of a teen with spiky red hair until a hand slammed down on his desk, startling him. Kirishima grinned and announced that it was him again. William blinked and stammered Kirishima's name. Kirishima said that, since they were in the same class, William owed him his name. William remembered Jean's advice about making new friends, put his book aside, and gave his full name, William Maximoff, adding that Kirishima could just call him William. Kirishima beamed, clearly pleased by the introduction, and William noted quietly how much more confident Kirishima seemed. The door slid open and a girl with long curled blonde hair stepped in. Ileana's sharp blue eyes found William and she gave a sly smile, remarking that it was Mr. First Place. William met her gaze and acknowledged her by name. Ileana set her bag on the desk in front of him, her usual seat, and teased that he was already making a reputation for himself after taking down a 0-pointer. William replied that it had been a team effort. William then introduced Ileana to Kirishima, explaining that they had been classmates back at Xavier Academy. Kirishima reacted in surprise and asked if William really meant Xavier Academy, the school with the X-Men. A blonde student with a black lightning streak in his hair leaned against a desk and explained that Xavier's Academy was one of the few schools that offered real hero training from middle school, calling it legendary. Ileana quipped that it was legendary because the professor insisted on molding them into hero material before they could even drive. Kirishima laughed nervously while William turned a page in his book, composed. The blonde student introduced himself as Kaminari and said they were classmates now. William nodded briefly and returned to his book. The door slammed open again and a spiky ash-blonde teen strode in, crimson eyes fixed on William. Bakugo launched into an angry tirade, accusing William of acting superior for placing first and taking down a 0-pointer. Kirishima stepped forward to calm things, pointing out that orientation hadn't started and there was no need for a fight. William closed his book and told everyone to let Bakugo speak. Bakugo vowed he would prove he was the strongest and that William would be nothing compared to him. William replied sharply that Bakugo sounded like a child yelling at the sun and hoping it would stop shining. A few classmates chuckled. Bakugo's face twisted in anger and he stormed off to the second front row, slamming into his seat. Ileana leaned in and asked William who Bakugo thought he was. William dismissed him as a nobody. A slender girl with dark purple hair and plug-like earpieces strolled over, smirking that watching William handle Bakugo had been the highlight of her morning. She introduced herself as Kyokujiro and said they were in the same class. William acknowledged her with a slight nod. A gruff, flat voice came from near the sliding door. A tired man wriggled out of a crumpled sleeping bag, unzipping it to reveal himself. Shota Aizawa introduced himself as the teacher, and his blunt admonishment about time and logic quieted the room instantly. William's gaze drifted to the group by the door and he saw Izuku standing there. Relief washed over him that they had ended up in the same class. William recognized Aizawa as the underground hero. Eraserhead and respected him for being effective and unpredictable, though he mentally noted that Aizawa's quirk would be useless against certain magic users. Ileana leaned toward William and teased that Aizawa looked like he had crawled out of a dumpster and that he was probably one of William's idols. William gave no reaction beyond a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aizawa produced a bundle of clothing from the sleeping bag and instructed everyone to change into their P uniforms and meet on the training field. Outside later, the students of Class 1A stood in their new P uniforms. Aizawa announced that they would begin with a quirk assessment test. A hand went up and Achiko Uraraka asked if they weren't supposed to have an orientation first. Aizawa replied dryly that if they wanted to be heroes, they did not have time for ceremonial nonsense. Aizawa then called on William, noting that he had placed first in the entrance exam and instructing him to start with the softball throw using his quirk. William stepped into the circle and caught the ball that Aizawa tossed him with little effort. His crimson eyes glimmered as energy stirred in his hands and the ball rose from his palm, levitating and wrapped in faint red wisps that shimmered with controlled force. The ball orbited around him briefly before he moved his hands forward. It shot across the sky, leaving a bright red trail like a comet esteringy toward the horizon. Aizawa held up his phone, the screen reflecting the result. Aizawa announced in a monotone that the distance was 750 meters. Gasps rippled through the group. Kaminari, impressed, declared that it was insane. Siro, excited, asked if they were really allowed to use their quirks for the test and said it would be awesome. Mina playfully commented that it looked fun. Aizawa's gaze hardened. He sharply told them that if they planned on becoming heroes with that attitude they might as well quit. He paused, then allowed a faint, almost cruel smirk to form. He explained that whoever got the lowest overall score in the 8 tests would be expelled. The announcement shocked most of the class. Murmurs broke out instantly. Faces twisted in panic, disbelief, and fear. William, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki stood expressionless, unreadable. They had already pieced together that it was most likely a bluff designed to push the weak-willed. Aizawa's smirk deepened into something darker. He reminded them that instructors could run their classes however they wanted and welcomed them to the hero course of UA. The students gathered at the track for the 50-meter dash. William and Todoroki stepped into position at the starting line, the air tense between them. William bent forward, his eyes faintly glowing red as he drew energy into his legs, remembering the technique Jean had drilled into him in the danger room. A loud pop signaled the start. William launched himself forward, the red force bursting beneath his legs as he cleared most of the track in a single enhanced leap. He came down near the finish and moved another blast downward to soften the landing, skidding into place. At the same moment, Todoroki froze the ground ahead of him and slid across on a sheet of ice that pushed him forward like a speeding train. When the clock stopped, the timing machine recorded William's time as 4.12 seconds. Todoroki's time was slightly slower. The dual-haired boy turned his mismatched eyes toward William, holding a sharp, unreadable stare. William narrowed his own eyes, feeling the weight of that gaze and sensing an edge of angst he could not place. The next pair stepped up. Ileana stood at the line beside Ida, who adjusted his glasses with precise formality. The starter popped his signal and Ida bolted forward instantly, the engines in his calves propelling him like a missile. For a moment it seemed Ileana was not moving, then a glowing yellow stepping disc opened in midair. Ileana stepped out of it, cool and casual, landing ahead of him just as the timer rang. The timing machine registered 2.59 seconds. Ida, astonished, praised Ileana for employing her ability in such a refined manner, calling it most impressive. Ileana blinked and, awkward, accepted the compliment. For the grip strength test, William wrapped his hands around the bar. His eyes glowed faintly red as the bar began to rise, suspended by his power. He tightened his grip, energy coiling around the device. The machine trembled violently before finally cracking apart with a sharp break. William handed the broken remains to Aizawa with a neutral expression and calmly asked whether he needed to pay for the damage. Aizawa replied flatly that there was no need. Minetta's jaw dropped. Jiro stared in silence. Kirishima whistled low. Kaminari scratched the back of his head, baffled at how effortless William made it all seem. The standing long jump came next. William crouched, red energy forming beneath his legs. He pushed off with force and cleared the pit in a single enhanced leap. For the repeated side steps, he used the same trick. His energized legs propelled him from side to side at rapid speed, each shift sharp and steady. When it came time for the ball throw, Uraraka stepped forward and, with her fingertips touching the ball, made it float endlessly into the sky. The display on the screen read infinity. William, quietly impressed, thought that was clever. The others reacted with gasps and cheers. Ileana smirked and then indicated it was her turn. She tossed the ball into a small golden stepping disc that shimmered before swallowing it whole. The ball vanished instantly. Kaminari, confused, asked where she had sent it. Aizawa silently held up his phone. The screen displayed question marks. Mina, puzzled, asked what that meant. Ileana smirked and explained that the ball was no longer in their dimension. The class froze, eyes widening as her words sank in. Then came Izuku's turn. William felt a quiet concern, not for expulsion but for how Aizawa might judge him. Aizawa tossed Izuku the ball. Izuku gripped it with determination as green sparks built across his arm. He prepared to throw with his full power, but the energy sputtered and vanished mid-motion. The ball fell short. Izuku's eyes widened. He glanced at Aizawa, who now stood with glowing eyes beneath his messy hair and his scarf shifting slightly. Aizawa bluntly asked whether Izuku could control his quirk and questioned what would happen when he broke down, asking if he planned to rely on someone else saving him every time. Izuku clenched his fist and firmly stated that he would not. In an instant, Aizawa's scarf shot forward, wrapping around Izuku and pulling him closer. Aizawa sternly warned that wrecking his own body for a power he could not use reliably would not be the start of a hero career but its end. Uraraka bit her lip, remembering the entrance exam. Ida adjusted his glasses, tense. Bakugo scowled. William watched closely, his gaze steady. Aizawa released his scarf and, his eyes dimming back to normal, flatly told Midoriya Izuku that with the way he was now, he could not become a hero and that he should get it over with. Izuku stood tall, trembling but resolved. He wound up again and channeled his power into a single finger. With a loud crack, the ball shot into the sky and rocketed forward with incredible force. The display shocked Uraraka, stunned Ida, and even made Bakugo's eyes widen with anger. William allowed the faintest smile and thought that he had known Izuku would figure it out. Izuku declared that he had not broken down yet. Aizawa's eyes narrowed and a small, amused grin tugged at his lips. Uraraka cheered that he had finally achieved a hero-like record. Ida, serious, noted that Izuku's finger was swelling rapidly and that his quirk was most unusual. Aoyama, dramatic as ever, commented that it was not stylish in the slightest. Bakugo clenched his fists, small explosions popping against his palms as he stomped forward, furious and demanding to know what that had been. Bakugo demanded an answer. Before he could reach Izuku, William lifted him off the ground, red wisps coiling around Bakugo and suspending him midair. Everyone turned to William, who stood with his arms raised and an unreadable expression. William spoke in a monotone, calling Bakugo loud and insecure and saying he was already exhausting. The class fell silent until Aizawa cut through the tension and flatly ordered Maximoff to release him. William lowered his arms and the red wisps faded. Bakugo dropped back to the ground with a frustrated growl. Aizawa sternly reminded them to save their powers for the tests and that using them on each other was a waste of time. The assessment continued without room for argument. Distance run, seated toe touch, sit-ups, each challenge moved swiftly. William performed each with steady effort, his body well-conditioned and showing strength and stamina even without formal martial training. When the final test ended, Aizawa produced a device from his scarf and projected a holographic chart above the class. Names and scores scrolled into view. William found himself listed in second place. He looked further down and saw Iliana in fifth and Izuku at the bottom. Aizawa smirked and explained that the threat of expulsion had been a calculated lie meant to push them to give everything they had. Several students groaned, some nearly shouted, and others looked ready to collapse from the stress. Yaoyorozu noted matter-of-factly that it should have been obvious, and William agreed calmly. By the time classes ended, the sun was setting, istinging the sky with red and violet. William walked out of the gates and quickly spotted Caleb leaning against a post with his arms crossed. Caleb grinned and remarked that it must have been exhausting dealing with all that on the first day. William replied with calm understatement that it had been so. Iliana and Kurt soon slipped into the group, and William caught Caleb up on the day's events, the tests, the tension, Bakugo's outburst, and Aizawa's no-nonsense style. Caleb listened with a mix of amusement and disbelief, shaking his head. Not far away, Izuku was talking with Uraraka and Ida. William asked stoically how Izuku's finger was. Izuku blinked and then, relieved, said it was fine now because Recovery Girl had taken care of it. Uraraka smiled and pointed out that William had called him Izuku. Izuku, flustered, explained that he and William had attended the same school before UA, Aldra High, and had known each other for a while. Ida adjusted his glasses and, upon recognizing Caleb, loudly identified him as Caleb Grey Summers, son of the legendary Phoenix and Cyclops. Iliana smirked and told Ida to calm down. Unfazed, Ida stepped forward with formal admiration, saying that his brother Ingenium had spoken highly of working alongside Caleb's parents and that meeting their son at UA was an honor. Caleb laughed awkwardly, thanked him, and, lowering his voice, teased William about whether he was always like that. William deadpanned that he was. The group shared laughter and exasperation as the evening deepened. Bonds were beginning to take root even as rivalries simmered beneath the surface. The next morning classes rolled on as usual, with compulsory subjects filling the first half of the day. By lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter and the clatter of trays. William and Caleb sat across from one another, quietly eating while students from both classes filtered through. Kendo walked past their table, slowed, and turned toward them with a light smirk, introducing herself and saying she was the one Caleb kept mentioning. William raised an eyebrow and Caleb admitted he had told Kendo that William was someone worth knowing. Kendo extended her hand and introduced herself properly as Itsuka Kendo. William set his tray aside and shook her hand firmly, returning the greeting. They eased into a discussion amid the cafeteria noise. Kendo wondered what their Hero Basics teacher had planned, expecting something brutal given UA's reputation. Caleb smirked and said they would find out soon enough. Monoma cut across the room with a mocking tone, sneering about Class A's new arrival and implying he thought he was special for being there. William did not pause. He answered with cool detachment and pointed out that despite Monoma's taunts he had ended up in Class B, suggesting life balanced itself out. Monoma's smug grin faltered and he opened his mouth to respond, but Caleb was faster. Caleb formed a shimmering blue psionic hand in the air and delivered a sharp, non-graphic blow that sent Monoma sprawling and out cold on the cafeteria floor. Kendo slapped a palm to her forehead, apologized to William, and called Monoma a handful. William, unmoved, said he had dealt with worse. Kendo folded her arms and expressed hope that it would not become a recurring thing. The bell rang and they moved toward Hero Basics. The classroom door rattled as a booming voice announced a dramatic entrance. All Might strode in his Silver Age costume, bright colors gleaming under the fluorescent lights, and declared that he would be their teacher for Hero Basics. He explained that they would cover rescue, combat, and strategy, and emphasized the subject's importance because of its heavy unit load. He then announced with theatrical energy that the day's lesson would be battle training. Students erupted into cheers. At his signal, compartments along the wall slid open to reveal rows of black briefcases, and All Might proudly announced that inside were their hero costumes, designed to their requests and specifications, urging everyone to suit up. The room buzzed as students retrieved their cases and gathered at ground beta where All Might waited. When William emerged in his costume, a few students turned to stare. He wore a fitted black shirt beneath a crimson leather jacket with sharp edges, paired with black pants and brown boots. The simplicity of the outfit was sharpened by the commanding presence he carried. There was no flash or ornamentation, only quiet, calculated confidence. Ileana looked every bit like a warrior torn between two worlds. A cropped black top fit her frame, armored plates ran along her shoulders like jagged ridges, and thin spikes jutted from the armor, giving her silhouette a dangerous edge. Her hands were wrapped in fingerless gloves, and her legs were clad in torn black shorts with thigh-high stockings and combat greaves strapped over them. Knee-high boots reinforced with steel lent each step weight, and a pair of metallic horns crowned her head. In her hand the soul's word gleamed, its golden light making her presence feel otherworldly, half medieval knight, half demon queen. All Might spread his arms wide and boomed with pride about how incredible everyone looked, praising each student for bringing their vision of a hero to life. The class straightened, the air buzzing with anticipation as the real test began. William's eyes lingered on Midoriya's costume. He observed flatly that Midoriya resembled a walking All Might reference. Midoriya scratched his cheek awkwardly and laughed nervously as the others around them chuckled. All Might then outlined the exercise. Villains would guard a simulated nuclear weapon they intended to unleash, and the heroes had to stop the scheme. If the heroes captured the villains or seized the nuclear core, they would win. If the villains held their ground until time expired or captured the heroes, the villains would win. The class buzzed with excitement. William unfolded his slip of paper and scanned the matchups. His partner was Ojiro, their opponents were Shoji and Todoroki. His gaze drifted toward Todoroki, who stood calm and unreadable, his mismatched eyes fixed forward. William noted how Todoroki had been sizing him up since Aizawa's assessment. Quietly, William reached into the boy's mind with a telepathic probe and brushed against the unique cold and heat signature of his quirk. The fire half remained sealed and dormant by choice. William wondered why Todoroki would hide it and resolved that he would make the boy understand what true power looked like. The first match began, Midoriya and Uraraka versus Bakugo and Ida. When the siren blared, Bakugo rushed forward like a missile, explosions blasting behind him. William's jaw tightened, every movement and hateful glare Bakugo threw at Midoriya reignited a bitter contempt inside him. Beneath the loathing, a reluctant acknowledgement stirred Bakugo's instincts, and his tactical control of his quirk were undeniable talent. Then Bakugo raised his grenade-like bracer and unleashed an ear-splitting blast that shook the halls. The walls reverberated and smoke trailed through the air as the class gasped. All Might warned sharply that one more blast of that degree would end the match and result in Bakugo's team losing. William's hands clenched into fists as red energy quietly rippled around his knuckles. Ileana remarked dryly that Bakugo fought like a rabid animal, ruthless to the bone. Despite the destructive start, Midoriya adapted. Using his wits and coordinating with Uraraka, he and his partner outmaneuvered Bakugo and Ida. The buzzer rang, sealing their victory. William allowed the faintest curve of approval to cross his lips and felt a quiet stir of pride for the boy he had once defended. Inside the weapon room, William and Ojiro stood at opposite ends, surveying the space. Ojiro crossed his arms and urged that they plan how to handle Todoroki and Shoji instead of charging in blind. William replied flatly that he could take both of them on. Ojiro blinked, surprised by William's blunt confidence, and pointed out that they did not even know all of their quirks yet. William explained that Todoroki had a dual ice and fire quirk and that Shoji's quirk was obvious multiple arms that could replicate other parts of his body, like extra eyes or ears. Ojiro narrowed his eyes and asked how William knew all of that. William revealed that he had picked it up with a telepathic scan. For a brief moment William's eyes glowed red. A faint echo slid into his head, the same low, guttural whispers that had haunted him before, pulling at the edges of his mind and tempting him with dark suggestions about using other people's fears and wounds against them. The voice suggested he could take advantage of rejection and fractured family ties. William's breath hitched and he asked Ojiro if he heard the whispers. Ojiro tilted his head, confused and uneasy, and said he did not hear them and that William was starting to worry him. The voice pressed on, warning that the boy of frost and fire was coming and moving against him even now. William's eyes widened as the air chilled. Frost crept along the floor, racing toward them. Instinctively, William moved his hands out. Red energy flared around Ojiro and lifted him clear of the incoming ice while William enclosed them both in a glowing barrier. The frozen wave slammed against the shield and shattered, leaving a ring of frost around the barrier. Ojiro complained that William could have warned him before lifting him like a rag doll, but William lowered him gently once the spread of ice halted. Up in the viewing room, other students flinched and rubbed their arms. Even behind the safety walls they could feel Todoroki's chilling power bleed through the arena. The weapon room door creaked open. Todoroki stepped into the doorway, steam rolling from his breath, his visible eye narrowing when he saw his opponents left untouched and standing clear. Before Todoroki could react, William hurled a glowing crimson orb at him. Todoroki's reflexes saved him as he ducked and the sphere detonated against the hallway wall. Ojiro lunged at Shoji with a rapid tail strike, and Shoji's extra arms burst forth to intercept each blow. The two locked in a fierce, stylized exchange of punches, blocks, and kicks, their impacts echoing sharply against the frozen walls. The clash had officially begun. Todoroki moved an arm forward and released a sweeping wave of ice that tore across the room toward William. William answered by hurling a crimson orb into the advancing frost, its concussive blast shattering the ice into a mist that clouded the edges of the chamber. William extended his palm and released scarlet wisps that lashed out and wrapped snugly around Todoroki's form. With a sharp pull, he yanked the boy off his feet and drew him in. Todoroki glared defiantly, but William only tilted his head with a faint, controlled smile. He flicked his hands upward and Todoroki was sent upward with exaggerated, stylized impacts familiar from over-the-top fights, thudding against the ceiling before William shifted his hand and sent him crashing left and then right. Each contact was hard and cinematic rather than graphic, echoing through the frozen chamber. With one final sweep of his hand, William drew Todoroki back toward the doorway. William formed a glowing orb in his free hand and launched it at Todoroki, the blast sending Todoroki skidding into the hall amid smoke and frost. William turned to see Ojiro and Shoji locked in combat, Shoji's many arms wrapped tightly around Ojiro's tail. William drifted closer, looming behind them. He raised his hands near Shoji's head, and thin scarlet threads extended from his fingertips to press against Shoji's temple. William intruded into Shoji's mind and ordered him to sleep. Shoji's arms slackened, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Ojiro ripped his tail free, breathing heavily as he pulled out his capture tape and thanked William for the timing. William lowered his hands, his expression unreadable, and told Ojiro not to bind Shoji yet because Shoji could still be useful. Ojiro blinked in confusion as William raised a glowing hand. Scarlet light surged into Shoji, animating him with an unnatural twitch. Shoji's eyes glowed red as William guided him upright like a puppet and said he had a plan. Todoroki found the cold halls warping before his eyes into a creeping red mist, then suddenly stood barefoot on wooden floors. The familiar scent of home flooded his senses and his body felt smaller. He was a child again. In the nightmare his mother approached in a frantic blur, seizing a kettle, and hot water splashed, making him flinch and clutch his face before the scene shifted again. From the shadows his brother and sister emerged with ghostly eyes, and behind them loomed Endeavor, his face blank and overwhelming. The family pressed in on him with cold resolve, their whispers echoing around him, accusing and relentless. Todoroki, furious and trembling, demanded that they leave his mind. He unleashed a wave of ice that shattered the illusion and made the twisted images dissolve into smoke, leaving him standing once again in the ruined hallway. He called softly for Shoji. Shoji turned slowly with every eye unnaturally red and rushed forward, fists hammering in. Todoroki swept his arm and sent ice crawling rapidly, freezing Shoji solid in a single motion. Ojiro took that moment to act, propelling himself with his tail and driving a dive kick into Todoroki, snapping him back to the ground. Todoroki groaned and tried to gather himself as frost spread along his arm for another strike, but crimson wisps snaked around him and locked his limbs. William stepped into view from behind, smiling coldly, and observed Todoroki struggling. He formed a pulsing orb of red energy between his palms, a deliberate motion that felt like tightening strings on a puppet. Todoroki's body was forced to one knee. William taunted him, saying that Todoroki chained himself with hatred and that William was now pulling the strings, that Todoroki would always be powerless. He took slow steps closer, studying Todoroki as if dissecting him, and asked how it felt to lose before ever fully fighting. The red sphere condensed and William moved it downward. The blow struck Todoroki and sent him crashing through the floor across multiple levels. He landed unconscious amid the rubble on the first floor. All Might's voice came through the earpieces, shaken as he announced that the villain team had won. Ojiro turned to William, wide-eyed and chilled, and asked what he had done to Todoroki, mentioning that before Shoji attacked it had seemed like Todoroki was fighting ghosts. William only smirked and vaguely called it psychological pressure before walking past Ojiro without further explanation, leaving a heavy silence behind him. In the spectator room, the students shifted uneasily and reacted in fragmented, concerned observations. Mina called the whole thing scary and noted that Todoroki had seemed to be swinging at nothing. Kaminari said it looked as though William controlled the whole scene. Yaoyorozu assessed that William had dictated the pace from start to finish, praising the strategy. Jiro commented that it had been disturbing and that whatever William showed Todoroki had clearly affected him. Shiro admitted that seeing Shoji used like that would be nightmare fuel. Mina turned to Ileana and asked who could have trained someone to that level. Ileana named Jean Grey, the Phoenix, which sent the room into stunned silence. Kirishima reacted in disbelief at the idea of training under Jean Grey. Uraraka murmured that the connection explained a lot. Ida noted matter-of-factly that the relationship also clarified William's ties to Jean Grey's son and made the situation logical. Kaminari and Shiro exchanged nervous remarks about William's power, and Jiro reminded everyone that such strength couldn't be ignored. Yaoyorozu suggested that understanding William's abilities could help coordinate effectively, but also warned they needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Tsuyu bluntly observed that William fought with a villain style. Todoroki's limp form was carried off by support drones toward Recovery Girl's office, his chest rising and falling faintly as he was transported. The cold mist of his ice still clung to the walls and slowly dissipated as the building's systems came back online. Several UA robots moved in and thawed Shoji from his frozen bindings until his arms sagged, exhausted but freed. William and Ojiro stepped away from the battlefield, the tension of the fight trailing after them as they made their way back toward the spectator room. For William, each step felt heavier than it should have. A small speck of guilt lodged in his chest. He knew he had gone too far. He had not just aimed to win, he had broken Todoroki down, both mentally and physically. Life had taught William its cruelty early. Losing his mother at a young age had carved into him a lesson most kids were spared. The world never softened its blows for anyone. Jean had once drilled into him that a telepath carried a responsibility heavier than most. William remembered Jean telling him that to seize control of someone's mind was to strip them of their freedom, to leave them at the mercy of another's will. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a violation. William's memory dug in as he saw Shoji wrapped in a blanket, steam rising from his thawed form. Shoji's many arms trembled faintly, his breathing slow but steady. The sight pulled William forward. He stopped a step away and lowered his gaze. William apologized quietly and regretfully, admitting that he owed Shoji an apology and acknowledging that forcing him into something he had not chosen had been wrong. Shoji lifted his head, eyes weary but steady. He accepted the apology and cautioned that having his will taken from him was something he did not want to endure again, asking that next time William use him as an ally rather than a tool. There was no harshness in Shoji's tone, only a weight of unease beneath the calm. William nodded slowly, jaw tightening, and agreed that he had crossed a line and it would not happen again. A heavy, honest silence lingered between them. Shoji leaned back slightly, still processing what had happened. William stepped away, thoughts circling like restless shadows. The match was over, but the line between victory and overstepping remained etched in his mind. All Might's voice boomed across the training arena to announce the start of the next match. Ileana Rasputin and Mina Ishido took the hero's side while Momo Yaoyorozu and Minor Mineta acted as villains inside the mock building. The air buzzed with anticipation. Ileana indicated that it was their turn and explained that her power was teleportation. She could open stepping discs to move between spots instantly and could cast some minor spells if needed. Mina described her quirk as acid. She melted things, useful for both offense and defense when she coated surfaces. Mina's eyes lit up at the mention of magic, and she voiced her excitement at the idea. Ileana analyzed the opponents and pointed out that Yaoyorozu could create objects from her body using lipids, making her adaptable and tactically sharp. Mina grinned and assumed they would be the brawn while Yaoyorozu was the brains. Ileana warned that there could be traps, but before she finished, Mina slid forward on a glossy trail of acid, laughing as she glided across the floor. A faint click echoed. In an instant, a net dropped from above, wrapping Mina tightly and hoisting her off the ground. Mina struggled and protested in a muffled voice that she wanted to take it back and hated surprise hugs. Ileana pressed a hand to her forehead, remarking dryly that Mina had to test the front door. With a calm step, Ileana extended her hand and manifested a golden blade known as the Soul's Word. One smooth slash split the net apart and Mina tumbled free with a thud. Mina sheepishly acknowledged the lesson and agreed to listen to the scary magic girl next time. Ileana noted that Mina learned quickly and suggested they attempt a smarter entrance. On the other side of the scenario, Yaoyorozu instructed Mineta to stay alert and stood by the walled-off door with her bow staff ready and an infrared visor tracking heat signatures. Mineta crouched beside her, clutching a few of his sticky purple spheres, and expressed confidence that their setup would catch the heroes off guard. Yaoyorozu frowned as she adjusted the visor and observed that the heat signatures had vanished. A bright yellow circle of light opened behind them, spinning slowly in the air. Ileana and Mina stepped out of the glowing portal and the faint hum of limbo echoed before the disc closed. Mina reacted with equal parts amazement and terror, questioning whether they should do that every time. Ileana remained stoic. Mineta complained that teleporting was unfair and launched a barrage of pop-off ball, firing sticky orbs at the newcomers. Mina grinned and responded by firing streams of acid that hissed on contact, melting the sticky spheres midair before they could reach her or Ileana. Mineta reacted in horror, insisting she couldn't just melt his ammunition. Ileana vanished into another stepping disc. The portal flared open behind Yaoyorozu, who sensed the movement and swung her staff in defense. Ileana reappeared and the Soul's Word cut clean through the staff, splitting it effortlessly. The broken weapon clattered to the floor as Yaoyorozu froze, wide-eyed and shocked at how the blade had sliced through. Ileana observed coldly that Yaoyorozu's creations were clever but lacked spirit. Yaoyorozu responded with determination that she would need to change tactics. Mina regained her balance, spread her hands as acid dripped to the ground, and launched forward with a wide grin. She closed the distance quickly and landed a powerful uppercut to Mineta, sending him spinning and collapsing unconscious with tiny stars circling above his head. Mina smugly declared that was how to take out the trash. Yaoyorozu reacted swiftly and slammed her hand down on a small device. A weighted net shot from the ceiling, wrapping Mina from head to toe and slamming her to the ground. Yaoyorozu explained that the net's polymer was resistant to corrosive acids and that Mina would not melt through it. She turned to face Ileana, and the two stood a few meters apart, locking eyes. Yaoyorozu formed small hovering drones that floated around Ileana in a circular formation and deployed weighted bolas. Ileana raised the Soul's Word and sliced through each bola with measured strikes, then stepped through a yellow portal to reappear behind one of the drones and cut it down. One by one, the drones fell silent. Ileana stepped through another disc and emerged beside Yaoyorozu. She struck Yaoyorozu with the pommel of her Soul's Word, sending her stumbling and crashing to the ground. Ileana declared the encounter over and turned her attention to the fake device she needed to touch to secure victory. She was about to form another stepping disc when Yaoyorozu, vision blurred, reached for a small remote and pressed it. Yaoyorozu gritted her teeth and ordered that it not be done yet. Several launchers embedded in the walls activated, releasing a burst of flash grenades that flooded the room with blinding light. Ileana winced and snapped her eyes shut as her vision was washed in white. Yaoyorozu staggered upright, formed a bow staff, and swung it down to pin Ileana to the ground. Yaoyorozu strained and told Ileana that she had left herself open. Ileana opened her eyes and saw a golden disc appear beneath her. Without hesitation, she dropped through it and closed it instantly, leaving Yaoyorozu standing over empty air. A second disc opened above the fake weapon. Ileana burst through it and landed gracefully on the floor beside it, pressing her hand against the mock bomb. All Might boomed that the heroes had secured the weapon and proclaimed victory for Ashido and Rasputin. Mina cheered where she was still tangled in the net and laughed that they had won, then asked if someone could cut her out again. Ileana sighed and rested the soul's word over her shoulder, dryly noting that Mina had a real talent for getting caught. Mina grinned and admitted she was just too captivating. Ileana, calm, told her she had fought well. Yaoyorozu sat on the floor with her visor lifted, frustration and quiet reflection in her expression. Ileana walked toward her, the soul's word fading from her hand, and knelt slightly to meet her gaze. Ileana spoke gently that it had been a bad matchup and that someone with teleportation powers would always have an edge in this kind of exercise. Yaoyorozu looked up, surprised by the sincerity in Ileana's tone. Ileana encouraged her, saying she had still made her work for it, that the traps and drones had kept her guessing and given her a run for her money. Yaoyorozu blinked and rubbed her jaw where the pommel had struck, a small smile forming. She thanked Ileana, saying she had been incredible and a truly formidable opponent. Yaoyorozu stood and extended her hand, earnest that she would be looking forward to their next match. Ileana accepted the offered hand and allowed a slight curve to her lips, saying she would look forward to it as well. Nearby, Mina, still half-wrapped in the acid-proof net, pumped a fist in the air and cheerfully declared that she would call dibs on the dramatic handshake next time. Ileana exhaled through her nose, the faintest trace of amusement on her face, and dryly wondered whether Mina could stay out of the next trap first. A short time later, the classroom buzzed with tension as the evening sun cast a warm orange hue through the windows. The day was nearly over, but the weight of the earlier battles still hung in the air. Ida addressed William sternly, saying that he had gone too far and that such behavior did not reflect what a hero should be. Tsuyu quietly agreed that throwing Todoroki down to the first floor and mind-controlling Shoji had been too much. Ojiro uneasily added that William had not just fought hard but had broken them mentally. William sat in silence at his desk, gaze fixed ahead. Ida insisted firmly that William's methods were villain-like and that heroes did not torment their opponents. Before William could respond, Izuku stood with fists clenched and declared his conviction that William was not a villain but was using his power the way he knew how. Heroes did not all fight the same way, and what mattered was that William wanted to protect people. His conviction silenced the room, and even Ida paused, unsure how to counter it. Ileana, calm, told Ida that the world was not fair and that some people learned that earlier than others. She looked toward the window, her tone distant yet steady, and memories surfaced of the time when her powers had first awakened and torn her from the safety of the world she had known. Though she had not been trapped in limbo for long in the real world, time there had twisted cruelly, stretching moments into what felt like years. Under Belasco's cruel hand she had been reshaped, tempted and scarred by darkness that lingered long after her escape. In the end, it had been the X-Men who found her and pulled her back from that abyss before it claimed the little light she had left. She turned her gaze back to the class, her expression unreadable, and spoke matter-of-factly that some people were simply born more powerful than others. That did not make them villains, she said, it made them different. Kirishima crossed his arms and nodded, earnest in saying that William had saved him during the entrance exam and, though rough, was a real hero in his book. The tension softened slightly, though Ida's frown lingered. William stood up and gathered his things without a word. The door opened and Todoroki walked in, his face pale but healed and his arm in a light brace. He ignored everyone, collected his belongings, and started for the exit. William followed him into the hallway and called his name. Todoroki stopped and glanced over his shoulder. William, stoic, told him that he owed him an apology and admitted he had gone too far in Todoroki's mind and had seen things he had no right to see. William said Todoroki did not deserve that and apologized. Todoroki, blunt, replied that he did not need William's apology and acknowledged William's greater strength, but stated that he would make sure to surpass him. William's eyes narrowed faintly and dryly. He said that if Todoroki's only goal was to surpass others, then he was more shallow than William had thought. Turning to leave, William said coldly that he had seen what was inside Todoroki's mind, a desire to surpass others, but an inability to face the part of himself that was screaming to be free. Todoroki froze, jaw tightening as William walked away without looking back, his silhouette framed by the fading orange light spilling through the hall windows. William ran through a dark forest, tense and fearful, whispering for something to stay away. Branches whipped against his arms as the air pressed heavy around him. The ground pulsed faintly with crimson veins, and shadows moved where light should have been. He stumbled and glanced over his shoulder, sensing a silhouette following him, silent and deliberate. Then the forest grew still. From the fog, red wisps slithered and wrapped around him like animated ribbons, coiling gently and lifting him off the ground. They bound his limbs and turned him to face what stood behind him. Another William stood in the dark, his face half hidden and his eyes glowing like dying embers. When the figure spoke, its voice was deep and layered with something ancient and intimidating. The other William called him his child. William struggled and, strained, insisted that the figure was not real. The darker William said that William had only scratched the surface of what he was and spoke of destiny and ruling over everything, claiming William as a vessel and a living conduit. The red glow around the figure intensified, swallowing the forest in light. The creature's form shifted in an uncanny, stylized way, horns and symbols appearing like smoky markings and shadowy accents rather than any realistic transformation, giving the scene the feel of an intense, supernatural confrontation rather than anything graphic. The same demonic figure that had haunted William's earlier dreams loomed before him, its voice echoing that he could not run from what he was. It lunged and William's eyes shot open. He sat upright in bed, chest heaving, skin damp with sweat as the early morning light leaked through the curtains and his heart pounded. From downstairs, Jean called gently that breakfast was ready. William exhaled slowly, ran a hand through his hair, and went downstairs. At the table, the Grey Summers family chatted quietly. Jean placed a plate in front of William with a soft smile. William sat beside Caleb and began to eat in silence, distant and distracted by the dream, the voice, the red light, and the promise of power he resolved to keep buried. Caleb spoke animatedly about his battle trial, saying it had gone smoothly and that he had been paired with Ibra. He recounted that they had faced Kendo and Tetsu and had managed to win, grinning as he attributed part of the victory to telepathy. William gave no response, focused on his food. Cyclops encouraged both of them and asked William about his match. William continued eating, the soft clink of his fork the only sound, and thought to himself about the dreams and the voices that had whispered during the trial. Caleb teased that William was zoning out again, and William eventually replied flatly that he had fought Todoroki and Shoji and that they had won. Cyclops raised an eyebrow, surprised, and Jean asked what had happened during the match. William bluntly explained that he had used his telepathy to interfere with Shoji and influence his actions against Todoroki, and that he had used telekinesis to send Todoroki tumbling down to the first floor below in a sudden, forceful maneuver that had ended the confrontation. Cyclops reacted with a shocked cough, and Jean's eyes widened at the mention of Todoroki, recognizing him as the son of Endeavor. Caleb expressed impressed admiration at how far William had gone. William remained impassive, saying quietly that it had not been done for show but because it had been necessary. The table fell silent, the only sounds the ticking of the clock and the morning light filtering through the blinds. Jean asked if they could talk for a moment and led William into the kitchen, concern on her face. She asked him to be honest about whether he had used his telepathy inappropriately during the trial. William composed himself and admitted that he had entered Todoroki's mind to exploit fears and insecurities and had manipulated Shoji's thoughts as he had before. Jean exhaled and told him firmly that he could not keep doing that, insisting that he promise never to use those abilities on classmates unless facing a real threat, someone who meant to harm others. William quietly promised. Jean's expression softened and she added, with a lighter tone, that using telepathy to end a fight quickly by putting someone to sleep, temporarily stopping them, or disabling their quirks in a controlled way was different, and she said she would teach him those methods when the time was right. William reacted with surprise to the idea that she could teach such things, and Jean smiled faintly. Before he left, she advised him to try to avoid Todoroki, explaining that she understood the darker side of Todoroki's family and shared William's dislike for his father. William allowed a subtle smirk and agreed tacitly. The morning passed quietly. Sunlight cut across the tall windows of Class 1A as students settled into their seats. Aizawa stood before them, looking as uninterested as ever, and announced that the class would decide on a representative and a deputy. The room erupted into chatter. Mina loudly campaigned for herself while Kaminari and Siro joked and tossed out names. Ida argued that the decision should be democratic and insisted that a representative should embody order and responsibility. Paper slips were passed around. William hovered over his desk, staring at an empty line as he considered writing Midoriya's name, thinking that Midoriya was earnest and brave but also already burdened with responsibility. He watched Ida standing tall and chose his vote. When the votes were tallied, Aizawa read the results. Midoriya would be class representative and Yayorozu deputy. The class cheered, Midoriya nervously thanked everyone, and Ida froze in disbelief. William leaned back in his seat and exhaled softly, accepting that his small plan had failed. At lunch, William slung his bag over his shoulder and spotted Kirishima and Iliana near the door. As he moved toward them, All Might called him over and his expression was unusually serious and concerned. All Might told William that his performance in the trial had been concerning. William showed immense potential but also a worrying level of aggression. William replied with annoyance that he had already heard lectures from Jean. All Might softened and acknowledged that Jean had been taking care of William since what had happened with his mother. William's posture stiffened and his tone turned cold as he warned All Might not to mention his mother. He stepped closer and demanded that All Might keep her name out of his mouth. Someone told All Might to focus on making sure Izuku Midoriya mastered one for all instead of prying into things he did not understand. The speaker turned away before All Might could respond and walked down the corridor without another glance. The echo of his footsteps faded as he pushed through the cafeteria doors, where Kirishima, Iliana, Izuku Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida were already seated, waiting for him. The cafeteria buzzed with energy, the air filled with chatter and laughter from both Class 1A and 1B. William and Caleb sat together near the window, sunlight spilling across their trays as they spoke quietly. Both understood that being in separate classes would change things, different schedules, different circles, fewer shared moments. It was not distance or disagreement but the natural pull of new routines. In truth, being in 1A gave William the chance to branch out, to build connections beyond Caleb, Izuku, Iliana, and Kurt, and to grow as a hero and as a person. When their conversation faded, Caleb glanced toward the table where his new classmates from 1B were gathering, while William watched Izuku, Ida, Kirishima, and Iliana among the 1A group. The bell had not rung yet, but the shift between them felt subtle, inevitable, and quietly accepted. Ida asked curiously whether William and Caleb were particularly close, noting that it was unusual to see students from different classes so tightly connected, especially given Caleb's well-known parents. Izuku blinked and looked toward William, who set down his drink, silent for a moment before resting his elbow on the table. William remembered an afternoon when he had stood beside Izuku under a warm sun by the gates. Izuku had asked if he and Caleb always went the same way home and whether they were neighbors. William had admitted it was something like that, then revealed that Jean Grey and Scott Summers were his legal guardians. He had told Izuku quietly that his mother had been the Scarlet Witch, who had sacrificed herself to seal off the dreamscape and stop a creature named Nightmare. The name had hung in the air heavy and mournful. Izuku had not pressed further and had only nodded in understanding. Back in the present, William described in a steady voice that he and Caleb had grown up together, same home, same school, Xavier Academy, and that there was nothing more than that. Ida leaned forward, still curious, and William felt a prying question form. Ileana cut in coldly and insisted that they respect his privacy. Kirishima added firmly that asking like that was not appropriate. Ida blinked, then bowed his head and apologized, saying he had only been curious and had not meant to intrude. William gave a faint nod and returned to his meal as conversation shifted back to lighter topics, though a quiet weight of guilt remained with him. Meanwhile, Caleb sat with his tray among Class 1B's liveliest group, Kendo and Kurt laughing as Tetsu ate, Ibra quietly eating her salad, and Monoma already ranting about how Class 1A's reputation was overrated. Caleb's eyes kept drifting toward William's table. When Kendo teased him about staring, he replied that William was hiding something. Kendo raised an eyebrow and asked why he seemed so concerned for someone from another class. Caleb said softly that William was more than a friend, family in a way, something they had known for a long time. Kendo smirked at the hint. Monoma leaned over with a smug grin and began to mock, but a blue psionic hand formed beside Caleb and slapped Monoma, sending him sliding off his seat. Tetsu grinned and joked that Monoma had brought it on himself, and Ibra, a little exasperated, used her vines to help drag Monoma back, warning him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Caleb leaned back and exhaled, but a faint blue light shimmered briefly across his forehead. He winced as a sharp pain pulsed through his temples and felt a sting at his nose. Kendo immediately asked if he was all right. Caleb pressed a hand to his temple and said grimly that something was out there and it was not supposed to be. Kendo straightened, serious, and directed others to stay with Monoma and watch things in the cafeteria. Kurt acknowledged the instruction. Caleb dabbed at his nose and pushed away from the table, his blue aura flaring as he sensed a presence that did not belong to anyone from UA. Kendo and Caleb moved through the courtyard, the afternoon breeze brushing their uniforms. The outer barricade of UA came into view, and beyond it reporters huddled with cameras and microphones raised. Kendo suggested it might be nothing more than the reporters that had been camped out all morning, but Caleb remained focused. What he had sensed felt different. A low crackling sound cut through the air. They turned just in time to see the barricade seem to dissolve like ash carried on the wind, collapsing as if eaten away by an unseen force. Reporters gasped and stumbled, equipment clattering to the pavement. Caleb's eyes fixed on a figure at a distance. A man with light blue hair, pale skin, a loose black shirt, and a hand covering his face like a mask. Kendo warned that he was the one responsible. Her quirk activated and her hands expanded, each finger thickening until her fists were massive and ready. Caleb pressed 2 fingers against his temple, a faint blue glow pulsing at the center of his forehead. He called for the man to stop, but before anyone could move closer, a thick purple mist swirled around the man's form, obscuring him. The air distorted, twisting like smoke drawn into a vortex. Kendo tensed and asked what was happening. In an instant, the man vanished, swallowed entirely by the violet haze that faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the crumbled remnants of the barricade and confused reporters rushing past the gates. Caleb lowered his hand, jaw tightening, and observed grimly that the man had not been there by chance. Kendo glanced at the spot where the man had stood, her fists shrinking back to normal, and insisted that they should tell Vlad King immediately. Caleb nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the faint purple mist lingering in the air like a warning. The cafeteria was alive with midday activity trays clattering, voices overlapping, and laughter echoing from every corner. William picked at his food while others chatted around him, the atmosphere light and almost peaceful. That peace shattered when the school alarm blared through the building. Red lights flashed across the walls and students looked around in confusion. A third-year student by the door called out that the alarm meant someone had breached the barrier and that there was an intruder on campus. Chaos erupted, chairs toppled, trays hit the floor, and the students of Class 1A rushed toward the exits. The narrow hallway became clogged with bodies as everyone shouted and pushed to get through. William steadied himself against the frantic rush, the air thick with panic, and moved calmly but with purpose through the tide of students, searching for order. Ida remained focused, his analytical mind already working through the situation. He directed William to use his telekinesis to lift him up to the emergency exit. Bored so he could calm everyone down, William nodded and raised his hand. Crimson light gathered around Ida and lifted him above the chaos until he stood atop the emergency exit sign, visible to everyone below. Ida projected his voice, urging everyone to remain calm and explaining that it was only the press. He assured them that no villains had entered UA and that they were safe. The effect was immediate, the shouting dulled and the pushing stopped. Students slowly began to settle, and William gently lowered Ida back down as the red glow faded from his hand. The alarm soon ceased, leaving only the low murmur of embarrassed students who realized they had panicked over reporters. Back in the classroom, afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows and things returned to normal. Izuku stood before the class with a steady but uncertain voice and said that he thought he should step down as class president because Ida had been the one to handle everything that day and deserved the position. He turned toward Ida with a small, genuine smile and nominated him as his replacement. The class murmured in agreement. Mina clapped, Kirishima grinned, and even William offered a faint approving nod from his seat. Kirishima enthused that Ida had kept everyone cool-headed and called that manly leadership. The votes were quick and unanimous. Ida was officially declared the new class representative and stood tall at the front of the room as his classmates applauded. William leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and commented in a calm tone that the right person had gotten the job. Ileana smirked and playfully nudged his arm, teasing him to admit he was impressed. William gave a faint shrug and allowed a hint of a smile. The next morning, sunlight poured through the glass halls of UA as students streamed in, their chatter filling the air. Rumors about a special training session buzzed throughout the campus. In Class 1A's homeroom, uniforms were crisp and faces alert. The usual morning drowsiness had been replaced with curiosity. Class 1B was just as restless, whispering theories about the challenge ahead. When the gym doors opened and students from both classes gathered, All Might's booming voice announced that the day's exercise would be an interclass collaboration between 1A and 1B. He explained that interclass cooperation would strengthen adaptability, since graduates would need to coordinate with different styles, strengths, and personalities in the field. William looked up with a faint spark of anticipation at the thought of seeing Caleb more often through joint exercises. Outside, the training grounds had been transformed into a sprawling simulation of a mock city damaged by disaster. Crumbled buildings, fires, and half-toppled structures filled the horizon. All Might outlined the mission to rescue civilians, stabilize hazardous zones, and neutralize rogue villain AIs, framing it as a true disaster response operation. The large screen displayed the first team lineup: William Maximoff, Caleb Gray Summers, Momo Yaoyorozu, Itsuka Kendo, Kyoka Jiro, and Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba. Caleb grinned and remarked with excitement that they were together again. William turned slightly and allowed a faint smirk as he finally got a clear look at Caleb's hero outfit, a breathable navy suit with a stylized gold phoenix crest across his chest, a yellow belt with a bold emblem, and matching boots and gloves. The blue and yellow color scheme paid homage to his parents' legacy in the X-Men, a subtle nod to the heroes he came from. William also took in Kurt's appearance, a lean, acrobatic hero in a black suit with a striking crimson design, white accents highlighting his unique limbs, blue skin, glowing yellow eyes, pointed ears, and a whip-like tail that gave him a swashbuckling air. 3 swords were strapped across his body in positions meant for fluid, unpredictable combat. William challenged them to try to keep up this time. Kendo walked over, stretched her fingers with a confident smile, and expressed that she was glad to see William again and looked forward to working with him. Before William could reply, Tsuburaba stepped forward, flashed a confident grin, and introduced himself as Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba, adding that he hadn't expected to see someone so sharp-looking in 1A and asking if William was free after the drill. Caleb's eyes narrowed almost instantly as a faint spark of telekinetic static traced around his temples. William stared back at Tsuburaba for a few seconds, face blank, and said coldly that he would rather have a chat with the rubble. Tsuburaba blinked, caught off guard, while Kendo muffled a laugh and Caleb allowed a small, victorious smirk to tug at his lips. Caleb casually remarked that William was not really the social type. Kendo grinned and teased that someone would have to protect him from heartbreak. Caleb glanced at William and, with a softer tone for a moment, agreed that something like that might be true. William met Caleb's eyes for a second, unreadable but warm enough to make Caleb's smirk falter slightly. All Might then thundered that they should prepare themselves because the first phase began now. The ground trembled, smoke rose from the simulated cityscape, and alarms blared as the disaster scenario came to life. The group entered the simulated disaster zone with smoke and dust hanging in the air and the sound of collapsing metal echoing in the distance. Rubble scattered across cracked pavement, fires burned in hollow building shells, and holographic cries for help filled the air. William raised a hand slightly and let crimson energy ripple in a faint pulse that spread across the zone. His eyes glowed red for a brief second as the wave extended outward, reaching through debris and damaged streets. William reported that he was detecting multiple mental signatures, some artificial and others real, and that upper-year students were acting as civilians. Momo responded calmly that it was a mix of rescue and coordination with live participants, which complicated things. Kendo advised moving fast and smart, assigning Caleb and William to take point with recon. Caleb pressed 2 fingers to his temple and extended his telepathic awareness alongside William's, saying he detected most of the AIs clustered east near the collapsed overpass while picking up a strong real presence under a partially buried structure northwest that could be a trap or a tougher test. Jiro proposed splitting into 2 units, offering that she and Tsuburaba could scout the east side while the others checked. The buried signal. Tsuburaba, smirking, promised to handle the structural braces. William glanced briefly at Caleb, the faintest trace of red still glowing in his eyes, and warned everyone to stay alert because the AIs were mimicking real villain patterns and would punish being taken lightly. Kendo rallied the group, saying they should show all might they had it handled. The 2 groups broke formation and moved deeper into the ruined zone, red and blue light pulsing ahead like twin signals guiding them through the chaos. The students spread out and immediately dove into their tasks. Momo's hands moved rapidly, creating stretchers for trapped civilians, sealing unstable walls, and distributing oxygen masks to those caught in smoke-filled areas. Tsuburaba confidently took charge of structural bracing and extended shimmering air walls to prop up a crumbling building but misjudged the weight of the rubble, causing a cascade of debris that threatened the dummies and scattered students. William stepped in and calmly told everyone to hold still as red energy traced along his hands and telekinetically stopped the falling debris, lifting each piece carefully and holding them in place. Tsuburaba offered a grateful, somewhat flirty thanks and promised to return the favor. William replied dryly that they should keep it professional, which froze Tsuburaba for a moment. Jiro chuckled and called William the Silent Prince, amused by his composed demeanor. William's expression softened a fraction at the nickname before he refocused. Jiro then reported that she was picking up faint cries and that someone was trapped under rubble. Caleb's eyes glowed faint blue as he scanned mental signatures and analyzed that 2 people were under a bus wreckage, 3 in a shop corner, and one of them wasn't moving, which could be real or an AI and required caution. William raised his hands again, red energy wrapping around debris like invisible threads as he carefully lifted slabs of concrete and twisted metal, sliding each piece aside to free trapped dummies and upper-year students. Protective force fields shimmered around him to prevent further harm from shifting rubble. One of the upper-year students acting as a civilian, Nijire, stood from under a fallen beam brushing dust off and expressed energetic encouragement, impressed by the team's coordination and saying they had real potential this year. She turned to Tamaki and suggested the class was going to make a name for itself if they kept it up. William scanned the area ahead and shifted more debris while Caleb's calm voice guided them to keep an eye on the west side because he was picking up unstable structures near the shop front that might need quick attention. The students pressed on, taking their tasks seriously as the simulated city trembled around them. They had managed to rescue roughly half of the trapped civilians, both real and AI, and move them to safe zones while smoke and dust continued to hang thick. Suddenly, a loudspeaker announcement warned of a new wave incoming. 5 mid-tier villain drones emerged from the wrecked streets, mechanical limbs clanking against the rubble as they surged forward to simulate a counterattack meant to slow the students' rescue progress. Kendo looked at the approaching drones and decided that half of the team should get the civilians to safety while the rest held off the attackers. Her eyes swept the group and paused at Caleb and William, who stepped forward to handle the AIs. William and Caleb exchanged a silent understanding, and William said they could hold them off and to use the time wisely. Kendo, bearing the weight of responsibility, nodded and reminded them to watch each other's backs. Caleb affirmed that they always would. William's hands rose and red energy gathered around them as he and Caleb moved forward to intercept the drones. Caleb telepathically warned William about the left flank, sensing an AI moving around his side. William narrowed his glowing crimson eyes and moved his hand forward, launching a precise burst of red energy that struck the rogue AI and sent it crashing into a nearby wall. Caleb raised both arms and formed blue psionic walls. The barriers hovered and then came together with controlled force, trapping two advancing drones between them. The bots strained against the crushing power but were unable to escape. Caleb mentally told William to stay close and extended his psionic aura around both of them, forming a protective blue dome that sent shards of debris, stray projectiles, and sparks from nearby fires bouncing harmlessly off the barrier. William focused, palms glowing as he conjured 4 crimson orbs pulsing with raw energy. He launched the first through the air, striking a hovering AI in its core until it sparked and went dark. The second curved around a column to slam another drone into the rubble with a metallic screech. The third darted like a streak of red lightning, striking a trio of advancing enemies and sending them tumbling in a spray of sparks. The fourth shot straight ahead, detonating against a cluster of AIs and sending their frames skittering across the battlefield. At the same time, William manipulated the rubble around them. Chunks of concrete, bent rebar, and pieces of collapsed walls lifted and hurled forward at the remaining wave of AIs, smashing them into the ground or pinning them against debris. Caleb and William heard faint voices crackle through their earpieces, giving them a sense of the larger operation. Jiro told them over the comms that the evacuation was almost complete and to keep steady. Kendo, her tone determined, reported that only 2 civilians remained and urged them to hold on a bit longer. William's red eyes swept the zone, focusing on the enemies still advancing. He flicked a hand to send one more sphere in a controlled arc to intercept a drone trying to flank from behind while sending another piece of rubble hurtling at a cluster ahead. He instructed them to keep moving and make no mistakes. Caleb's dome pulsed as it absorbed a barrage of fire from the bots. He scanned for patterns in the attack and adjusted the barrier so both he and William remained protected while the red spheres and thrown debris tore through the enemy wave. They moved in near-perfect coordination, red and blue energies dancing across the battlefield, crushing, deflecting, and clearing a path while the rest of the team finished evacuating the civilians. A shrill pulse of sound swept through the air, disabling an entire row of approaching drones in a single wave. Sparks scattered like fireflies. Kendo announced with a grin that the cavalry had arrived. Jiro stood with her jacks plugged into her stereo boots, rhythmic vibrations pulsing from her stance. Beside her, Yairozu's hands moved with quick precision as metallic cages formed and snapped shut around several smaller AIs before they could advance. Tsuburaba inhaled deeply and exhaled a concentrated burst of his quirk to create a massive air mace, swinging it hard and smashing through the trapped bots with a thunderous impact that sent fragments tumbling across the cracked pavement. Kendo charged forward with enlarged fists, hammering through a horde of smaller drones so that metal and concrete shuddered beneath each hit. Caleb and Tsuburaba coordinated from the rear, Caleb raising a translucent barrier of blue psionic energy while Tsuburaba shaped thick walls of compressed air to shield their allies from enemy fire. Jiro unleashed another booming shockwave that knocked a line of advancing drones out of the fight. William urged everyone to keep the formation tight as he hurled more red energy spheres into the air, each bursting into a crimson blast that tore through enemy lines and disabled 2, then 3 more drones in rapid succession. A deep mechanical growl echoed through the ruined streets, and from the smoke, a larger AI emerged. Its towering frame was plated in black alloy with glowing red optics, the main leader unit. Kendo commanded that they needed to contain it and urged everyone to move. She dashed forward and connected a punch with the machine's torso, but the impact barely made it stagger. The AI's glowing eyes locked onto her, and its clawed forearm shot out to grip her arm before hurling her aside. Kendo crashed through a half-collapsed wall, dust billowing where she landed. Caleb called out sharply that Kendo was down. William's expression went cold and resolute as he stepped forward, energy crackling faintly around his palms while the team braced for the machine's next move. Tsuburaba exhaled and moved both arms forward as gusts of compressed air spiraled around him, forming dozens of solid spears suspended above the battlefield before they rained down on the towering enemy. The AI raised an armored forearm and generated a defensive shield that absorbed the brunt of the attack, and the spears shattered against it with metallic clangs. William lifted one hand and drew a nearby car into a swirl of red energy before hurling it toward the bot. The machine responded by revealing a rotary saw and slicing the vehicle in half as it passed, both pieces erupting in flame behind it. Caleb focused and sent a red psionic optic blast at the enemy, but the bot redirected its shield so the beam glanced off and struck Jiro, knocking her off her feet. Caleb panicked and shouted concern for Jiro as the bot's chest glowed and began to fire a concussive laser straight toward him. He raised his arms to form a dome of blue psionic energy, and the beam slammed into the barrier, cracking it like glass. A cold, ancient whisper slid into William's mind, familiar and unsettling, telling him that the core beneath the bot's chest was hidden in the second plate and that striking there would end it. A shiver ran down his spine, but the voice sounded truthful. Symbols burned crimson in his vision over the machine's chest like a guide. William steadied his breathing and told the others to keep the enemy's attention on the left side while he moved in for the core. Caleb sensed the storm in William's thoughts but chose trust over doubt and ordered them to give cover fire. Momo moved swiftly to create a stun device while Tsuburaba summoned thick air walls to intercept the bot's plasma shots. The stun detonated in a flash, disorienting the enemy. William took that moment. His form outlined by red energy, he darted behind the bot and gathered a pulsing sphere between his palms. The energy hummed like a heartbeat. Caleb, straining telepathically, urged him to make it count. William, cold and resolved, pushed the sphere forward so it collapsed into a focused crimson beam that pierced the bot's chest and struck the marked core. The machine convulsed and emitted blinding arcs of light and sparks. It dropped to one knee, groaning mechanically before collapsing completely, smoke and flames spilling from its ruined frame. Silence followed. Only the sound of static and heavy breathing filled the comms as William stood amid the wreckage, red wisps slowly fading from his hands. A loud alarm echoed across the mock city as red lights flashed above the ruined streets. The AI drones froze, their optics dimming one by one before an automated voice announced that the exercise was complete and that Team Maximoff had achieved their objectives. Civilian rescue and enemy suppression had been successful. The tension drained from everyone at once. Kendo leaned against a cracked wall and exhaled in relief. Jiro limped toward them, rubbing her shoulder but grinning. Momo wiped dust from her outfit while Tsuburaba pumped a fist in celebration. All Might came through the loudspeakers, proud and booming, congratulating them and praising their coordination, adaptability, and use of abilities, saying they had exceeded expectations. William stood off to the side with his hands in his pockets, watching the others gather. Caleb approached him, a faint blue light still lingering at the corners of his eyes and a note of suspicion in his manner as he asked how William had known where to strike. William answered calmly and at a distance, explaining that it had been instinct machines moved in patterns and he had watched long enough to see one. Caleb's gaze lingered, narrowing slightly, his skepticism evident as he repeated the explanation to himself. He turned away to help Jiro, but doubt lingered in his expression. William glanced down at his palms as tiny traces of red light shimmered across them and then faded. He closed his fists and followed the others toward All Might's location while the simulated city began resetting around them. The world that came into focus for William was too silent. The sky hung heavy and gray above a ruined city, the buildings fractured and lifeless. Wind pushed through empty streets, carrying the faint echo of sirens that had long since died. He stepped over a cracked streetlight, boots scraping against the concrete, and felt a chill of unease as he asked himself what had happened. Something moved ahead, a familiar figure standing amidst the rubble. William recognized Kirishima and called his name, startled. Kirishima turned slowly. His skin was hardened and cracked like stone, and his eyes burned crimson, the same color that flared in William whenever he used his energy. Kirishima spoke in an ominous tone that William could not escape it and that his destiny was already written. Kirishima hardened his arms and charged. William reacted instinctively as red wisps coiled from his hands and tendrils of energy reached into Kirishima's mind. The hardened hero stopped mid-stride, his body trembling before collapsing to his knees and drifting into sleep. William backed away, breathing hard, his heart pounding. The silence returned, heavier this time. He turned a corner and froze. Jiro and Ileana stood in the middle of the street, their eyes glowing the same haunting red. Jiro whispered that he could not run from him, and Ileana added that he waited within him. A sharp wave of sound erupted from Jiro's stereo boots, tearing through the air. William moved his hand forward as red energy expanded into a dome around him. The blast struck the barrier and scattered across its surface in shimmering ripples. Ileana vanished into a golden stepping disc and reappeared inside the dome with her soul's word gleaming. She swung with fierce intent and William ducked, feeling the heat of the blade pass overhead. He retaliated by throwing a sphere of compressed red energy that exploded on impact, sending Ileana backward through several crumbling walls. William's breath came in short bursts. Jiro's voice echoed in his head with a cold, hollow insistence to end it before it ended him. Her jacks lashed out toward his ears, but William raised both hands and the red wisps wrapped around the cords, freezing them midair. He shifted his focus behind her. A wall cracked and then collapsed, pinning Jiro beneath rubble. William turned and ran, his pulse thundering as the ruined city stretched ahead and shadows twisted in the distance. The whispers followed him low, distorted, and all too familiar. He slowed, breaths uneven, as the street around him buckled and the ground cracked beneath his boots. Explosions tore through the avenue from his left, smoke spilling outward as Bakugo emerged with sparks coiling around his hands and a cold, alien grin. From his right Todoroki glided forward on a rising path of ice, frost creeping along the shattered buildings. Bakugo taunted that William was fighting what was inside him only for it to have already won, while Todoroki observed in a calm, eerie voice that William bore its mark and could not escape what had been written for him. Todoroki's wall of ice surged toward him at the same moment Bakugo ignited a blast and hurled it forward. William clenched his fists and let red energy pulse through his legs as he leapt high, the air burning beneath him, vaulting over the two converging attacks. Below, the mind-controlled Todoroki froze Bakugo mid-charge as ice locked him in place. Bakugo's explosion detonated too close and the collision of elements engulfed the street in a violent burst. William fell back toward the ground, extending both arms as red energy gathered in his palms and erupted downward to cushion his fall in a rippling blast. He barely had time to stand before a sharp red beam struck his chest and sent him crashing through a glass wall. Shards scattered across the floor as he groaned and pushed himself up. Blue wisps began to wrap around his limbs and lift him into the air. Suspended and helpless, he looked forward to see Caleb standing there with eyes glowing crimson and his hand raised. Beside Caleb, Izuku's green aura had been warped red, and behind them the rest of Class 1A and 1B emerged Uraraka, Ida, Kendo, Tsuburaba, all with the same burning crimson light in their eyes. Uraraka warned him that he could not fight forever. Ida stated, in a cold manner, that he had been chosen long before he realized it. Kendo grimly declared that this was who he had always been meant to be. William strained to call out for Caleb to wake up and insisted that this was not who he truly was. Caleb's hand trembled, but the blue psionic energy constricted around William's chest, tightening its hold. The ground beneath them split open as red symbols formed a circle etched in glowing lines. Candles flickered to life around the sigils, and from the center a pillar of crimson light shot upward. From the molten haze a tall, demonic figure rose with each step resonating through the air. Horns curved from his crown and his eyes burned with an ancient malice. The figure introduced himself as Cthon, naming himself the first will and the shadow behind creation, and declared that William was his heir, that everything William saw, every thought and fear, led back to him. William struggled against the blue energy that bound him, but the restraints held. The figure reached out, claws gleaming with red light, and promised to walk with William and lend him strength if William would in turn lend him form. Chthon pressed his hand to William's chest, and an overwhelming surge of force and agony coursed through him. William gasped and reeled under the pressure, collapsing as the world blurred around him. A shadowy demon reached for William, its claws settling against his chest as a cold red glow spilled outward. Chthon whispered that William's journey began in that moment. William's vision darkened, the red light swallowing everything until only the echo of his heartbeat remained. Chthon's fingers tightened around the pulsing light, the crimson spreading up his arm like veins of fire. Chthon murmured that power was an exquisite defiance in William's blood. The demon drew on the glow as if feeding on it, and the surge sounded like distant thunder. William's body jolted, his eyes snapped open. He was back in his bedroom, breathing fast and sweating at his temple. William cried out that no. He sat upright, clutching his chest. Caleb stirred beside him, hair messy and concern written across his face. Caleb reassured him that he was safe and that it had only been a nightmare. William forced himself to breathe evenly as the red in his eyes faded back to green. The room fell quiet except for their breathing for a few long seconds before Caleb, gentle, reminded him that he could say anything. William hesitated, hands in his lap, then admitted that for the past few days he had been having recurring dreams, different places each time, cities, ruins, even whole worlds, but the same presence was always there. Tonight, it had finally revealed its name, Chthon. Caleb frowned and said that the name did not sound like something William would simply imagine. William answered that it felt real, as if it waited just outside his thoughts for him to close his eyes. He asked Caleb, careful, if his powers ever made him hear things, whispers or strange dreams. Caleb thought for a moment and said that he had not experienced whispers like that, but since gaining his quirk he had felt a resonance, a presence that felt warm and bright. When he was a child, he had dreamt of golden light drifting through space. It had always felt near, as if calling to him. William tilted his head and, dryly, commented that a cosmic light calling to him in sleep was oddly comforting. Caleb grinned and said William already sounded better. William allowed a faint smirk and said he would not call that dream therapy effective. Caleb teased that William was welcome anyway. The quiet that followed felt lighter. William leaned back on his pillow while Caleb turned toward him, half asleep. Caleb softly promised they would figure it out and that William was not alone. William quietly agreed to hold him to that. The room settled, night air drifting through the open window as both slowly fell asleep again. Morning sunlight filtered through the classroom windows. Aizawa stood at the front, wrapped in his usual capture cloth, his gaze heavy-lidded but sharp. He announced that today's Hero Basics class would be handled by All Might, himself, and 2 additional instructors. He pulled a card from his capture cloth with the single bold word rescue and held it up for everyone to see. Aizawa explained that they were heading to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint USJ to perform rescue exercises under simulated disaster conditions. Floods, fires, shipwrecks, the works. Half of Class 1A would go first, joined by half of Class 1B, and the rest would follow afterward. The class murmured with anticipation as the monitor displayed the list of names. William scanned the board and saw his name alongside Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida, Bakugo, Tsu, Mineta, Iliana, Todoroki, and Jiro. Within minutes they were suited in their hero costumes, gathering outside the main building where a bus waited. The air buzzed with excitement. Across the courtyard, half of Class 1B arrived, equally geared up. Monoma, smirking as usual, folded his arms and remarked that Class 1A might provide some comic relief for any great operation. Jiro, deadpan, asked if he ever stopped talking. Iliana coolly suggested she could open a portal and leave him somewhere quiet, like Siberia. Monoma continued, mockingly asserting that someone here needed to set the example of real hero work, when Kendo brought a firm hand to the back of his neck and he collapsed. Kendo apologized, saying he sometimes forgot to be human, and began dragging his limp body toward the bus while Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya watched, uneasy. William leaned against the bus door, arms crossed, when Tsuburaba strolled over grinning. Tsuburaba complimented William on his performance during the disaster trial and suggested they train together or grab a bite sometime. Before William could reply, a faint hum sounded beside them. Caleb produced a blue psionic hand that tapped Tsuburaba's neck. Tsuburaba froze mid-sentence and slumped to the ground. Caleb, amused, said he would handle this one. William glanced over with a cool stare and dryly approved of the efficiency. Caleb chuckled and said the student would wake up eventually. Aizawa called from the bus door, tired, telling them to stop knocking out teammates and board up. They were leaving. The group filed onto the bus, the morning air still charged with anticipation for UA. The bus rumbled along toward the USJ as students from both classes mingled, comparing powers and training experiences. Tsuyu commented that Midoriya's power resembled All Might's, both being strength-based, which made Midoriya fluster and try to explain himself. William leaned back and noted, calmly, that All Might did not injure himself the way Midoriya did, suggesting there was a difference. Midoriya exhaled in relief and Tsuyu nodded thoughtfully. Across the aisle, Kirishima grinned and confessed he wished for something flashier, like fireworks or lasers that would wow a crowd. William's lips twitched with the faintest amusement as he told Kirishima that he already had something better, a durable, strong, straightforward quirk that was more heroic than flashy lights. William said it was manly and people respected that. Kirishima flushed and stammered his thanks. William smiled and said that it meant a lot. From beside him, Caleb tapped his fingers idly against the armrest, a faint blue shimmer flickering at his temple as he glanced at William. Caleb's posture was relaxed, but the quiet tension beneath it betrayed the storm his calm expression tried to hide. Kirishima smiled widely and cheerfully pointed out that guys like Bakugo, William, Iliana, and Todoroki had the perfect powers to become big-name pros someday. Tsuyu responded matter-of-factly that Bakugo was too angry to be popular. Bakugo bristled with irritation and demanded what Tsuyu had said, hands crackling faintly with sparks. Kaminari grinned and agreed that Tsuyu had a point, teasing that Bakugo had strength but an explosive personality. Kendo leaned forward from the Class 1B section, resting her chin on her palm with a teasing grin and warned that Caleb was a powerhouse who did not hold back in combat. Caleb smirked and, with light modesty, said she was only flattering him because he helped win group exercises. Kendo affirmed that everyone needed an ace and added confidently that Class B had more than one star, naming Tyrone and Tandy as an unstoppable duo. William's eyes shifted toward the two sitting near the back. Tandy sat by the window in a white bodysuit that gleamed under the morning light. The subtle dagger emblem on her chest and the crescent mark by her eye gave her an ethereal look, equal parts elegant and fierce. Her long blonde hair framed her face as she turned shyly toward the group and modestly insisted that Kendo was exaggerating and that they simply worked well together. Beside her, Tyrone's dark cloak pooled like living shadow, with a gold clasp at his collar catching the light. His glowing white eyes contrasted sharply against his dark hood. The darkness around him shifted faintly, as if it had a pulse of its own. Tyrone calmly agreed that Tandy was being humble and confirmed that they made a decent team. Kendo elbowed Caleb lightly, smirking and suggesting he could learn from them. Caleb replied dryly that he preferred confidence. The bus filled with laughter and friendly teasing as it drove through the gates of UA's mountain facility, unaware of what awaited them at the USJ. William asked Caleb what exactly Tandy and Tyrone could do. Caleb shifted in his seat, glanced toward the pair at the back, and explained that Tandy manipulated pure light energy and could shape it into weapons, mostly daggers. He said those manifestations were powerful and could also purify corruption or heal wounds depending on how she channeled them. William's eyes lingered on Tandy as she laughed softly at something Kendo said. A faint white shimmer pulsed around her fingertips before fading. Caleb began to describe Tyrone when Kurt from behind interrupted brightly. Kurt excitedly clarified that Tyrone was Tandy's polar opposite and that he commanded dark energy. Kurt compared Tyrone to himself as a teleporter, but added that Tyrone's powers went further. He could turn himself into living darkness, absorb and redirect ranged attacks, open portals wherever he chose, and even disorient enemies with fear if they stayed too close. Kurt's golden eyes were lively and his tail curled lazily as he spoke, delighted by the idea of a walking shadow paired with a living light. William glanced again at Tyrone, who met his gaze briefly from beneath the cowl. For a moment, the darkness around Tyrone seemed to ripple faintly, as though reacting to attention. The way the shadows gathered at his command, silent yet heavy with presence, reminded William of Tokoyami's ability. Only Tyrone's aura felt deeper and hungrier, as if the darkness itself recognized him as its vessel. William observed that the pair were balanced yet potentially dangerous if pushed too far. Caleb smirked and crossed his arms, confident that they would see what the duo could really do once training started. Tandy turned toward them and caught William's gaze for a brief instant. Her faint smile carried both confidence and warmth, a sharp contrast to the quiet void beside her. The bus came to a slow halt in front of a massive dome-shaped structure surrounded by forested hills and metallic gates. The students stepped out, greeted by the cool breeze and the sight of the towering facility. A figure in a sleek white, spacesuit-like costume stood before the entrance, the helmet's dark visor reflecting the morning light. She welcomed everyone to the unforeseen simulation joint, the USJ, and gestured toward the massive dome behind her. She explained that the facility was built to simulate disasters: earthquakes, floods, landslides, shipwrecks, and that the day's goal was to learn how to use powers to save lives, not just fight villains. Her tone was warm and proud, then turned serious as she reminded them that abilities were incredible gifts that could bring harm if used without control, and that a hero's duty was about protection rather than destruction. As she spoke, William's attention drifted. Her words struck a familiar echo of a memory buried deep. He recalled Jean's calm, instructive voice warning him that every time he entered someone's mind he risked breaking something that could not be fixed, and that fear and control were sharp tools that could scar the soul if misused. His jaw tightened at the recollection. Before he could push the thought away, a cold, ancient voice slid into his mind, warning that peace was fleeting, that shadows gathered, and that the gate was opening to the approach of children of chaos. William froze. A crimson glow flared in his eyes and images struck like lightning. Shigaraki standing atop a mountain of rubble, decay spreading through the city like a living plague, and armies of villains surging behind him with hungry, ruinous intent. In the vision, Aizawa was struck and fell, clearly wounded, while a massive Nomu loomed nearby. Vlad King lunged to intercept but was overpowered, sent crashing aside. Smoke and alarmed shouts filled the air, and the scene was chaotic and terrifying. William tensed and warned that villains were coming. The entire group turned toward him. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, his scarf rustling in the wind, and asked what William meant. William urgently insisted that villains were coming now. 13 and Vlad King exchanged uncertain glances. Caleb stepped forward, a faint shimmer of psychic energy around his temples, and reached out to William, asking him to slow down and explain what he had sensed. Before William could answer, the air in front of the central fountain twisted unnaturally. A swirling void of black energy opened, crackling with shadow. From the portal, dozens of masked men and women in dark gear stepped through, their presence radiating malice. Gasps rippled through the group as the students instinctively took defensive stances. Aizawa ordered everyone to stay back, uncoiling his capture weapon and preparing to act. Vlad King warned that those were real villains and instructed the students to remain in formation and await orders. 13 tightened her grip, the faint hum of her quirk resonating as the last glow of the portal faded and the invasion began. Aizawa told 13 to evacuate the students and contact UA High, adding that he and Vlad would handle the threat. Vlad barked that they should move and promised to buy time. Aizawa's scarf whipped through the air like a serpent, wrapping a nearby attacker and disabling his power. He pulled the man forward, spun, and drove him back, then ducked a second strike and swept the assailant off balance, bringing him hard down on the floor. Vlad extended both arms and sent thick crimson tendrils bursting from his forearms, which lashed out like thunder. One tendril wrapped an enemy and hurled him into a pile of debris. Another lashed sideways and sent 2 more sprawling into a wall. When bullets began to fly, Vlad crossed his arms and formed a hardened shield that absorbed the impact before projecting spines that knocked attackers back. Vlad ordered that no one touch the students. Nearby, Izuku watched in awe, momentarily forgetting the danger. Caleb scolded him to stop commenting and to run, grabbing Izuku by the collar to pull him back as 13 guided the students toward the exit. 13 urged everyone to stay together, but her words were cut short when a dark mist materialized and stretched across the hall. A deep, metallic voice warned that they could not leave. Kurogiri identified himself as a member of the League of Villains and announced that their objective was to eliminate All Might. The students froze. Bakugo bristled and launched an explosion into the mist, but it passed through without effect. Kirishima charged after him with a hardened arm and found the same result. Their attacks were nullified. The dark mist widened, wrapping around the group as Kurogiri taunted them. William reached for Caleb and called his name. Caleb panicked and told William to grab his hand. Their fingertips nearly touched before the void consumed them both. When the world reformed, William hit rocky terrain and pushed himself up as dust rose around him. Tandy, Tyrone, Monoma, and Jiro staggered to their feet, disoriented. The landscape was ruined, broken cliffs and fresh landslides everywhere. Tyrone steadied himself and ordered everyone to regroup inside his cloak, saying he could open a portal to get them back. He opened the cloak, revealing a swirling dark force gateway, but before anyone could move a searing energy blast struck his back and he fell forward with a grunt. Tandy knelt beside him, her palm glowing with pure white light force energy, and she used it to mend the burn so Tyrone's breathing steadied. From the dust, a group of villains emerged, armed and grinning. William stepped forward with red energy gathering around his hands and told the others to stay behind him. Jiro plugged her earphone jacks into her stereo boots and prepared to act. Tandy rose beside Tyrone, forming twin daggers of white light, while Tyrone hovered with dark energy seeping from his cloak. Monoma swallowed and remarked on the irony of possibly dying while fighting alongside Class 1 Zero with a dry air, wondered about using her jacks in close quarters. Tandy snapped everyone back to focus, warning that the attackers were coming. The villains charged, and the battlefield ignited with streaks of red, white, and black energy. William launched 3 red spheres of power in rapid succession. Each struck its mark, one detonating against a thug, another toppling a cluster of enemies, and the third blowing apart in midair to scatter debris. When another foe charged, William used telekinesis to lift him and sent a sphere upward that collided mid-flight, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. He swept his hand and jagged rocks from the landslide rose and darted toward the mob like crimson comets. Jiro signaled for cover and activated her boots, unleashing a thunderous pulse that rippled across the ground and threw a line of villains off balance. Tandy called for Tyrone to act. Tyrone raised his cloak and used dark force to create flashes of shadow, allowing Tandy and himself to appear and disappear around disoriented enemies as Tandy hurled daggers of light that disabled armor and equipment. Each strike left glowing marks of residual energy. Monoma tried to use his copying ability by brushing William's shoulder, expecting a surge, but nothing happened. He frowned in confusion and frustration when his mimicry failed. William noted the surprise that his power could not be copied. Monoma speculated that William's ability might be a stockpile type or that William might not have a conventional quirk at all. In the chaos, Monoma redirected his own power and shot crystalline spikes that struck and immobilized nearby attackers, buying them space. William ducked beneath a bulky attacker's punch and, from behind, sent a psionic impulse that caused the foe to stagger and lash out wildly at his own comrades, breaking their formation in the confusion. William admitted his puzzlement that his mental influence could not be copied, and he suggested that they test Jiro's or Tandy's or Tyrone's abilities next. Tandy replied that their powers did not come from conventional quirks. She explained that they had been taken when they were young and subjected to experiments. Some drag had triggered these abilities. Jiro, uneasy, noted how quickly they had to address that trauma in the middle of battle. She released another sonic burst that stunned several attackers and kept their advance from recovering. Monoma defended his limitations by pointing out that mutation-type abilities like Jiro's were impossible to copy because he lacked the necessary anatomy. He then redirected his crystalline projection again, striking and disabling 3 more enemies with quick precision and slipping back into his usual smug demeanor, though the strain was visible. As the last wave closed in, William and Tyrone exchanged a silent nod and prepared to make their next move. William raised both hands as a wave of red energy formed around his palms. Tyrone extended one arm, dark force coiling in his grasp. They unleashed their attacks together, crimson and black energies intertwining as they tore across the battlefield. The beams struck the villains head-on, and their screams shifted to terrified gasps. They experienced illusions of walls closing in, shadows whispering names, and hands dragging them into endless darkness. One saw his reflection crumble to dust. Another saw the faces of those he had hurt reaching for him through the dark. Within moments, the villains scattered, some stumbling backward, others collapsing in panic before fleeing entirely. Tyrone observed steadily that fear was a universal language, and William replied quietly that it was one they would not forget. Dust settled across the ruins and the air still hummed from the energy they had unleashed together. Caleb, Kurt, and Ileana had been scattered when Kurogyri's warp gate swallowed the students of UA, twisting space into a storm of shadows and smoke. The 3 were cast out across the conflagration zone, where heat shimmered off the broken streets and the scent of burned metal and ash hung in the air. Ileana focused and insisted they hold the line, that no one would get past them. She vanished through a glowing yellow stepping disc and reappeared behind a villain swinging a metal pipe. Her soul's word met the weapon with a shriek of energy, disarming the attacker and sending him flying before she redirected him clear of the storefront. Another enemy lunged from the smoke. Ileana spun through the motion, striking and sending him tumbling. A third rushed from behind, but a golden disc opened above her and her soul's word burst through it in a radiant downward slash. A crescent of golden soulfire swept across the ground, throwing enemies away in a blinding wave. Kurt teleported through the haze, each arrival marked by a puff of purple smoke. His twin rapiers flashed like silver, parrying, disarming, and striking with practiced precision. One enemy went down to a spinning kick, another stumbled back after a quick tap to the ribs. He reappeared beside Caleb with a proud smirk, tail curling in satisfaction, and praised Ileana, telling her she had done very well. Caleb reported the left flank was compromised by 3 more incoming. He raised his hands and blue wisps ignited across his forearms. A beam of red psionic energy erupted from his eyes and swept the street, sending a line of villains sprawling across the cracked asphalt. When the last enemy collapsed, the 3 stood among the flames, breathing hard as smoke and embers thickened the air. Kurt suggested they find the others before the zone grew any hotter, and Caleb agreed. But Ileana did not move. Her grip on the soul's word trembled as a faint voice slithered through her thoughts. Darkchild whispered that they were gone, all of them, burned away while she played hero. Ileana widened her eyes and braced herself, insisting that Darkchild was lying and that she had kept the darkness out for years. The whisper tightened, mocking her, claiming she had kept nothing out and that she could not save anyone. A tremor passed through Ileana's hand and the soul's word flickered. Kurt stepped forward, concern replacing his grin, and asked what was wrong. Ileana dropped to one knee and clutched her head as images flashed through her mind: flames, cries, classmates turning to ash. She demanded the voice leave her head and insisted she was no longer controlled. Darkchild urged her to let the voice out, to let it protect what Ileana could not. Ileana's screams split the burning streets. Red eldritch light burst from cracks in the ground and circled her like snapping chains. The glow spread across her, reshaping her silhouette with each pulse of energy. Kurt and Caleb staggered back, shielding their eyes as the light expanded. When it faded, the flames bent toward the center of the street and Ileana stood transformed, her figure draped in jagged, molten-like armor, skin darkened to a demonic hue, and the golden light of her soul's word shifted to a deep crimson glow that warped the air. 2 red curved horns framed her pale hair, which shimmered like ash, and a long tail swept behind her, cracking the ground beneath her boots. Kurt reacted in horror, and Caleb answered with grim alarm. They recognized the form from glimpses during training at Xavier's. The manifestation of the darkness Belasco had marked into her soul, the part of Ileana that never truly left limbo. Darkchild smiled as she addressed them, asking if they were ready to feel true power. Her grin widened when a wave of villains advanced through the burning streets, weapons drawn and confidence misplaced. The ground around her cracked and glowed as she lifted her soul's word, which pulsed with infernal heat and throbbed with energy. Darkchild mocked them as more attackers closed in. She stepped through a red portal that swirled open beneath her boots and reappeared in the center of the charging horde. Her sword carved a burning arc through the air, leaving trails of molten light. A shockwave burst outward, and villains were thrown off balance and slammed against cars and walls in a dramatic anime-style display of force. Those caught closest were knocked backward and disarmed as weapons melted or fell to the ground from the intensity of the energy. Kurt urged that she was out of control and teleported beside Caleb, tail coiling with worry. He urged Caleb to use telepathy to reach her before she lost herself completely, but Caleb explained that from their distance he could not make a deep connection and that she would not let anyone close in her current state. Darkchild turned her head toward them, crimson eyes gleaming through the haze, and offered a taunt as flames reflected off her jagged armor. Caleb determined that William was their best chance. He was the stronger telepath who could try to reach Ileana even through the chaos. Kurt agreed they needed to find him before she burned the place to ash. Caleb then called to Ileana and gathered crimson psionic energy into a compact orb. He hurled it at her, and the blast struck Darkchild across the shoulder, pushing her back a few steps. Her growl rumbled low, more beast than human, as she turned toward him, eyes blazing like molten coals. Darkchild mocked that he dared to touch her with that weak light of his. She raised her hand and traced a sigil in the air. A red stepping disc ignited beneath her feet and she vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Caleb and Kurt with the ground cracking from her arrival. Kurt swore that she was too close. He grabbed Caleb by the arm, purple smoke bursting outward as they vanished and reappeared several meters away atop a half-collapsed structure. Flames liked the edges of the roof, the heat prickling against their skin. Kurt complained that Caleb had just had to make her angry. Caleb, grinning despite himself, pointed out that at least they had her attention now and that she was locked onto them. All they had to do was lead her to William, who was the only one who could reach her. Darkchild tilted her head with a cruel smirk and dragged her soul's word along the ground, sparks scattering as the metal met stone. She taunted the would-be heroes to run if they wished, confessing that she enjoyed the chase. Kurt responded grimly that they would make sure she chased in the right direction. He placed a hand on Caleb again, readying another teleport as Darkchild's red disk began to open beneath her feet once more. The air was thick with dust and smoke, the scent of scorched metal lingering after the battle. The villains that had surrounded William, Jiro, Tandy, Tyrone, and Monoma now lay scattered across the terrain, some unconscious, others retreating. From their position, William's gaze followed the chaos unfolding across the USJ Plaza. Aizawa and Vlad King stood surrounded by waves of villains, fighting with ferocity and precision. Aizawa's scarf coiled and snapped around targets, disabling quirks as he wove between blows, while Vlad's blood constructs cracked through enemy ranks like living whips. But what froze William's blood was the monstrous figure standing beside a pale, twitching man in a black shirt. The creature Cthon had shown him, the Nomu. William crouched lower behind a broken concrete slab, his red glowing eyes narrowing. His pulse pounded as he remembered the vision of Aizawa and Vlad crushed beneath that beast's hand. Tyrone argued that they could not just sit there and that they had to back them up. Tandy insisted their job was to regroup with the others and warned that rushing in now would only make things worse. Monoma smugly agreed with her, calling a charge at the creature's suicide. Jiro, determined, said that letting them fight alone wasn't an option either. All eyes turned to William. The decision rested on him. A thunderous explosion shook the ground beneath them before William could speak. A fireball rose high from the conflagration zone, painting the smoky sky red. Even Shigaraki and the Nomu paused, turning toward the noise. From within the inferno, a red stepping disc spiraled open, distorting the air, and a horned, armored figure stepped through, radiating raw power. Her eyes burned crimson beneath a demonic crown of bone. Darkchild mocked and demanded to know where the little preacher boy and that fuzzy elf were, saying she was not done playing. William froze, his mind reeling. He remembered countless nights in Xavier's mansion, Ileana meditating in silence, fighting against the whispering corruption within her. Seeing her like this twisted his gut. Tandy asked tensely if that was another villain. William quietly identified the figure as Ileana. Tyrone, in disbelief, reacted to the revelation. A puff of purple smoke erupted beside them as Kurt and Caleb reappeared, both gasping for breath. William urgently asked Caleb what had happened. Caleb strained and explained that Ileana had lost control and Darkchild had taken over. William's telepathy was the only thing that could reach her. Darkchild locked eyes on the Nomu with a wicked smile, thrilled that she had finally found something worth breaking. She conjured another red stepping disc beneath her feet and vanished, reappearing beside the Nomu mid-leap. Her soul's word struck the Nomu's arm in a powerful arc, sending sparks across the stone. The Nomu howled as its limb reformed moments later. Darkchild grinned and called the result perfect. Hidden behind cover, the group watched the two monsters clash, her teleporting in bursts of red light and slashing repeatedly, the Nomu countering with thunderous strikes that shattered the ground. William analyzed aloud that they could use the fight to their advantage. As long as she was focused on the Nomu, the villains were distracted, and they should not try to bring her back yet. He gestured toward her as she teleported again, leaving behind a red haze before reappearing behind the Nomu for another strike. Shigaraki's face twisted into fury. He began scratching at his neck, muttering curses, then charged straight at Aizawa. Caleb alarmed everyone by identifying him as the one who had destroyed Yue's barrier and who could disintegrate anything he touched. William replied sharply that they had to stop him here. Caleb moved his hands forward, forming a shimmering blue wall of psionic energy between Shigaraki and Aizawa. Sparks scattered across its surface as the villain's decaying hand struck it. William extended his hand, gathered red energy into a bright sphere, and hurled it forward, the blast exploding on impact and throwing Shigaraki back through a cluster of debris. The ground shook again as the Nomu roared and Darkchild laughed in exhilaration while their battle raged on. Aizawa moved through the battlefield, his scarf whirling as he bound two villains and slammed them into the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw students huddled near the shattered wall, fighting alongside him and Vlad. Aizawa sternly told them they should have retreated when they had the chance. Jiro explained that they had tried but had been scattered by a missed user. She then drove her earphone jacks into her stereo boots and unleashed a deafening shockwave that sent a wave of villains clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground. Darkchild stood several meters away, her armored form towering amidst the chaos. She raised her soul's word high, the blade burning red, and brought it down, releasing an arc of soul fire that slammed into the Nomu's chest and forced the creature backward with a thunderous roar. Her glowing eyes then shifted and locked onto a familiar blue blur teleporting between the flames. Kurt alarmed everyone by cursing and warning that she was looking right at him. He vanished in a puff of purple smoke just as Darkchild appeared above him, her soul's word sweeping inches from his neck in a near miss. Kurt panicked and shouted that he preferred when she only threatened to stab him during training. William saw the near miss and clenched his fists. Red energy began gathering around his hands. He declared that they were ending this before she killed someone. A villain lunged toward him, but Tandy intercepted, spinning on her heel and driving a sharp kick into the attacker's chest. Tandy determinedly announced that she was coming with him and that her daggers could cleanse corruption and might be able to help. Before William could respond, Tyrone stepped forward, his cloak shifting like liquid shadow. He calmly told them to hold on tight. The shadows consumed them, and in the next instant they emerged closer to Darkchild, flames flickering around them as her demonic figure loomed tall, armor glowing with molten lines. William's hands pulsed with red energy while Tandy's daggers gleamed with radiant white light. Darkchild turned toward them, a grin forming across her sharp features. The sound of steady beeping filled the quiet room, followed by the faint hum of a television somewhere nearby. The sterile scent of antiseptic clung to the air. William's eyelids twitched as the world slowly came into focus under the harsh fluorescent lights. He turned his head slightly and groaned when he realized he was lying on a hospital bed, a faint ache lingering in every muscle. Across the room, Caleb sat by the bed, scrolling through a tablet. When he noticed movement, relief flashed across his face and he told the others that William was awake. He stood and called toward the couch where Jean and Cyclops sat. Jean's eyes softened, and Cyclops set down his cup of coffee before both walked over. Jean asked if William could hear them and then told him it had been almost a week. She reassured him that he was safe and that Ileana had woken up 2 days ago. William exhaled slowly, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. Caleb mentioned that Teacher Aizawa had stopped by and that the sports festival was happening soon, adding that William had not missed much. William let out a short, tired chuckle, though something inside him twisted. Images flashed behind his eyes, the Nomu collapsing, Shigaraki moving with unnatural, jerking motions, and his own voice, blending with Kthan's. His chest tightened, and he could still hear Kthan's whisper echoing in his skull. When Caleb asked if he remembered anything before he fainted, William turned his head slightly and said that he did not. The lie came out smoother than he expected. He forced a small smile and pretended the question did not linger. In truth, he remembered everything: the power, the voice, the moment he had lost control. Jean watched him closely, sensing the tension behind his words, and told Caleb to give William some space because he needed rest. Caleb nodded reluctantly and leaned back in his chair. Jean placed a comforting hand on William's shoulder and briefly brushed his mind with a telepathic reassurance, promising care while reminding him she expected honesty. William closed his eyes and pretended to rest, though the fear of what he had become when he let Kthan in pressed at him. The sun hung low over the abandoned construction site, its light cutting through the gaps of half-built steel beams. Dust swirled faintly in the air as William adjusted his gloves, still feeling the stiffness in his arms from the hospital. Jean Grey stood a few meters ahead, her red hair brushing the wind. Caleb stretched his neck beside William, already uneasy at the sight of the massive shadows looming over the lot. Jean announced that today they would focus on telekinetic weight limits. A loud metallic groan filled the air as an enormous, damaged zero-pointer robot crashed into the dirt with a thunderous boom. The ground trembled under its weight, scattering gravel around their boots. Jean said she expected them to lift it by the end of the day. Caleb stared up at the towering mass of metal and admitted he thought she was kidding. Jean's expression made it clear she was not joking. William let out a dry remark about this being her version of easing them back into training, and Jean brushed it off as Xavier-style physical therapy. They began with small steps, lifting medium-sized construction beams and chunks of concrete scattered across the site. Jean watched intently, correcting hand positions and stressing precision and balance. At first, William held his ground, each lift coming with visible strain and beads of sweat at his temple. Caleb clenched his fists and focused, his blue aura flickering as the air around him pulsed. Jean told Caleb to concentrate and reminded him that control must come before power. The metal beam he raised began to tremble and he had a brief nosebleed, but he kept his focus. William pressed his palms forward, a faint red energy surrounding a pile of debris. He gritted his teeth as the weight pressed on his mind like a vice. Hours passed and each exercise grew heavier. The ground was littered with dented pipes, scattered slabs of concrete, and bent rebar by the time Jean finally signaled toward the massive zero-pointer. Jean encouraged them for the final test and told them to work together to lift it. The two exchanged a glance. William's hands glowed red and Caleb's eyes blazed blue as the air around them shimmered under the pressure of their combined force. The enormous robot groaned and began to rise inch by inch, metal scraping against gravel. Caleb's body trembled and another streak of blood ran down his nose. He strained as he said they were almost there. William urged him not to drop it, every word forced through clenched teeth. Finally, with a heavy crash, the zero-pointer slammed back down. Both collapsed backward, panting hard and soaked in sweat. Jean stepped forward with her arms crossed and told them that lifting it for 10 seconds was a start. Caleb wiped the blood from his nose and offered a tired grin, commenting that it had felt like a week's worth of training. William let out a weak chuckle and quipped that next time they should start with something lighter, like a car. Jean knelt beside them and said she believed they had more potential than they realized and that this was only the beginning. They exchanged tired glances, knowing she meant it and that tomorrow would probably hurt even more. Jean praised their work with lifting and announced they would move on to flight. Caleb raised an eyebrow, still wiping his nose, and then demonstrated by forming a small disk of psionic light beneath his boots and rising slowly. Jean approved of Caleb's construct-based lift as efficient and clever. Caleb bowed midair with a teasing grin, aiming to impress Miss Gray. William watched, drawn to the faint shimmer of energy keeping Caleb aloft, and remembered old videos of his mother moving through the sky with graceful red energy beneath her. He exhaled softly and then moved his hands downward. Red energy erupted beneath his palms, the shockwave lifting him high into the air. For a few seconds, the world fell quiet, wind brushing his hair, the earth distant beneath him. Then gravity returned. His stomach dropped as he began to fall, air rushing past his ears. He clenched his fists, channeling his energy lower. A red aura shimmered faintly at his legs, pushing back against the descent. His fall slowed, movements steadying until he hovered just a few feet off the ground. Jean crossed her arms and, praised William's quick control under pressure. William caught his breath and gave a faint, tired smirk while admitting dryly that he had had some inspiration. Caleb folded his arms and pretended to be offended, teasing that William was being praised for nearly falling out of the sky. Jean chuckled and reminded them both that they had done well, urging them to keep refining the balance of instinct and control because one day they would need both at once. The two exchanged a look, half determination, half exhaustion, then focused back on their teacher, ready for whatever came next. The sun dipped low, painting the horizon gold and crimson. The day's training had left the air still and heavy, the faint hum of insects breaking the quiet. William and Caleb sat by the outside door of their home, backs against the wall, a few empty water bottles scattered beside them. William thanked Caleb for keeping the whole Kthon thing between them. Caleb brushed it off and suggested William's mother would likely understand if he told her, insisting she was not the type to panic. William admitted he was not ready and did not want her worrying about him or what was happening. Caleb asked what was going on, and William, quieter now, confessed that the power had felt different lately, heavier and harder to keep steady, and sometimes it felt like it was changing him, which frightened him. Silence hung between them for a moment, fragile and soft. Caleb leaned back and looked up at the faint stars beginning to appear, reminding William of the promise they had made when they were 4 to have each other's backs no matter what. William turned to him, struck by the steadiness in Caleb's tone. A warm, unexpected rush pulsed through his chest. His heartbeat grew louder and he flushed slightly. Caleb noticed and teased him about getting sentimental. William chuckled softly and admitted maybe he was a little, then turned away to hide the faint warmth rising in his cheeks. The feeling was new, confusing, and impossible to ignore. The morning sun glowed over Muzutafu as the Grey Summers family drove to UA High. Cyclops focused on the road while Jean turned in her seat and smiled at the two boys in the back. William's nightmares had stopped, leaving him more rested than he had been in weeks. Jean encouraged them by saying they would be in the stands cheering and urged William to give it everything he had, especially since competitions were not his comfort zone. She expressed confidence that he would surprise everyone. Caleb brightened and declared he was ready for whatever the festival threw at them, looking forward to fighting alongside or against William because it would be fun. William's pulse quickened at the thought and he tried to hide it with a half smile, bantering that he still planned to win. Caleb grinned and accepted the challenge. Cyclops chuckled as Jean placed a hand over his, the parents sharing a knowing glance before the car pulled into UA's parking lot. The campus buzzed with energy. Students, teachers, and reporters filled the air with excitement. William and Caleb split off toward their respective locker rooms in P uniforms. Caleb waved back before heading into Class 1B's waiting area, while William walked into Class 1A's. Inside, Ileana was already leaning against a bench, composed but clearly anticipating the event and warning William not to hold back. William answered confidently that he would not. Before they could speak further, Todoroki approached Midoriya with a calm but firm tone. Todoroki stated that, from an objective standpoint, he was stronger than Midoriya, though Midoriya had all might in his corner. He made it clear he was not there to pry into their matters but declared his intention to beat Midoriya. Then he turned his measured attention to William and noted that William was even more powerful than he was, guided by Phoenix herself, and that he had seen how William had overpowered that Nomu. Todoroki vowed to surpass that. William met his gaze evenly and issued a steady challenge that Todoroki could try, but William would be the one to put him back in his place. The room fell silent, tension thick between them, until Aizawa's voice came over the speakers summoning Class 1A to the stadium and announcing the start of the sports festival. The stadium roared as the UA Sports Festival got underway. Class 1A stepped into the sunlight to cheers that echoed from every corner of the stands. The massive freshman stage gleamed beneath the banners, and the screen behind it displayed the event title, UA Sports Festival First Year Division. Present Mick's energetic voice echoed through the arena, welcoming everyone and hyping the classes. Midnight, acting as chief referee, raised a hand and invited the student representatives to deliver the opening pledge. William Maximoff and Caleb Graysummers were called as the representatives, drawing murmurs from the audience. Caleb blinked with sweat forming at his temple while William raised an eyebrow in mild disbelief. Kendo watched, amused, and the two boys exchanged a look before reluctantly walking toward the stage. From the stands, Jean Grey sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead while Cyclops chuckled quietly beside her. William and Caleb approached the microphone and immediately began whispering to each other in low tones. Caleb panicked slightly, asking what they should even say. William replied dryly that Caleb had already done a speech back at Xavier's and they could use that. Caleb resigned himself, warning that if it went poorly it would be William's fault. Jean Grey sighed again, shaking her head with a fond smile. In synchronized calm, both boys faced the audience. Caleb spoke on behalf of all the first-year students, promising to give their best and to show the strength, spirit, and heart that had brought them here. William added that they would face each challenge with integrity, and whether they won or lost they would fight as heroes in training with resolve, not pride. Caleb nodded and said this was not just a competition but a chance to prove the kind of heroes they would become. William finished quietly but commandingly with a vow to give everything they had and declare the UA Sports Festival officially begun. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause that thundered through the stadium as confetti cannons marked the start of the festival. Back in the student area, reactions were immediate. Ida praised their DLVRY as truly befitting of representatives. Kirishima grinned and said it had been impressively manly and had fired up the crowd. Monoma boasted that Caleb Graysummers had led the speech as a shining example of Class 1B's superiority, only to be silenced by Kendo with a swift judo chop to the back of the head. Kendo deadpanned that everyone was welcome. Kurt and Ileana exchanged knowing smirks. Kurt teased that the bit was hardly original, asking if they had used it, 3 times before, and Ileana remarked sarcastically that they were seeing the classic William and Caleb routine. William exhaled through his nose with a faint smirk as he and Caleb stepped down from the stage. Midnight took the stage and announced playfully that the first event of the preliminaries would be an obstacle race with all 11 classes competing over 4 kilometers around the stadium. She reminded the students that this was UA and she would not restrain anyone. As long as they did not leave the track, they were free to act as they wished. Nervous laughter rippled through the students as the contestants lined up at the massive starting gate, tension thick in the air. The 3 green lights began to turn off one by one, and Midnight commanded the start. The doors opened and chaos erupted. Hundreds of students surged forward, funneling into a narrow corridor. Shouts and grunts filled the air as the crowd jammed shoulder to shoulder, a struggling mob. William glanced at the bottlenecked corridor and recalled Midnight's words about freedom within the track. An idea formed. He raised a hand and red energy glowed across his palm. The crowd's movement slowed as dozens of general education students froze mid-step, eyes flickering with faint red light. Hero Corps students seized the chance and began to break free. Todoroki focused and ordered others to get out of his way, slamming his foot down and sending ice racing across the ground. The floor and walls froze into a glacial slide, allowing him to glide ahead with ease. Bakugo, determined not to fall behind, blasted the ground with explosions and rocketed over the frozen section. Aoyama flamboyantly fired a continuous laser from his belt and shot forward like a comet. Yaoyorozu materialized a long staff and vaulted herself past the ice. William moved his palm against the ground and released a red burst that launched him skyward, energy flaring as he scanned the field. Caleb hovered close behind on a blue psionic levitation disc. Kendo declared she would not get stuck and enlarged her hands to slam the ground, lifting herself high enough to clear the freezing wave. Ileana created a golden stepping disc under her feet and vanished in a flash of light, reappearing ahead of the ice trail. Kurt teleported in quick bursts of purple smoke, each jump moving him forward while he teased that they would have to do better than that. The race spread out as students adapted and advanced with creativity and grit. Todoroki glanced back, surprised at how many had countered his freezing field. Suddenly his body stiffened as red wisps wrapped around him, constricting briefly before shoving him backward. His boots scraped across the ice as he nearly lost balance. William hovered just ahead and descended lightly, his hands still glowing red. He coldly noted that he had been right and that Todoroki needed someone to remind him where he stood. Todoroki steadied himself and met William's calm defiance with a sharp glare. The first obstacle wasn't even over, but the rivalry and the heat of the sports festival were already burning bright. Mineta panicked, thinking that if he could stick to Todoroki he might get dragged ahead. He plucked several sticky spheres and hurled them toward Todoroki's uniform, leaping after them with comical determination, but a massive metallic hand swung down from above and sent him tumbling across the course. He cried out in frustration at how close he'd been. A collective gasp rose as dozens of red-eyed test bots from UA's entrance exam loomed over the course, their servos humming as they marched forward and blocked the path. Present Mike announced excitedly the arrival of the enemies, noting the classic test bot's grand return. The ground shook as a giant zero-pointer stepped onto the track, its towering shadow blanketing the students below. Todoroki said he would handle it and extended his hand as ice erupted outward in jagged bursts. Frost climbed the robot's limbs and froze it in place mid-step. He manipulated the spread carefully to lock the machine off balance so its upper body began to tilt. A student shouted that they could get through now, but Todoroki warned them to be careful and explained that he had frozen it while it was unbalanced on purpose. The frozen zero-pointer began to topple, the field rumbling as the titanic robot started to fall. William reacted instantly from his telekinetic flight overhead, eyes burning red as a red aura wrapped around the falling machine and halted its momentum midair. Metal groaned against the invisible force as the robot hung suspended. Caleb, following close behind on his glowing blue psionic levitation disc, moved both hands forward. Blue energy intertwined with William's red, reinforcing the hold. The two psychic students gritted their teeth as their combined power forced the colossal bot upward before easing it aside. It landed heavily off the track, the ground trembling but harmless now. Students watching were left in awe as red and blue energy shimmered in the air between the two. Kirishima praised their manly teamwork, and Yaoyorozu marveled at the precision with which they redirected the attack. William and Caleb exchanged a quick nod before flying forward again, closing the distance Todoroki had tried to create. Todoroki made a small sound of irritation and noted that William had someone backing him up now. He clenched his hand as ice spread across his arm once more. The competition between them was heating fast. William urged they conserve energy for the long run. Both descended to the ground, boots scraping against cracked concrete as the sound of grinding gears surrounded them. A cluster of smaller combat bots scuttled from the shadows, blocking their way with red sensor lights fixed on their targets. Caleb observed that the machines clearly wanted a rematch, and William agreed. William moved his hand forward and sent a concentrated blast of red energy that struck one bot, disabling it instantly. Another lunged. William harnessed his power and broke the machine apart, sending it spinning aside like scrap. Caleb's eyes burned with blue light as he pivoted, gathering psionic energy and firing a focused optic blast that shut down the remaining machines. The beam sliced through the field in a non-graphic, decisive strike, sparks and debris scattering across the track. Caleb grinned at their teamwork and William smirked back, telling him not to fall behind. They pressed forward, clearing debris just as present Mick's voice boomed over the arena to announce the next challenge, the fall. Contestants were instructed to cross a canyon using only the tightropes provided. The crowd roared as the students approached the daunting gap. Dozens of ropes stretched over a massive drop, swaying in the wind. Todoroki was already halfway across, forming ice beneath his boots for stability. He turned his head as William and Caleb caught up to him at startling speed, clicking his tongue in irritation and acknowledging the repeated interference. William's legs glowed faintly with red energy as he bent his knees and leaped, releasing a controlled blast beneath him that cushioned his landing on the next rope. Caleb followed, balanced on his blue psionic levitation disc as he glided over the canyon with effortless control. Caleb teased Todoroki about looking tense and offered a head start. Todoroki's jaw tightened and he forced more ice beneath his feet to accelerate. William observed that the offer had been declined and the two continued forward, their red and blue trails glowing above the canyon as they passed Todoroki to the roar of the crowd. As they neared the end of the ropes, William warned that the last stretch was a minefield. Ahead lay cracked terrain dotted with buried explosives, faint metallic glints marking danger zones. UA combat bots patrolled the field, their sensors blinking as they awaited movement. Caleb noted how elaborate the setup was, and William urged speed and caution. They broke into a run, boots pounding the dirt while metal behemoths pivoted toward them. A bot lunged and planted its heavy step in the ground beside them. Caleb conjured a psionic barrier that absorbed the impact. The machine's strike instead triggered the ground, and a chain of explosions tore through the dirt, launching smoke, dust, and both boys into the air. Caleb joked midair that they were blasting off again. William twisted his body, red energy surging around his hands to slow their momentum and guide them into a rough but controlled landing a few meters away. Caleb's psionic disc reappeared beneath him just in time to catch his fall and bring him to a sliding stop. William dryly suggested that next time they study the bot's attack pattern first, and Caleb laughed that he was learning if somewhat explosively. William called that progress. They looked ahead at the still-wide minefield with active traps and more bots waiting. The crowd cheered as they reset their stances, energy crackling red and blue in readiness. William volunteered to handle the front-line threats. He moved his arm forward, sending red orbs of energy that collided with the UA robots and detonated, disabling several at once. Sparks flew and pieces of machinery scattered through the smoke. Caleb took the next set, raising his hands as blue light surrounded multiple bots and rendered them inoperative, the machines collapsing out of control. A golden light opened a portal behind them and Ileana stepped through, her soul's word blazing at her side. She emerged through a stepping disc and used her blade to disable a bot with one swift, non-graphic strike. Kurt arrived beside her in a flash of purple smoke, urging the group to try to keep up in a cheerful tone. Caleb warned Kurt to watch his step because of the mines, but Kurt was startled and was sent flipping backward by an explosion. He landed face-first in a puff of dust, and Ileana sighed with exasperation at his dramatic entrances. William and Caleb barely contained their laughter as they pressed onward, spotting Bakugo and Todoroki ahead locked in a fierce clash, explosions and ice colliding in waves of heat and frost as they fought for position. Izuku raced nearby, gripping a large shard of robot metal like a makeshift shield. He spotted his two friends and called them over with urgency. Caleb recognized that Izuku had a plan and asked if he was serious. Izuku explained that if they could trigger the mines at the right moment, they might be able to blast forward. Caleb grinned, calling the idea crazy enough to work. Caleb concentrated and telekinetically unearthed several buried mines, pulling them into a clustered pile while his forehead and eyes glowed blue. He explained that once they landed, William and Caleb would give Izuku a boost and told him to hold on tight. Izuku hesitated, noting that helping him might change the race outcome, and Caleb admitted he mostly wanted to see Bakugo's reaction and that Bakugo had been rude to Kendo as well. William said he was mostly there to see Todoroki lose his cool and that winning was secondary. Caleb counted them down, and on his cue the three leapt into the center of the mine cluster, using Izuku's metal shard as cover. The ground erupted beneath them in a controlled, spectacular explosion that launched them skyward. Present Mick's commentary over the arena reflected the sudden, dramatic turn of events, heightening the crowd's excitement. Izuku Midoriya, William Maximoff of Class 1A, and Caleb Graysummers of Class 1B suddenly soared in hot pursuit of first place. Ida watched in awe and thought they were unbelievable. Through rising dust and scattered firelight, the trio cut through the air as the crowd erupted in cheers. Bakugo reacted furiously, unable to believe it. The trio crashed down, landing between Bakugo and Todoroki. Dirt scattered as Bakugo skidded back and ignited his hands. Todoroki told them to step aside. Before Todoroki could act, William's eyes glowed crimson. A pulse of red energy flashed from his fingertips and struck Todoroki at the temples. Todoroki froze mid-motion, his breath caught as a telepathic lock held him steady. William told Todoroki calmly that he was powerful, but that power without control was only noise. Bakugo roared and lunged forward with an explosive attack, but blue walls of psionic energy erupted around him, trapping him inside a transparent cube. Bakugo demanded to be let out. Caleb smirked and explained that they could not have him ruining the finale because he was too explosive. Izuku blinked, wide-eyed and panting, stunned by the sudden turn. William told him there was no time to thank them and urged him to take the win if he wanted it. Caleb reminded Izuku that he had earned it and to show everyone what a true hero's heart looked like. William clenched his hand as crimson light swirled around his palm and warned Izuku that it might sting a little. He hurled a red sphere of energy that struck Izuku like a shockwave, propelling him forward at incredible speed. Caleb raised both hands, his eyes bright blue, and focused his telekinetic force. Izuku's body was suddenly enveloped in a shimmering azure aura as Caleb's power lifted and hurled him faster and farther, red and blue trails spiraling together like twin comets. The stadium erupted as the burst of energy rocketed Izuku over the finish line. The announcer declared that Izuku Midoriya had won the obstacle race and praised the effort as extraordinary. Confetti cannons exploded across the stadium, gold and silver pieces raining down as the cheers reached a fever pitch. Izuku rolled to a stop past the line, gasping in disbelief. Seconds later, Caleb descended gracefully on a glowing blue psionic disc and landed just behind him, pleased to take second place. William touched down next, his boots hitting the ground with a faint pulse of red energy. The announcer confirmed Midoriya first, Graysummers second, and Maximoff third, calling the first event a dramatic finish. In the stands, Jean Grey smiled proudly while Scott Summers chuckled quietly and shook his head. The three boys looked at each other across the finish line, tired, dusty, but grinning, each knowing this was only the beginning. The stadium turned quickly to the next event. Midnight announced that with the obstacle race complete, they would move on to the next competition. The crowd roared as the large screens flashed the title of Event 2, Cavalry Battle. Midnight explained the rules. The top 42 students would form teams of 2 to 4 people, earning points by stealing headbands from other teams, with each team's point value determined by their rankings in the previous round. Murmurs rippled through the stands as the scoreboard assigned point values. Midnight then revealed that the first-place finisher, Izuku Midoriya, was worth 10 million points. The stadium collectively gasped, students' jaws dropped. Caleb reacted awkwardly to the announcement. William observed dryly that they may have just turned Izuku into everyone's favorite target. They exchanged uneasy looks as Izuku went pale under the sudden attention, and the other students' gazes converged on him. Down on the field, Izuku scrambled to form a team. He rushed to Ojiro, who apologized and admitted that, as much as he wanted to help, Izuku had become too large a target. Izuku nodded and slumped for a moment, then turned to Ida, his usual reliable partner. Ida stated that he considered Izuku his best friend but that he intended to surpass him this time. He bowed briefly and joined Todoroki's group, leaving Izuku alone for a beat. Above the field, William and Caleb were surrounded by offers. Kendo waved from Class 1B, Jiro and Aoyama crossed from 1A, and Mineta and Kirishima argued over who would get to team up with them. Mineta offered his abilities enthusiastically, Kirishima pitched the idea of teaming with William, and Jiro suggested forming a balanced team. Caleb smiled politely, raised a hand, and said they appreciated the offers but already had someone in mind. William tilted his head in curiosity and asked if they did indeed. Caleb pointed toward Izuku, reminding William that they had launched him into first place and that they owed him their support. As they watched, Uraraka approached Izuku with a bright smile and offered to team up with him. Izuku blinked in surprise and accepted gratefully. Caleb crossed his arms and noted that this would make things interesting. William warned that Izuku would need more than luck if everyone was going to come after that 10 million point headband. Izuku began to cry from the pressure and the weight of their faith. William teased that he should stop crying before he dehydrated, while Caleb reassured him that they believed in him. Uraraka affirmed that they would all work together and promised not to lose. Wiping his tears, Izuku straightened and replaced his panic with determination. He outlined a plan. William would act as their rider, chosen for his control and ability to attack or defend as needed. He would be the team's secret weapon. William crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Izuku continued that he himself would be at the front to focus on balance and to call the shots, and asked Uraraka to serve as their right base to make the whole team lighter and help them move faster. Uraraka responded enthusiastically and agreed to the role. Izuku set the plan. They would be light as air. He instructed Caleb to take the left side, to use his telekinesis to keep them off the ground and guard their flank, and reminded him they would rely on him to stabilize the whole team. Caleb, confident, said he liked the sound of that and was ready to make it work. Everyone nodded in unison, their resolve syncing perfectly. William tied the 10 million point headband securely around his forehead, red energy flickering faintly across his hands as he prepared himself. Present Mike announced loudly that the cavalry battle was about to begin and counted down. Midnight signaled for the start. The whistle blew and all the teams launched forward at once, chaos erupting as every student zeroed in on Izuku's group. William asked Midoriya what the plan was. Caleb braced himself and warned that the others were coming straight for them. Izuku urged them to run and stall until time ran out. Uraraka cheerfully activated her quirk, making the team feel the pull of gravity fade. Caleb focused and confirmed he had them. Caleb lifted his free hand, eyes glowing blue, and surrounded the group in a shimmering psionic aura. The four of them rose above the chaos, floating steadily as students below crashed into each other trying to reach them. Caleb smirked and noted that they would be hard to touch now. Below, the other team scrambled, their attacks falling short as Izuku's team soared just out of reach, their teamwork, power, and trust lifting them high above the madness. Hagakure urgently told Jiro to go for their headbands. Jiro extended her earphone jacks and aimed toward William's headband. The cords zipped through the air, closing in inches away. William calmly countered by raising a hand to his temple, forehead and eyes glowing red. He reached out with his telepathy and bent their perception. In an instant, the entire team seemed to fade from sight. Jiro's jacks recoiled midair as she looked around in confusion, unable to find them. Students below searched for William's team as their outlines shimmered briefly before disappearing completely. The illusion held steady, William's telepathic misdirection cloaking them from direct sight and leaving their pursuers striking at empty air. William allowed a slight smile as their unseen team drifted higher while the chaos below continued. He warned he could not hold the illusion much longer because too many eyes were on them and that he would let go soon. The red glow faded from his forehead and the team reappeared in full view, feet touching down on solid ground. Bright light daggers zipped through the air from the left. Caleb called out that something was incoming and moved out his hand, forming a blue wall of telekinetic energy that scattered the daggers harmlessly. Tandy challenged them to block the next attack, but before she could follow up, another group charged forward, Team Mineta. Izuku was surprised to see Shoji and thought he was alone, but William alerted him that Shoji was not alone. Shoji's tentacles shifted and revealed Tsuyu and Mineta hidden behind his frame. Tsuyu lunged while Mineta hurled sticky orbs in quick succession. William ducked and swept his hands upward, freezing the sticky ball midair before sending them spinning back toward Shoji's feet and trapping him in place. Izuku praised William for the perfect timing. Caleb smirked and tightened his telekinetic grip around the team as they steadied for the next wave. He said they should hold on and prepared to lift them again. The team rose, surrounded by a soft blue telekinetic field as Caleb steadied their movement. Bakugo blasted into the air, palms sparking as he aimed straight for William's headband and declared it his. He launched a powerful explosion, smoke and fire bursting through the air, but the blast collided with William's red energy barrier and rippled outward harmlessly. William remained calm and pushed back with a glowing red sphere that struck Bakugo and sent him tumbling, though Siro's tape yanked him safely back to his team. Izuku worried whether that was allowed. Midnight, amused, pointed out that Bakugo had not touched the ground, so it was fair play. A yellow stepping disc opened beside them and Ileana leapt out, reaching for William's headband, but Caleb telekinetically shoved her backward. Ileana created another stepping disc and vanished through it, reappearing with her team. The group slowly descended and came face to face with Todoroki's cavalry team. Todoroki stated coldly that he would be taking the headband. William narrowed his eyes as he realized every team, including Class 1B, was converging on them. From the corner of his eye he saw Bakugo's team charging Monoma and Kaminari building static for a full discharge. William asserted that he could hold them off. Caleb warned William not to, then William raised both hands to his temples, red light burning at his forehead and eyes. An invisible but powerful pulse erupted outward and every advancing team froze mid-motion, clutching their heads as the telepathic shockwave echoed through them. Students around him reacted with pain and alarm, some saying it hurt and that everything was ringing. Ileana warned that his power was spiking and told everyone to stay back. From the stands, Jean Grey rose, eyes wide with alarm, warning that he was pushing too far and that if he kept it up his mind could collapse. Inside William's head a dark whisper coiled and urged him to let it in and feel the power, urging him not to stop. William groaned under the strain and forced the pulse to continue even as his teammates watched the red glow intensify. Uraraka begged William to stop, saying it was too much. Izuku pleaded that they only needed to stall and that William had already done enough. Caleb reached out and warned William that if he pushed too far and went down he would become a liability and that they needed him standing, not broken. William's eyes widened at Caleb's words. With a ragged breath he released the mental hold. The red glow faded and the remaining teams caught their breath and recovered from the psychic assault. Caleb grinned at the timing and extended a free hand, lifting several Class 1B headbands into the air surrounded by a blue aura. Kendo accused Caleb of stealing the headbands, and Caleb, still grinning, apologized and called it friendly competition as the headbands floated toward his team, securing their lead to the crowd's roaring disbelief. William focused on Ida, noting that Ida was about to make his move and instructing Caleb to shield them. Caleb determinedly formed a shimmering blue psionic force field around the team. Ida's engines roared to life and he launched his recipro burst, rocketing his team forward in a blur, but when Todoroki reached for the headband his hands swiped through Caleb's psionic field. Caleb smirked and remarked that they were too slow as their barrier shimmered and the team steadied midair. William's gaze hardened as he watched Todoroki's group pull ahead. William calmly suggested charging them. He raised both hands, red energy swirling around his palms and lighting the air with a low hum. Todoroki's eyes narrowed and he told William to come at him. For a moment frost crept up Todoroki's right side, controlled and measured. Then a sharp crack split the air and heat surged across his left arm as fire erupted without warning, flames roaring to life in a sudden burst. The inferno reflected in his wide eyes, his expression shifting with shock and disbelief. Todoroki murmured that it could not be happening now. His teammates flinched back from the sudden wave of heat, a mirror of his inner turmoil breaking loose for all to see. Present Mike announced energetically that the cavalry battle was officially over. The buzzer blared, freezing both teams mid-charge as the crowd erupted in wild cheers. Izuku hesitated and suggested they grab lunch before time ran out. Todoroki did not answer. His gaze remained cold and steady, and the silence between them felt heavier than the concrete beneath their feet. William approached and asked what they wanted with his friend. Izuku turned, surprised to see William walk toward them. Todoroki told William to leave, insisting it did not concern him. William refused, saying that if it involved Izuku it involved him as well. He crossed his arms and asked Todoroki what was going on. Todoroki looked down at his left arm, the faint tremor in his hand betraying the strain under his calm tone. He told them that William had forced him to use his fire side and then, voice tightening, explained his past. He said his father, Endeavor, had been obsessed with surpassing all might. Endeavor could not do it himself and had pursued a path that involved manipulating family ties to create someone who might. Todoroki said that his father had wanted a child who could surpass all might, and that every time he looked at his left side he remembered his mother's suffering. He added that she had called the situation unbearable and, in a desperate moment, caused injuries that left him scarred. Izuku reacted with horror to that revelation. William's jaw tightened. He had seen pieces of it before, but hearing it spoken aloud carried new weight. Todoroki declared that he would win the festival without using his father's power, determined to prove he did not need that fire to stand on his own. Izuku stepped forward with clenched fists and resolved to do his best to beat Todoroki. Todoroki paused but did not respond. William then told Todoroki that by focusing on proving something to his father he was letting him live in his head, calling out that rejecting the fire did not make him free if he still allowed someone else to decide who he was. He said the real loser was the one who let another person determine his identity. Todoroki's hand trembled for a moment before he walked away in silence. Izuku remained, processing everything, while William stared after him, eyes faintly glowing red as the echo of his words lingered in the quiet corridor. Midnight announced the next event as a one-on-one battle and explained the victory conditions, forcing the opponent to give up, knocking them out, or throwing them out of bounds. The crowd roared, and a large digital board flickered to life, revealing the brackets. William scanned the list until he found his own name matched against Momo Yaoyorozu. He noted Momo's mortified expression. She clearly realized she had been tricked into a cheerleading outfit by classmates and thought that he would have to watch out for her creation quirk. He remembered she had entered UA through recommendations, which marked her as exceptionally capable. Beside him, Caleb Gray Summers found his own match against Tenya Ida and allowed a small grin to tug at the corner of his mouth. He reflected on the sense of legacy they both carried, and with a spark of friendly competitiveness told William it should be fun. Present Mike then introduced the upcoming match as Momo Yaoyorozu versus William Maximoff. Yaoyorozu stepped onto the stage, maintaining composure despite the crowd's volume. William stood calm and still, one hand loose at his side while the other began to glow faintly red. Midnight raised her whip and signaled the start. The instant the match began, red wisps formed around William's raised hand. They twisted through the air, shimmering as they wrapped around Yaoyorozu's body and lifted her off the ground. Gasps filled the stadium as she struggled against the invisible hold. William's eyes gleamed faintly, and with intent, he pulled Yaoyorozu toward the arena's edge. Present Mike announced excitedly that the king of mind games wasted no time and that Yaoyorozu was about to be out of bounds. Before she could cross the line, Yaoyorozu's arm moved and her quirk ignited in a burst of light. A grappling hook manifested in her grip and its chain fired into the ground as she reeled herself back toward the center of the arena, boots skidding against the tile. Yaoyorozu declared resolutely that she was not going down easily. Her voice carried strength through the air and the crowd erupted. William's red aura shimmered around his hand and his gaze sharpened. The tension between them thickened the strategist against the tactician, creation against control as the battle for dominance truly began. Present Mike announced that the match between William Maximoff and Momo Yaoyorozu was heating up. William remained silent and calm as he raised both hands. 3 spheres of red energy formed around him, humming before they shot outward in a wide arc toward Yaoyorozu. The first sphere struck her carbon shield, scattering harmless sparks across its surface. She dropped into a roll as the second exploded behind her, debris flying into the air. Quickly recovering, she produced a small metal canister and tossed it down. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out, masking her location completely. Present Mike called out that she had deployed a smoke screen and praised her quick thinking. William lifted his hands slightly, his red aura twisting the smoke into a controlled wave that cleared her cover. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as her concealment vanished. She charged forward, forming a long metal bow staff in her grip. As she swung, the weapon was suddenly yanked from her hands and flung aside by William's telekinetic force. She stumbled back and formed a new weapon, a net launcher. Before she could aim, the device glowed red and collapsed into harmless fragments. Yaoyorozu reacted in shock at his reaction time. William stepped forward and hurled another sphere of red energy. It struck her squarely in the chest, sending her tumbling backward across the tiles with a spray of dust and smoke. She barely stopped herself before the edge. William raised his hand again and chunks of the stadium floor lifted and hovered before being hurled toward her. Yaoyorozu quickly created a honeycomb-patterned carbon wall, layering it thick enough to shield against the incoming barrage. The debris slammed against it and the arena shook. The crowd cheered wildly until a new flash of red appeared from the side. William had repositioned himself and sent a final sphere flying. It struck the ground beside Yaoyorozu and the force pushed her clean out of bounds. Midnight declared that Yaoyorozu was out of bounds and that William Maximoff was the winner. The arena erupted in applause. Some people shouted his name, others marveled at his control and precision. William lowered his hand as the faint glow faded and looked at Yaoyorozu kneeling near the edge, eyes fixed on the ground. Her confidence had taken a heavy hit. A small part of him felt a pang of guilt. She had fought hard and with heart, but his focus remained firm. He wanted to win, to prove himself, not just to impress Jean Grey, his guardian, but to earn his way forward and possibly face Caleb in the next round. William headed back toward the Class 1A stands with the cheers still echoing behind him. As he passed by, Caleb stood by the arena entrance with his arms crossed and a grin tugging at his lips. Caleb smirked and predicted that he would see William in the finals, warning him not to get tired before Caleb's turn. William exhaled shortly and replied calmly that Caleb should make sure he was worth the wait, because William would not hold back. They exchanged a brief look, competitive and respectful, before William continued on. Present Mike announced the next match. From Class 1B, the psychic prodigy Caleb Gray Summers versus Class 1A's speedster Tenya Ida. The arena roared as both competitors stepped into the ring. Midnight called for the start and Ida's engines roared to life. Blue flames burst from his calves as he activated his recipro burst and shot forward like a missile, air splitting around him as he closed the distance in seconds. Caleb raised his hand and blue light formed beneath his feet. A glowing psionic disc materialized and lifted him off the ground. Ida's hands grasped at empty air as his momentum carried him past, while Caleb hovered calmly above. Present Mike laughed and pointed out that Gray Summers had taken to the sky to avoid a tackle. Seconds passed and Ida's movements began to slow as the blue light in his engine sputtered. Caleb smirked slightly and extended a glowing hand toward Ida. Blue psychic wisps wrapped around the speedster, lifting him helplessly off his feet and gently tossing him over the boundary line. Midnight announced that Tenya Ida was out of bounds and that Caleb Gray Summers was the winner. Present Mike reacted with mock surprise, calling the finish anticlimactic and praising Gray Summers' cheeky play. Aizawa sighed and remarked dryly that Caleb had not been cheeky but had capitalized on Ida's limited range, suggesting the commentary be less biased. Caleb landed lightly as the psionic disc dissolved beneath his boots and gave Ida a respectful nod before glancing toward the stands, where William watched with the faintest hint of approval. The quarter-final rounds had finally arrived and the crowd's energy surged through the stadium as Present Mike announced the next match, Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. The two stepped into the arena and tension rolled between them like a brewing storm. What followed was a fierce and relentless exchange. Ice spread across the ground in jagged waves while bursts of green energy erupted through it, clashing with Todoroki's attacks and sending shockwaves across the stage. Midoriya pushed himself far beyond his limits and suffered intense, repeated impacts with each counterstrike, yet he stood his ground against Todoroki's relentless assault. The fight escalated until Todoroki finally ignited his left side and flames roared across the stage. Heat and cold collided dramatically, and when the smoke cleared, only one remained standing: Todoroki. William watched from the stands with arms crossed, unable to understand why Midoriya had spent the fight trying to convince Todoroki to embrace his full potential instead of focusing solely on victory. To William, the boy with the dual-colored hair had always carried an arrogance that rubbed him the wrong way. He remembered the quirk apprehension test, how Todoroki had sized him up with cold calculation, and later, how he had openly told the class he was not there to make friends. William's telepathy had shown him glimpses of Todoroki's past, of pain and ambition that twisted together like fire and ice. From the start, he had sensed the weight Todoroki carried, and he never trusted it. Yet as William watched Izuku limp away from the field, something stirred in him, a quiet admiration. Despite the pain and the odds, Izuku had chosen to help a troubled peer instead of simply chasing victory. It was an act born from courage and compassion, traits William recognized as noble. In that moment, he truly believed Izuku Midoriya deserved one for all more than anyone else. The next series of battles came and went in rapid succession. Caleb's opponent was Ibara Shiozaki, a girl whose vines danced across the stage like living whips. Her control and grace made her one of Class 1B's most formidable contenders, but Caleb's focus was unshakable. He extended his hands and conjured a blue psionic spinning saw that whirled with steady intensity. It cut through the vines with calculated efficiency before he used his telekinesis to lift and throw Ibara out of bounds. Midnight then declared Caleb the victor as the crowd roared. William's match followed. His opponent, Mina Ishido, charged across the field with energy and confidence, hurling sizzling globules of acid in his direction. William raised a hand and formed a red barrier that the acid hissed against harmlessly. Mina tried to close the gap but was met by an unseen force as William extended his will, sending her sliding out of bounds. The match ended decisively, and the arena erupted in cheers for both fighters' determination. Then came the semifinals. The first match was Shoto Todoroki versus Caleb Graysummers. Before the fight began, William walked toward Todoroki's waiting room. The air was heavy, the sound of the crowd outside muffled by thick walls. When Todoroki looked up, their eyes met and tension lingered between them. William remarked that Todoroki had finally decided to stop hiding behind his fear and use his left side, noting that it had taken him long enough. Todoroki narrowed his gaze and asked what William wanted. William advised him to use his fire against Caleb if he wanted to stand a chance, warning that Caleb would not hold back. Todoroki was taken aback by the sincerity in William's tone. It was not mockery but grounded advice. Their relationship had always been strained. Todoroki had viewed William as an obstacle to surpass, and William had, in arrogance, once invaded Todoroki's thoughts during the first battle trial to exploit the boy's pain. William had tried to apologize afterward, but Todoroki had rejected the gesture. Now, in that quiet room, things shifted. Todoroki apologized for earlier behavior, and William paused, then admitted he had been petty and cruel and that Todoroki had not deserved that. For a moment, the tension dissolved into something unfamiliar and understanding. Todoroki hesitated, looked down at his hands, and asked if they could start over and maybe even be friends. William's expression softened and he agreed that he would like that too. For the first time there was no rivalry between them, just mutual respect and the faint beginning of something new. William encouraged Todoroki to repair what he could with his family while he still had time, mentioning that his own mother had sacrificed herself to seal a threat inside the Dreamscape and that he had never had the chance to say goodbye. He urged Todoroki not to wait until it was too late to say what mattered. With that, William turned and walked away, leaving Todoroki contemplative and resolved for the battle ahead. Present Mike loudly announced the next fighters, introducing Shoto Todoroki and Caleb Graysummers. The crowd erupted in applause as both stepped into the arena. Caleb stood tall with a calm gaze, while Todoroki exhaled through his nose and ice began creeping from his feet. Midnight raised her whip to signal the start and the match began. Todoroki moved first, stomping forward and unleashing a massive wave of ice that raced toward Caleb like a frozen tidal wall. Caleb extended his hand and created a faint azure aura that stopped the ice midair, causing it to shatter into harmless fragments that glittered down like snow. Riding atop a blue psionic levitation disc, Caleb shot upward to dodge another surge of frost and retaliated with a series of red psionic energy orbs that cut across the field. Todoroki raised an ice wall in defense, but the barrage struck hard and blasted through portions of it, forcing him backward. Todoroki steadied his breath and gritted his teeth. High in the stands, William pressed a hand to his temple and sent a telepathic message urging Todoroki to use his flames, warning that he would lose if he kept holding back. Todoroki's eyes widened in recognition. William's message reminded him to stop trying to prove something to his father and to prove something to himself. William then sighed and, aloud, remarked dryly that he had been spending a lot of time around Izuku lately. Todoroki clenched his fist and his left side burst to life with roaring flame, scorching a section of his uniform. The crowd gasped as the duality of his quirk finally came alive. Caleb's lips curved into a small smirk in approval. Todoroki launched a stream of fire across the arena, the heat distorting the air. Caleb raised both hands to form a blue psionic force field that absorbed the brunt of the flames. He then used his telekinesis to rip a chunk of ground from beneath Todoroki, sending him stumbling mid-attack. Todoroki countered by sliding down an ice ramp he formed to steady himself. He looked around, panting slightly. In the next moment, a hand touched the side of Todoroki's temple. Caleb had hovered close enough to make contact. His eyes glowed blue and Todoroki's eyes and forehead reflected the same hue before his body went limp. Todoroki collapsed forward, fast asleep. Caleb lowered himself back to the arena floor, and the crowd fell momentarily silent before bursting into wild cheers. It had been a risky maneuver. Caleb's telepathic influence worked only at close range and required slipping past Todoroki's defenses to touch him, but the gamble paid off. Midnight announced that Todoroki had been knocked out. The arena thundered with applause as Caleb Gray Summers was announced the winner. Caleb rubbed the back of his neck and apologized to Todoroki, explaining that he had to end the match before Todoroki's flames became too much to handle. He looked up toward the stands where William stood with his arms crossed, watching quietly. Caleb resolved that he would do whatever it took to face William in the final round. William gave a faint nod. No words were needed. The real battle between them had only just begun. Present Mike loudly announced that it was time for the match everyone had been waiting for, introducing Katsuki Bakugo on one side and William Maximoff on the other. The crowd roared as both stepped into the arena. Bakugo's grin was wild and his palms already sparked, while William's face carried a quiet, dangerous calm, his emerald eyes fixed on his opponent. From the stands, Izuku leaned forward and pleaded for William to go easy on Kaken, worried about how much William disliked him. A low, otherworldly murmur stirred in William's mind, urging him to exploit Bakugo's weakness. William exhaled slowly and kept his gaze fixed on his opponent before addressing him with a cutting insult. Bakugo's grin dropped instantly and he snapped back in anger, his fists clenching as small pops of explosions lit the air. William stepped forward and accused Bakugo of hiding behind a false image of being a prodigy, calling him out as a bully and saying he intended to avenge Izuku for what Bakugo had put him through. Bakugo's glare darkened and he replied with venom, challenging William to back it up. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Bakugo blasted forward like a missile, explosions crackling from his palms. William did not move, a slight curve to his lips as he raised both hands and let red energy spiral outward. Thin, ethereal ribbons of scarlet light flowed through the air and slipped into Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo froze mid-charge. His eyes flashed a strange red as the atmosphere shifted. Shadows crept across the arena floor and the air grew heavy. Bakugo twitched and began breathing shallowly. Inside Bakugo's mind, harsh, overlapping voices rose up in a haunting chorus, echoing accusations and painful memories. Images of Izuku as a child smiling, then falling, then crying surfaced along with Bakugo's own taunts echoed back at him. The whispers piled up into a dreadful chant that tore at his confidence. Bakugo screamed and clutched his head as his explosions flared against the ground and he sank to a knee, the mental pressure causing him to stagger. William stood motionless with his eyes glowing red, his voice a grim whisper as he told Bakugo that heroes did not create fear but overcame it. The arena was filled with the sound of Bakugo's strained breathing and the eerie hum of red energy pulsing between them. William said he would take a walk through Bakugo's mind, and more memories washed over Bakugo, each one sharper and more painful than the last, until he seemed to be fighting both the physical battle and the flood of his own guilt and shame. Up in the stands, Jean Grey's expression hardened as she sensed the assault. She placed a hand to her temple and tried to intervene telepathically, warning William to stop before he caused permanent damage. William's mental defenses rose immediately, blocking her attempt and cutting her out. Around the arena, classmates reacted with alarm and confusion, noting Bakugo's uncoordinated movements and wondering if William had somehow invaded his mind. Izuku gripped the railing tightly and begged William to stop as he watched his friend suffer. Caleb stood abruptly and pushed toward the railing, telling those near him that he intended to stop William. He called out William's name, the shout slicing through the noise of the crowd. The sudden interruption broke William's concentration. The red light in Bakugo's eyes faded and the whispers in his head fell silent. Bakugo collapsed to one knee, gasping for air, while William exhaled sharply, his own hands trembling. An ancient voice hissed in William's mind, disappointed that his love for someone had weakened him. The idea of love struck a chord within William, momentarily unsettling him. Bakugo recovered quickly, furious, and urged William to focus on the fight before launching a massive explosion. William barely raised his hands in time and formed a red energy barrier that absorbed the blast, the shockwave rippling across the arena. Dust swirled as Bakugo panted and William remained behind his glowing shield, silent and steady. Bakugo pressed the attack, each explosion lighting up the arena and hammering at William's barrier. Shockwaves rocked the stage, smoke and debris scattering as the force of Bakugo's assault tore at the floor beneath them. William held his ground as red energy pulsed across his shield, the air trembling with each collision. Present Mike shouted about the intensity of the exchange, calling attention to Bakugo's rampage and William's tested defense. Inside his barrier, William remained calm and focused. He knew his defenses were not as tough as Caleb's, but he had been training to refine his control, pushing himself for weeks before the festival. He was not trying to overpower Bakugo outright, he intended to outthink him. Bakugo unleashed another barrage that rang like thunder, swallowing both combatants in a cloud of heat and debris. When the smoke cleared and Bakugo finally paused, panting from exertion, William's barrier faded away. Bakugo grinned and taunted that William's shield had popped, while William held his composure, unbothered and ready for whatever came next. William's hand glowed crimson. William taunted that Bakugo talked too much and then launched himself upward in a streak of red light, ascending rapidly into the open sky. Bakugo gritted his teeth and pursued him, explosions bursting beneath his hands and feet as he rocketed upward. Present Mike announced excitedly that they were taking it to the air, and the crowd roared as the two clashed midair. William hurled a red energy sphere straight at Bakugo. It struck him square in the chest and forced him back. The explosive teen grunted but steadied himself in midair, eyes burning with determination. Bakugo mocked that was all William had, claiming his explosions packed more punch than William's red fireworks, and he fired another blast. William raised a glowing hand and formed a crimson energy shield that absorbed the attack with a heavy boom. William calmly observed that all that noise still had not hit him. Bakugo's rage boiled over. He bellowed across the sky with ferocity and blasted toward William like a missile. William responded instantly, using his telekinetic control to push himself backward through the air and keep distance as Bakugo chased red and orange streaks darting and colliding like dueling comets above the roaring stadium. William focused and told Bakugo he was only making the fight easier. He landed back on the cracked arena floor. Bakugo followed close behind, an explosion bursting from his palms as he swung his arm forward. William raised his hand and flared a red energy barrier to block the blast. Bakugo rushed in again, ready to launch another attack, but his right arm shimmered as red wisps coiled around it like smoke. His eyes widened in confusion as the limb froze mid-swing, locked in place by William's telekinetic hold. Before Bakugo could break free, William hurled another crimson sphere. The orb detonated on impact and sent Bakugo skidding backward. He recovered quickly and used another explosion to propel himself forward again. William's mind raced and an idea sparked risky, but something he had seen his mother do in a broadcast of the Lagos incident, and he decided it was worth the gamble. Bakugo shouted in fury and unleashed a powerful explosion directly at William. William raised his glowing hand, crimson energy pooling around his palm. The blast hit the barrier and stopped. The explosion remained suspended, contained perfectly within a shimmering sphere. The crowd gasped. William clenched his fist. The suspended explosion twisted in the air as he redirected it back at Bakugo. Bakugo braced and took the redirected blast, smoke and debris bursting around him. William did not relent. Another red energy sphere followed, crashing against Bakugo and nearly sending him over the boundary. Bakugo roared, using his explosions to counter and dash forward again. Each time he charged, William caught the blasts and sent them back, a relentless reflection of Bakugo's own aggression. Finally, Bakugo halted in midair, panting and eyes burning with frustration. William asked if he was done, calm and measured. Bakugo snarled but did not move further. William lowered his gaze slightly and declared it was his turn. The audience's cheers dimmed into an uneasy hush as shadows shifted across the stage. Dust, stone, and chunks of debris rose from the ground, dozens of pieces each glowing with an ominous crimson aura. The floating fragments surrounded the entire field, suspended like silent meteors waiting for command. Uraraka watched from the stands in stunned recognition, noting that William had emulated her zero-gravity strategy from her earlier match, though his method was far more forceful. William made a mental note to thank her later. William's hands glowed brighter as crimson energy pooled around his palms. With a sharp motion he moved both arms downward. The fragments responded instantly. They streaked through the air and homed in on Bakugo from every angle, their speed magnified by William's telekinesis. The whistling of stone filled the arena as the projectiles descended. Bakugo lifted his right arm and, teeth gritted, declared he would not lose. He released a massive explosion, a brilliant orange burst that tore through the air and obliterated the incoming debris in a deafening blast. Smoke and fire engulfed the field as red energy fragments scattered. When the dust settled, Bakugo stood breathing heavily, his uniform scorched but his stance unbroken. William smirked, eyes glowing faintly crimson, and noted that during Uraraka's match, after Bakugo had destroyed that meteor shower, he had favored charging with his left arm, knowing another push would strain it. William had only needed to force repeated use of that arm until it faltered. Bakugo lunged forward with explosions bursting from his left hand. William raised his hand and, without moving at first, let his telekinesis do the work. An invisible pressure gripped Bakugo's arm. The sound of shifting joints echoed through the air and his left arm jerked violently to the side in an unnatural motion. Bakugo cried out in shock as the arm gave out in a wrenching movement and he faltered from the sudden pain. William clenched his fist and launched Bakugo backward with a surge of crimson energy. Bakugo tumbled across the arena and went out of bounds, the ground cracking where he landed. Midnight energetically announced that Bakugo was out of the ring and declared William the winner. The stadium erupted with cheers as students and professionals alike rose in awe at the young hero's control and tactical composure. From the stands, Caleb leaned forward with a wide grin and stated proudly that he had known it and that they would fight later, his confidence clear. William looked up briefly, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips before he turned away. Down in the arena, Bakugo groaned and forced himself up onto his knees. His injured arm hung uselessly by his side, but his defiance remained. Bakugo insisted he was not finished. Midnight sighed, rolled her shoulders, and then exhaled deeply. A soft wave of sleep-inducing mist spread through the air and wrapped around Bakugo like a gentle blanket. His movements slowed, his eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed into sleep. Present Mike laughed and declared that Bakugo was out cold, calling it a decisive end to the match. William stood quietly amid the noise, gaze steady on the center of the arena. The crowd's energy roared around him, but his focus was already on what came next, the real challenge. Present Mike then boomed that this was it, the final match. An announcer introduced William Maximoff, the Red Storm of Chaos and Control, and Caleb Gray Summers, the Psionic Flame. The crowd erupted as both boys stepped into the arena, the tension and excitement palpable. William's heartbeat pounded in his chest, and he clenched a fist to steady himself. An inner voice named Cthon mocked that his heart was racing for reasons other than fear, suggesting he could not hide it when Caleb was near. William insisted he was imagining things and tried to dismiss the distraction. Cthon persisted, saying the feelings beneath his denial were obvious, which left William feeling unsettled and determined not to be pulled off his focus. Across the arena, Caleb stood with a confident grin and greeted William warmly, expressing that he was glad to face him in the finals and suggesting they give the audience a match to remember. William's face flushed and his composure wavered for a moment. Class 1A watched closely. Kirishima noted the intensity between them and expected a dramatic clash of rivals. Ileana observed that William's expression was different from his usual battle face and that he seemed unusually flustered. Mina giggled and Ciro grinned, amused by the visible tension. Class 1B joined the chatter as well. Tetsu felt Caleb had the edge after his training. Kendo judged the match would be close and praised Caleb's strategy. Tandy agreed that Caleb adapted quickly. Kaminari defended William's control, and Jiro commented on how intimidating both competitors were. Monoma attempted to taunt Class 1A, but Kendo cut him off and then delivered a sharp karate chop that left Monoma unconscious. Kendo sighed at the predictable outcome. The crowd roared as William and Caleb faced each other, William's calm red energy meeting Caleb's brilliant blue light. Midnight signaled the start of the match. William moved first, igniting red light and launching several spheres of psionic energy that streaked across the arena like crimson comets. Caleb created a glowing blue disk beneath his feet and lifted, gliding above the incoming blasts with controlled grace. He encouraged William to do better and readied his counterattack, forming and launching several blue psionic projectiles in rapid succession. The first struck William's shield and cracked it, the second tore through and sent him crashing backward across the arena floor. William pushed his palm to the ground and used his telekinesis to steady himself before landing back on his feet. From the stands, Kaminari reacted in stunned surprise and Uraraka cheered William on. Todoroki watched in silence and offered a quiet, private encouragement for William to keep fighting. William drew a deep breath and let the red light around him grow brighter as his focus sharpened. Caleb hovered above with a grin and prepared his next move. William moved his hand forward and released another barrage of red energy spheres. Caleb countered by sweeping his arm across his chest and forming a wall of blue psionic energy that absorbed the first blasts, the barrier pulsing under the impact like rippling water. William raised his glowing fist and the arena floor trembled. The earth shifted and a massive concrete hand rose up from the ground, curling around Caleb and trapping his levitation disc. The audience murmured in astonishment. Tetsu expressed admiration at the display and even Monoma appeared stunned. William launched another glowing red sphere at the trapped Caleb. Caleb responded with fierce determination, unleashing a powerful red psionic shockwave that shattered the concrete hand into rubble. William's energy sphere still connected, sending Caleb flying until he arrested his motion with telekinesis and a blue aura flared as he regained balance. William tore chunks of debris from the arena and hurled them at Caleb, who countered with precise psionic blasts that disintegrated the incoming fragments. Then Caleb seized one of the flying rocks midair, his blue aura flaring, and redirected it toward William with force, sending it speeding back like a cannonball. William glanced at the projectile, and it shattered into dust before it could reach him. Caleb grinned and called him a show-off. He fired another optic beam, stronger and aimed at William's chest. Instead of striking him, William's image fragmented into red light and vanished. Caleb's eyes widened. He had not sensed the real one. William appeared at Caleb's right, his palm glowing bright red. William unleashed an energy orb that struck Caleb directly, sending him tumbling through the air. Caleb spun and caught himself before hitting the boundary line, his boots grinding against stone as he steadied his footing. Present Mike announced with excited exuberance that William Maximoff had just pulled off another mind-bending trick and that the kid's illusions were leaving everyone reeling. In the stands, Kurt leaned forward, his voice thick with his accent, and said in amazement that William's telepathy was just unfair sometimes. Ibra observed calmly that against someone who could make you question reality, brute strength alone would not win. Both fighters faced each other again, one burning red, the other glowing blue, neither willing to back down as the stadium buzzed with anticipation. Caleb, determined, declared that he was no longer holding back and charged forward, the arena floor cracking beneath his steps. William raised a glowing hand and narrowed his eyes. In an instant, multiple versions of him appeared, forming a perfect circle around Caleb. Each illusion's eyes glowed red, and the copies murmured a haunting chant urging Caleb to go to sleep. The whispers overlapped and swelled, and red waves of psychic pressure struck Caleb from every direction until his body tensed and fatigue began to wash over him. His knees trembled and his eyes started to close. Suddenly, Caleb's form ignited with a radiant golden aura. The energy flared and shattered the invisible bind as a burst of power erupted outward. Caleb roared and broke free. A powerful psionic shockwave of red energy blasted from him, dispersing every illusion. The fake Williams dissolved into streaks of red light, leaving only the real William standing, pushed back several meters with his boots grinding against the arena floor. Jean Grey watched in stunned disbelief, hardly able to speak. William steadied himself and brushed dust from his uniform. His eyes locked on Caleb, who was now surrounded by that glowing golden aura, each movement radiating raw, untamed power. A dark whisper coiled in William's mind as Chthon, amused, noted that his power was growing beyond mortal bounds and offered to lend strength once more. William hesitated for a heartbeat, then resolved that this time he would remain in control. A surge of energy coursed through him, veins glowing faintly red, and the ground cracked as his aura expanded, scarlet light entwining with tendrils of shadow. Chthon, pleased, urged him to show what their power could do. William's red aura intensified, spiraling around him like a storm. Across from him, Caleb's golden energy brightened in response, two opposing forces radiating through the arena. Present Mike shouted in thrilled disbelief that the air itself was buzzing, William blazing red and Caleb igniting gold, declaring the final worthy of legends. The crowd erupted into cheers as red and gold charged toward one another like twin suns about to collide. William focused and told Caleb to end this. His hands rose as crimson light gathered between them, coalescing into a massive sphere of red energy that grew until it dwarfed him. Caleb's eyes shimmered with psionic light, then flared scarlet as he funneled all his energy into an optic beam. Caleb urged William to give him everything. When William hurled his crimson sphere and Caleb unleashed his enormous scarlet optic beam, the two attacks met above the arena. The collision sent a shockwave rattling through the stadium and erupted into a blinding white light. The crowd gasped and shielded their faces as a thunderous roar filled the air. When the light finally faded, smoke rolled over the shattered arena floor. Both William and Caleb lay motionless, their uniforms scorched and their auras gone. Silence fell across the stadium, heavy and uncertain. Midnight covered her mouth and announced in stunned tones that both William Maximoff and Caleb Graysummers were incapacitated. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Kirishima, confused, asked who had won. Mina worried whether they were okay. Ida said anxiously that they must have both pushed beyond their limits. Kendo, incredulous, noted that neither had held back. Aizawa leaned toward Present Mike and whispered something under his breath. Present Mike blinked, then grinned as realization struck, and he boomed to the stadium that, for the first time in the history of UA's sports festival, there were two champions. The crowd roared, confetti cannons fired, and fans chanted both names. Present Mike proclaimed that William Maximoff and Caleb Graysummers were the first ever duo champions and that history had been made. Up in the stands, Izuku stood grinning with pride, thinking that they had both done it and feeling no jealousy, only admiration for two friends who had pushed each other past their limits and risen together. Far from the roaring stadium, in a quiet, dimly lit house, an old television flickered in the corner of a cozy, slightly eerie living room. A woman in a flowing dark purple robe sat on a creaking wooden chair, gently stroking a small gray rabbit on her lap. She amusedly called the rabbit Mr. Scratchy and praised his patience. The television broadcast the final match between William Maximoff and Caleb Graysummers. As the screen froze on the image of William midair, hurling a massive crimson orb toward Caleb's beam, the woman raised her hand and purple energy shimmered from her fingertips, holding the image perfectly still with William suspended in mid-attack. Agatha leaned forward, her dark eyes studying the frozen scene with a glint of curiosity and hunger, and noted that the boy's power had not been erased after all. She tilted her head, a sly smile curving her lips as she watched. A hungry voice declared that kind of energy chaos without restraint and that it was something to be claimed for itself. Mr. Scratchy's nose twitched again, and Agatha chuckled softly. A sinister, unidentified voice told Agatha not to look at it that way, insisting that power like his should not go to waste. The paused screen glowed faintly against the dim room as Agatha's purple aura enveloped the edges of the TV, William's red energy reflecting in her eyes. Agatha, darkly amused, told little Maximoff that soon enough they would learn that power always comes with a cost. Her laughter echoed through the room, low, velvety, and filled with promise. The conclusion of UA's sports festival quickly became the talk of social media. Clips of William and Caleb tied for first place, with Bakugo taking second and Todoroki third, went viral within hours. Bakugo had edged out Todoroki thanks to his stronger performance in the semifinals, a detail that fueled commentary. The school slowly returned to its usual rhythm, though the buzz from the festival lingered in every hallway. William pushed open the classroom door, and the chatter quieted briefly before his classmates greeted him with smiles and cheers. Midoriya expressed excitement and congratulated William, calling the final insane. Ida praised William's exceptional performance and impressive tactics. Uraraka, bubbly and enthusiastic, told William he had been amazing and that his meteor move had been perfect. Ileana smirked and said the crowd loved it. Kirishima grinned and remarked that William had been on fire in a figurative sense. Mina playfully asked for an autograph, then insisted she was kidding. Jiro nodded appreciatively and called the finale wow. Over time, William's dynamic with the class had shifted dramatically. Some classmates had initially been wary of his psychic powers, uncertain of what such abilities could do in combat. Those fears faded as they saw how careful and strategic he was, and many of them now felt genuine camaraderie with him. William himself had changed, becoming more open, relaxed, and willing to engage. The walls he had kept around himself slowly came down, and he found himself genuinely enjoying the bonds he was forming. He had also started getting closer with some of Caleb's friends in Class 1B: Ibara, Tetsu, Kendo, Tyrone, and Tandy, often joining their sparring sessions or study breaks, the group's easy energy helping him feel more grounded. Bakugo stomped up with his arms crossed and a glare fixed on William, warning that next time he would make sure to crush him. William replied dryly and teasingly that he would be cheering from the floor while Bakugo tried to figure out which way was up. Bakugo's jaw twitched, but he muttered nothing further and stormed off. William slid into his seat between Uraraka and Todoroki, behind Ileana in the back row. Uraraka leaned over, excitedly asking what Mr. Aizawa had planned next and confessing that she was dying to find out. William smiled and admitted he was curious as well, thanking Uraraka for the meteor strategy that he had used successfully. Uraraka scratched the back of her head and blushed slightly. Todoroki, calm and thoughtful, revealed that he had followed William's advice and visited his mother yesterday. William genuinely expressed happiness for Todoroki and acknowledged that it was a big step. Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom, eyes tired but alert. The class greeted him in unison with a cheerful good morning. Mr. Aizawa announced that homeroom would focus on hero informatics. A collective groan rippled through some students, and Kirishima and Kaminari whispered anxiously about the possibility of a surprise quiz. Kirishima nervously pleaded not to have a quiz, while Kaminari admitted his brain was not ready. When Mr. Aizawa activated his quirk and his hair rose slightly, the room fell silent, the faint glow of his eyes a warning to stay in line. He clarified that there would be no test. Instead, the students would choose their code names for hero activities. Excitement erupted as students began to jump and whisper ideas to one another. Mr. Aizawa raised a hand to quiet them and said he would reveal the pro-hero draft results first. A bar graph appeared on the board. William's bar shot to the top, showing 5,000 offers, with Todoroki following closely at 4,000. The rest of the class trailed in the hundreds. Kaminari slumped, discouraged and convinced he could not catch up. Jiro leaned forward and pointed out that Todoroki had more offers than Bakugo despite Bakugo's second-place finish. Siro reasoned that the pros likely did not want to deal with Bakugo after his stunt at the awards. Bakugo snorted dismissively, insisting that if the pros were scared of him, then they were weak. William leaned back and warmly congratulated Todoroki on all the internship offers. Todoroki responded matter-of-factly that much of it was probably because of his father, and that it was not something he could take pride in. William nodded, understanding the weight behind those words, and the class settled back into excited anticipation as they prepared to pick their hero identities. Mr. Aizawa reminded them that regardless of the draft results, everyone would spend a week interning with pro-heroes, and that the hero name they chose would stick for the internship and beyond, so they should choose wisely. The door opened and Midnight entered with her usual flair, announcing that she would have final approval over all hero names with no exceptions. She distributed canvases and instructed each student to write down the name they wanted to use, explaining that once everyone was ready they would present their choices to the class. A nervous hum filled the room as students hesitated to go first. Aoyama boldly stepped forward in flamboyant pride and declared that his name would be "I Cannot Stop Twinkling." Midnight edited the choice tersely, suggesting a shorter version and making a minor change. The class exchanged puzzled looks and murmured surprise that Midnight had approved. Aoyama gave a dramatic bow. Mina raised her hand next with excitement and nerves, proposing Alien Queen. Midnight reacted with horror, pointing out associations with a monstrous figure and acidic blood, and rejected the suggestion. The class tensed, worried about their own choices. Tsuyu stepped forward calmly and chose Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, prompting cheerful murmurs and claps. Even with initial strange choices, the students began to relax and watch for what would come next. William held his canvas and stared at it as his mind drifted. A memory surfaced, unbidden but vivid. William and Caleb were 12, wearing the X-Men's blue and yellow uniforms. Both boys panted and wiped sweat from their faces after a brutal training session in the danger room. Caleb grinned and teased that if they were going to be heroes, they needed to come up with names for each other. It was practically mandatory. They thought for a while, trying to match names to personalities and powers. William's gaze lingered on Caleb, remembering how Caleb's energy glowed red when he used his abilities offensively. William quietly suggested the name Crimson Nova for Caleb, noting that his powers sometimes appeared red and that Jean had nicknamed him a Nova. Caleb's cheeks flushed at the memory of his mother's nickname, and he smiled faintly. Caleb considered William's calm, silent demeanor and offered Crimson Enchanter, saying it fit William as the son of the Scarlet Witch, mysterious and commanding. William nodded in approval without a word. Caleb draped an arm over his shoulder and laughed, imagining them as the Crimson Duo. Both boys laughed, the weight of training momentarily forgotten. The memory faded. William set a marker down and wrote carefully on his canvas before walking to the front of the classroom. He calmly announced that his hero name would be Crimson Enchanter. A few classmates clapped, intrigued. Uraraka leaned forward with a curious smile and asked why he had chosen Enchanter. William explained that his best friend, Caleb Graysummers from Class 1B, had picked it for him and that together they would have been known as the Crimson Duo. He added that he had wanted a name that honored his mother, the Scarlet Witch. Gasps echoed across the room as classmates reacted in shock. Mineta, wide-eyed, whispered a question about whether William's powers were magic. William lifted his hand casually and said that his abilities had always been psionic. Kthon made a teasing remark about the stories people tell themselves, but William ignored it and returned to his seat, sliding quietly between Uraraka and Todoroki. The rest of the class took their turns, each student revealing the hero name they had chosen. Ileana declared that her name would be Magic, the Limbo-born hero, explaining that she had always had the potential to do magic. Jiro said her hero name would be Earphone Jax, and Mizo chose Tentacle, the tentacle hero. Hanta introduced himself as Cellophane, the tape hero. Mashareo proudly presented Tailman, the martial arts hero. Mina announced with playful excitement that she had decided on Pinky. Midnight smiled and nodded approvingly at each choice, praising the creativity. Kaminari stepped forward full of energy and called himself Chargebolt, the stun gun hero. Hagakure happily explained that her hero name would be Invisible Girl, inspired by a favorite hero. Yaoyorozu followed with calm precision and chose Kriati, Everything Hero, hoping to live up to the name. Todoroki kept it simple and used his own name, Shoto. Aizawa returned the class's attention to the topic of interning, his voice even and firm. He instructed that students who had received offers from pro heroes should choose from among their nominations, while everyone else would select from a secondary list of agencies. Midnight playfully guided the students to choose an agency that fit their style and goals, encouraging them to think about where they wanted to grow the most. Aizawa then dismissed the class. The classroom emptied quickly, laughter and chatter filling the hallways as students spilled into the cafeteria. During lunch, William sat quietly at a table, flipping through the list of agencies and pro heroes that had sent him internship offers. Nearby, Uraraka leaned toward Midoriya with bright eyes and said she was determined to choose Gunhead. Midoriya blinked in surprise and asked why she would pick Gunhead instead of a rescue-focused hero like 13. Uraraka explained that losing to Bakugo had shown her she needed to improve weaknesses such as hand-to-hand combat, and she punched the air with a determined grin. William watched and recalled his sports festival match against Bakugo, how he had kept the explosive hero at a distance with red energy blasts and relied on psionic shields to block attacks. He set the offers down and told himself that he needed a hero who excelled in close combat. He narrowed his choices, removing rescue-themed heroes and focusing on those specializing in physical confrontation, strategic offense, or versatile combat skills. The process felt methodical, almost like a game of elimination, but William did not rush. He knew the decision would shape the kind of hero he wanted to become. One name caught his attention: Psylocke Hero Agency. He leaned closer and read the description. Psylocke, or Psy, had once been an X-Man alongside Jean and Scott and had graduated from Xavier's Academy before relocating to Japan to reconnect with her roots. She specialized in creating weapons from psionic energy Psy-blades, energy crossbows, and shurikens, and could dash across the battlefield in bursts of energy, making her formidable in combat. Among other heroes, she was admired not only for her strength but also for the distinctive psionic butterflies that manifested when she used her powers. William remembered brief training sessions she had given him alongside Jean and other telepaths like Professor X and Emma Frost. She had taught him to focus his psionic energy with precision and intent rather than rely solely on instinct. Decisive, he told himself that Psylocke's agency was exactly what he needed and wrote down his choice with a small, satisfied smile. Caleb, sitting beside him, glanced over and casually asked who he was interning with. William matter-of-factly said Psylocke. Caleb smirked and said he would stick with his mother, choosing the safest option since she would be less likely to give him a headache than William might under Psylocke. William nodded quietly, satisfied in his decision. The choice felt right. It was about growth and learning to wield his powers the way he believed he could. The first day of internship arrived. Class 1A gathered at the train station with hero costumes neatly packed in their briefcases. Aizawa warned them not to wear the costumes in public and not to lose them. Mina cheerfully acknowledged the instruction, and Aizawa corrected her speech to a more formal response. He then reminded them to behave with their respective heroes and to make the most of the experience. The instructor commanded the class to get to it, and the students responded in unison, respectfully, that they would. William boarded the train bound for Hosu, where Psylocke's agency was located. Ida followed, carrying his briefcase with meticulous care. The car was moderately crowded, and a few people who had seen him at the sports festival recognized William. One girl whispered excitedly that he was William Maximoff from the sports festival, and another giggled and asked if they could take a picture. William froze for a second, then awkwardly nodded and allowed the photo to be taken. The girls thanked him and left. William noticed Ida's intense gaze and shifted slightly, attempting a conversation he always found uncomfortable. He asked awkwardly where Ida was interning. Ida answered in his usual stiff, formal manner that he would be interning at Manual Hero Agency, focusing on rescue operations and tactical coordination. William replied that he would be interning with Psylocke. An awkward silence settled over the ride. William could sense faint tension and a spark of vengeance on Ida's face, and he remembered the news that Ingenium, Ida's older brother, had been gravely injured by the hero killer, Stain. William understood the emotion. There had been a time when he, too, had wanted to confront Nightmare in the Dreamscape. He told Ida softly and steadily that even if they were not very close, he considered them friends and that they could talk about anything. Ida's jaw tightened for a moment, then he offered a small, controlled smile and agreed that they were friends. The train continued onward, the city blurring past the windows, each of them lost in thought as they took the first step toward their internships. When William arrived at Psylocke's agency, the building towered above him, sleek and imposing a clear statement of prestige. Psylocke had earned a place among Japan's top heroes. Her psychic power was formidable, and her combat precision and reputation commanded respect. William had also seen the rumors online that Psylocke and Eadshot were married, but he decided he would ask her directly. He stepped inside and approached the receptionist. The receptionist confirmed William Maximoff's hero name, Crimson Enchanter, and informed him that Psylocke would see him on the 5th floor in the training room. William nodded, kept his expression neutral, and rode the elevator up. When the elevator doors opened, Psylocke stood in the hallway. Her hero outfit blended modern battle gear with traditional Japanese elements. A tightly wrapped white sarasure across her chest, a short indigo kimono-styled garment secured with a crimson obi sash, and reinforced black armor plating on her shoulders, arms, and thighs with faint violet accents that shimmered when her psionics flared. Flowing panels of midnight blue fabric framed her silhouette and a long crimson scarf trailed behind her, leaving a faint, ethereal glow where subtle psionic butterflies drifted. A gleaming katana rested across her back, and her amethyst hair was tied into a high ponytail, lending her the poised elegance of a warrior and the quiet intensity of a seasoned hero. Psylocke greeted him warmly, slightly amused that it had taken so long to meet in person. William returned the greeting and followed her as she gestured toward the training room and said they had a lot to cover. He took a moment to absorb the aura of authority and skill she projected. The training room was a traditional dojo lined with tatami mats, weapons racks, and training dummies. The scent of polished wood and the faint hum of energy in the air set a serious tone. William set his bags down carefully. Psylocke asked about Caleb, and William smiled a little and said Caleb was the same as always, bright, loud, impossible to ignore. Psylocke laughed softly and said she was glad to have the chance to train him in her specialty, hand-to-hand combat. She noted that he had made a name for himself, and William explained that he had come because he wanted to handle himself up close. His usual style relied on fear, energy blasts, and telekinesis at mid to long range. Psylocke instructed him to suit up. William changed into his hero costume, and when he returned they knelt on the tatami mats. Psylocke outlined the internship. She intended to bring out the warrior in him so that he would emerge stronger, sharper, and more aware of his capabilities. She warned him that the training would push him harder than anything he had faced, physically and mentally, and that there would be no shortcuts. William accepted the challenge. They rose to their feet and adopted fighting stances. Psylocke said they would focus on hand-to-hand that day, emphasizing that the body was the first weapon. William narrowed his eyes and concentrated. Psylocke lunged forward with impressive speed, throwing a series of sharp jabs aimed at William's upper body. He reacted instinctively, bringing his elbows up to block. The blows struck solidly and sent small vibrations through his arms. He tried to counter with a kick, but Psylocke ducked low and executed a sweeping leg technique that sent him briefly to the mat. William rolled back to his feet and shifted to the offensive, delivering a rapid flurry of punches. Psylocke blocked and parried each strike with precise, unyielding movements. She moved to execute another low sweep, but William leapt and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Psylocke acknowledged his effort with an approving remark and readied the next drill. Psylocke observed that he was learning fast. She circled William, assessing his stance, and he adjusted, feeling the rhythm of her movements and matching it with his own, ready for the next exchange. Ileana walked beside the verdant hero Zephyra, also known as Keyleth, as they patrolled the streets in their hero costumes. The city around them hummed with activity, lights reflecting off polished streets. Zephyra's hair, a cascade of fiery red, tumbled neatly over her shoulders and caught the light like burning embers. Her elegant earth-toned armor was accented with gold filigree and deep crimson trim, balancing grace and strength. Her green eyes gleamed with unwavering focus, and two vine-like antlers arched from her head, forming a crown of living wood. In her hand she carried a carved wooden staff etched with druidic runes that pulsed faintly with natural energy. The tips of her elf-like ears peeked through her thick hair, completing her otherworldly presence. Zephyra expressed that she was honored Ileana had chosen to spend her internship with her. Ileana replied that she had been wanting to improve her magic and her spellcasting. She wanted to be more than just reactive. The exchange was quiet, earnest. A sudden commotion drew their attention. A group of robbers was fleeing a jewelry store with bags full of stolen items. Zephyra raised her staff and green energy coiled around her hand. Thick vines erupted from the ground and snaked across the street, quickly wrapping around the fleeing criminals and holding them firmly in place. In a single coordinated motion, the villains were immobilized. Ileana watched with wide, starstruck eyes, marveling inwardly that one move had caught them all. Zephyra lowered her staff with a slight grin and teased that magic was about thinking 3 steps ahead and that she might need to stop overachieving so early in the day, since some interns liked a challenge. Ileana laughed, a mix of admiration and nervous excitement, realizing how much she had to learn and that this was exactly the guidance she needed. The second day of the internship began in the quiet hum of the dojo. Morning light streamed through paper-paneled windows and cast faint golden patterns across the tatami floor. William stood across from Psylocke, each holding a sheathed katana. Psylocke told him that today they would start with the blade. No energy, no tricks, just hands and focus. She explained that the sword reflected its wielder's intent and that he should treat it as an extension of himself. She unsheathed her weapon in a single, graceful draw. The sound was soft and reverent. William followed, mirroring her stance. They circled, then their steel met steel. The first clash was light, a test. William moved with concentration and care, his strikes deliberate. Psylocke countered with effortless precision, redirecting his blade with subtle angles and well-timed parries. When William tried a forward move, Psylocke twisted, locking his sword against hers and stepping inside his guard. He adjusted, stepped back, and swung low. Their blades collided again with a clear metallic ring. After several exchanges, Psylocke raised a hand to halt the practice and observed that his form was improving, but his movement still felt restricted. William tilted his head slightly to catch his breath as Psylocke crossed the room. She retrieved a black briefcase from the corner, set it on the mat, and opened it with a soft click. Inside was a new costume folded neatly. Psylocke explained that she had designed it for him, something that fit the fighter he was becoming. William blinked in surprise and then, with a dry smirk, suggested she had simply wanted to put him in a scarf. Psylocke chuckled and admitted the truth but added that he should admit it suited him. William accepted the compliment with a calm agreement as he took the outfit and changed. His new hero costume reflected the balance Psylocke had described, DSPLN and precision woven into every line. The top was lightweight crimson fabric, breathable and flexible, fitted close to his frame to allow a full range of movement with black accents tracing the seams and shoulders to add contrast and a sharp, defined edge. A deeper burgundy scarf draped over his shoulders and neck, flowing lightly behind him as a subtle symbol of grace in motion. Red fingerless gloves reinforced along the palms and knuckles provided both grip and impact protection. Black leggings were reinforced at the joints for agility and endurance, with light armor plating on forearms and shins enough to shield without burdening. The overall silhouette was clean and commanding. A faint trace of pride passed between mentor and student as they took their stances once again. In the afternoon, sunlight spilled into the dojo and cast long streaks of gold across the training mats. Psylocke presented a long black scabbard painted with a red dragon that wound along its length. She told William he had earned his own weapon and handed it to him with both hands. He accepted it with quiet reverence. The katana's hilt was black and tightly wrapped for grip, its weight balanced perfectly in his hand. Psylocke advised him to make it his partner, not just a tool, and reminded him that they would grow together. She then sharpened her tone and explained that they would refine his weapon mastery and shape his psionic constructs into something more deliberate. The training began with focus as Psylocke guided him through channeling psionic energy with clear intent, molding it into manifestations that mirrored his will. She demonstrated first by forming twin purple psi blades that extended from her fists, elegant edges of concentrated psychic force, and explained that these manifestations were defined by precision, control, and restraint. William mirrored her and conjured faint red blades that shimmered unevenly at first. With Psylocke's guidance, their edges steadied. They moved systematically through other forms Tesson's that unfolded like glassy fans, gauntlets that encased his hands in psionic armor, nunchucks that sparked with mental energy, and finally whips, bows, and crossbows whose shapes wavered briefly before stabilizing. Throughout, Psylocke emphasized precision, balance, and economy of motion, the fundamentals of mastering any weapon. Under Psylocke's instruction, William learned to form and wield psionic staffs, feeling their energy pulse steadily in his grip as he practiced fluid transitions between offense and defense. The training carried a rhythm that demanded both focus and stamina. Though his constructs formed quickly, Psylocke noticed his concentration falter with each new shape. Psylocke observed that his foundation with Jean helped and that his energy was steady, but she noted that he relied too much on instinct and needed to learn to channel purpose. William exhaled and adjusted his stance. He recognized that the muscle memory from Jean's lessons gave him speed but not refinement. The constructs came naturally, yet holding them and directing them with layered intent still required effort. After a short pause, Psylocke knelt and drew several symbols in the air, each glowing faintly before fading. She explained that these were hand seals, methods to bind mental energy to form and function, and that each one directed a different intent, allowing psionics to evolve beyond simple projection. William watched closely as she demonstrated a short sequence. Her hands moved through a deliberate pattern, calm, centered, purposeful. He followed, repeating the motion. Red energy pulsed faintly between his palms as characters began to form, glowing like embers. Psylocke instructed him to repeat the sequence. William repeated the seals, slower this time. The red characters grew clearer and red as sticky bomb. A sudden pressure built around his arms as energy gathered into shape. Twin crimson psionic crossbows formed around his forearms, sleek and humming softly. The limbs extended outward and locked into place with a low hum. He raised one arm and took aim at the training dummy. A single shot burst forth, a glowing red, butterfly-shaped charge that fluttered once before sticking to the target. It pulsed twice and then detonated in a bright burst of psychic energy that broke the dummy apart on the dojo floor. For a moment, William stood silent, eyes wide, astonished at what he had done. Psylocke smiled faintly and noted that the seals gave structure to his thoughts and allowed his psionic weapons to carry effects beyond simple impact. She added that in time he would learn to layer those effects: stun, disrupt, distort. William glanced at his hands as the faint glow of his crossbows faded and remarked that he could feel the energy listening better. Psylocke approved, noting that he was learning to speak its language. The echo of the detonation lingered in the air, a promise of the power he was beginning to understand. The next morning, the faint hum of the city rose with the breeze as sunlight brushed across the rooftops of Psylocke's agency. Training mats had been replaced by open sky and steel, presenting a new kind of challenge for William. He arrived in his hero outfit, tightening the crimson scarf around his neck as his eyes swept the empty rooftop. There was no sign of Psylocke, only the quiet hum of wind and distant traffic. A soft shimmer passed across his forehead as a delicate pink butterfly mark formed just above his brow. Psylocke mentally greeted William and directed his attention to his left. Across several rooftops, Psylocke stood on a higher ledge, arms crossed, her hair and scarf moving with the wind. She informed him that the day's focus would be stamina and mobility and instructed him to reach her using the vaulting techniques she had taught him, without using his powers. William exhaled slowly as his heart rate rose and Riley acknowledged that she knew how to start the morning. Psylocke told him to consider it his warm-up and to begin. He took off running. The first gap was wide. He measured his steps, pushed off with one leg, and vaulted over the edge, landing hard but steady as his boots scuffed the gravel. He barely had time to breathe before the next obstacle appeared, a tall air conditioning unit blocking his path. He angled his run, placed one foot against the side, and propelled himself over it, hands gripping the edge for balance before landing low. The rooftops were uneven and connected by narrow walkways, pipes, and vents. Every movement demanded precision and timing. William's arms and legs moved in rhythm as he vaulted over railings, pushed off walls, and pulled up from ledges that scraped his gloves. Halfway through, his foot slipped on loose debris and he felt his stomach drop as his body tilted toward the edge. His hand caught a metal pipe at the last second, and the strain burned through his forearm. He gritted his teeth, pulled himself up with trembling muscles, forced a breath, and pushed onward. The final stretch was the hardest, a wide jump between two rooftops of uneven height. He took a few steps back, sprinted forward, and launched himself across. His boots hit the edge barely, and he dropped to one knee, chest heaving as the wind roared past his ears. Psylocke watched, silent but attentive, and then allowed a slight relaxed shift in posture that conveyed approval. She evaluated that he had adapted when he slipped, which was the point: awareness, recovery, and control under pressure. William nodded while catching his breath. Psylocke then pointed back toward the agency and told him to return the same way. William groaned but acknowledged that she was serious. Psylocke reminded him that growth happened when one was tired and directed him to go. He muttered something under his breath, which earned a faint, amused chuckle from her. He turned toward the skyline and jumped. Before this rooftop test, their previous session had ended with a different kind of lesson. Psylocke had taught him to channel his mental energy directly into his katana, merging will and weapon. She guided his hands as he focused, and red light wrapped around the blade like breath. The steel vibrated faintly, infused with his own mental essence. Psylocke explained that by binding his mind to his weapon, he could extend its nature so it could cut through material, energy, and falsehood. The crimson aura had merged seamlessly with the blade's edge, making it gleam with quiet intensity. William felt awe and said that it felt alive. Psylocke noted that it should, because it was an extension of him. Now, on the rooftop, he could still feel that same pulse of connection, discipline over strength, focus over raw power. He gave a tired smirk toward Psylocke and joked that if he fell on the way back he would haunt her. Psylocke responded with amusement and suggested that he would learn to haunt efficiently. With another weary breath, William turned toward the skyline and jumped. The morning sun bathed the dojo rooftop in soft light, and the air was still except for the hum of psionic energy lingering between teacher and student. William stood steady with his hands on his hips while Psylocke circled him with her usual composed calm. Psylocke measured that he had shown discipline with his blade and control over his constructs. Psylocke stopped in front of him, her gaze sharp yet calm, and told William that it was time for him to grow his own wings. William blinked, brow furrowing in confusion, and asked what she meant by wings. Psylocke smirked faintly and instructed him to observe. Her focus sharpened, and in an instant pink psionic wings blossomed from her back, large, translucent, and luminous, shaped like those of a butterfly. With a single graceful motion she vanished from her spot and reappeared at the opposite end of the rooftop, leaving a faint pink trail through the air. William watched, jaw slackened, and admitted that he found the display incredible. Psylocke's wings dissolved into a mist of pink light as she walked back toward him. She explained that his telekinetic flight and leaps were powerful but limited by raw force. This was another form of movement, a psionic vault, where intent took shape. She told him to think of it as directing will into motion rather than planning the path itself. William tilted his head and asked if it was like teleporting but faster. Psylocke replied that it was more like vaulting through willpower and advised him to focus on where he wanted to be, not how to get there. William nodded, determination rising. He closed his eyes, took a slow breath, and tried. A red glow enveloped his body, brightening as two crimson wings of mental energy unfolded behind him, jagged and unstable at first but radiant. He pushed off the ground and immediately crashed into the far wall with a heavy thud, groaning in pain. Psylocke covered her mouth, amusement in her expression, and remarked that he had done better than she had on her first try, recalling how she had once launched herself into a waterfall and spent a week getting moss out of her hair. William groaned but chuckled and got back up, brushing off dust. He spent the next several hours repeating the process, forming the wings, focusing intent, and launching forward. Sometimes he vaulted too far and skidded across the rooftop. Other times his wings vanished mid-movement and sent him tumbling. His legs stung and his arms ached, but his focus never wavered. Each attempt came closer, smoother, and faster. After countless retries, William steadied his breathing, the air humming softly with red light. He visualized the space a few meters ahead and dashed. A crimson blur cut across the rooftop, and he landed in a low stance as the energy faded gently from his shoulders. There was no wall, no stumble, just clean movement. He exhaled deeply and allowed a grin to tug at his lips. Psylocke, impressed, praised his controlled intent and noted that he was progressing faster than most. She gave him a small sign of approval with a raised thumb. William, relieved and teasing, asked if he could expect any waterfalls in his future. Psylocke smiled faintly and encouraged him to keep up the work, saying he would stay dry if he did. The rest of the day moved into quieter training. Psylocke introduced finesse work, showing him how to condense his psionic energy into smaller constructs, throwing knives, throwing stars, and sharp-edged war fans, each formed from red energy, precise and balanced. William practiced his throws against a line of training dummies. The glowing weapons struck the targets and vanished in soft bursts of light. By sunset, the air was filled with faint trails of red remnants of every thrown blade. Psylocke watched the last of his throwing stars hit dead center and noted calmly that his form was good, but the next step was learning restraint. William lowered his arm, breathing steady, and joked that between wings, knives, and walls he was earning his stripes. Psylocke quietly approved and told him he was earning much more than that. The day faded into twilight, marking another step in William's transformation. The next morning, over the pale gold sky of Hosu, the wind cool across the rooftops, William stood beside Psylocke and surveyed the training layout. Dummies and reinforced targets had been scattered across ledges, pipes, and the edges of signboards. Psylocke stood relaxed with her arms crossed and explained measuredly that his objective was simple: maneuver through the rooftops and eliminate every target using everything he had learned. William adjusted the strap of his sword across his back and confirmed he understood that he had to take out all of the targets. Psylocke emphasized speed, efficiency, and control, then pulled out her phone and started the timer. The instant the timer began, William moved. His sword slid free from its sheath in one motion, a crimson glow tracing the edge as his energy flowed through the blade. Red psionic wings unfurled from his back, scattering faint embers as he vaulted toward the nearest rooftop. His boots struck concrete and momentum carried him forward as he sliced through the first target in a clean strike. The dummy split apart behind him as he slid the blade back into its sheath. His hands moved through a quick sequence of seals and glowing red symbols flared between his palms. Twin psionic crossbows formed around his wrists, gleaming with radiant red energy. He raised his arms and unleashed a volley of bolts. The glowing projectiles struck a cluster of distant targets and burst into light, scattering sparks. William pivoted and tightened his wings as he launched himself toward another rooftop. A trio of throwing knives spun into existence around his hands. He hurled them in a wide arc and they detonated on contact, clearing a row of dummies in a bright echo. He landed low with one hand pressed to the ground, then moved it forward. A red psionic whip extended from his palm with a sharp crack and struck a line of targets, sending them crashing backward in unison. Psylocke observed quietly that his rhythm was good and urged him to keep his intent tight. William refocused and carried himself up the side of a vent, the red wings pushing him higher. He conjured a pair of sharp-edged war fans that glowed faintly in his grasp. The wind rushed as he launched toward the final stretch. Each swing left behind curved trails of red light as his strikes grew faster and more deliberate. Two dummies split apart, another fell apart, and the last row collapsed as he spun midair, the fans crossing in a perfect X before dissipating in a burst of red particles. He landed with one knee bent, his scarf brushing the ground, while embers settled in the air. Psylocke checked the timer and noted that his run had finished in 15 seconds, expressing approval. William promised with a grin that he would shave it down to 10 seconds next time. Psylocke smiled slightly and encouraged him, saying that was the spirit. Psylocke warned him not to break his bones. William sheathed his katana once more and looked over the rooftops scattered with what remained of his target's ash, glowing fragments, and the faint shimmer of fading psionic butterflies. The red light dimmed in his eyes as he turned toward Psylocke, and he said with determination that he was starting to soar like a butterfly. Psylocke, softly proud, replied that he was not just soaring but evolving. The morning wind carried those words across the rooftops, teacher and students standing amid the quiet aftermath of another step forward. The next day arrived with a pale glow across the skyline. The air was crisp and still. William was already awake, standing on the rooftops before sunrise. Each passing day had sharpened him further. His movements were more refined, his energy dashes smoother. He had learned to channel his psionic energy with better rhythm, letting each dash carry him seamlessly from one rooftop to another. Every landing left faint traces of red light behind him, the afterimage of his determination. He trained tirelessly, alternating between weapon forms, his katana gleaming under the morning sun, red psionic kunais scattering through the air, and his tessons slicing through targets with precise arcs. Every motion built upon what Psylocke had taught him: momentum, control, adaptability. He was no longer merely striking targets. He was moving like a fighter who understood his rhythm, each breath syncing with his energy. Between strikes he focused on manipulating the density of his psionic weapons, his katana, tessons, and psi blades shifting between sharp and dulled forms at will. He practiced until he could strike without cutting, allowing the weapons to apply their telepathic impact instead of causing lethal damage. Each adjustment demanded precision, forcing him to refine the delicate balance between restraint and power. Hours passed before he finally stopped, chest rising heavily and sweat dampening his hair. His body ached, but it was the familiar ache that came from progress. Later that afternoon, William sat inside Psylocke's agency with a lunch tray beside him as the city's hum drifted through the window. He was quiet, lost in thought, when Psylocke approached carrying her tea with that effortless calm she always had. He hesitated and then asked, hesitant, whether she and Edgeshot were together. Psylocke laughed softly and explained that they were married, nearly 5 years now. Her words lingered with him. Love felt natural for others but foreign to him. It was not that he did not understand it. It was that he had never pictured himself as someone capable of feeling it deeply or deserving of being seen that way. The idea of someone choosing him and wanting him beyond the surface of power and composure felt distant. Psylocke's gaze lingered on him, and she gently told him that he would know when it was real when every time he saw a person his heart raced. In a way his mind would not admit. The words struck deeper than she realized. William's thoughts drifted to Caleb, his laughter before the sports festival, the confidence in his voice when he had said William would be fine. That memory alone stirred something in William's chest, a warmth he had spent weeks ignoring. Recently, every glance and every conversation had made his heartbeat quicken. Still, he pushed it down. The idea of losing what they already had was unbearable. He convinced himself he could not risk changing how Caleb saw him. Cthon's voice slipped into his thoughts with equal parts mockery and amusement, and Cthon taunted him about how well he thought he was hiding it. William pressed his thumb against his temple and exhaled, pretending not to have heard. Psylocke shifted their focus back to training and said in a composed tone that there was one more technique every psychic should know: the ability to disable someone else's quirk. William straightened, eyes meeting hers as she explained that every quirk relied on neural pathways, channels of bioelectric signals and mental focus that allowed power to flow. To disable one, a psychic had to intercept that current and disrupt it without damaging the mind. She demonstrated slowly, tracing faint pink lines through the air to represent a target's neural flow, and explained that the key lay in subtlety. It was not brute force but precision and awareness, the psychic energy needed to match the target's mental rhythm before gently cutting through it. William mirrored her movements, red energy outlining the air. His first attempts were rough, the energy scattered too wide and his focus faltered. Under Psylocke's steady guidance, he found the right pulse and began to feel the faint hum of a quirk's energy, learning where to press and where to hold. They practiced for hours. The training demanded patience and calm, forcing William to listen and truly feel another's flow. When he finally managed to disrupt the faint psionic signal Psylocke projected for him, the glow around her hands briefly faded. She smiled faintly and told him he had real control. William nodded, silent but proud. For the first time in days, his progress was not only physical but a mastery of mind over impulse, the very path Psylocke had guided him toward from the start. As they left the training room, the red light in William's eyes dimmed softly. Yet beneath that calm, his thoughts still drifted to the one person whose presence made his heart race faster than any fight could. The sky above Hosu burned orange as the sun began to set, its fading light mixing with neon signs that flickered to life across the rooftops. Psylocke stood beside William outside the agency with her arms crossed and her gaze sharp, scanning the skyline. She calmly observed that he had trained well but reminded him that training could only take him so far. That night they would patrol for real experience. William adjusted his gloves and focused as Psylocke explained they would cover the eastern district of Hosu, where reports said the hero killer had been sighted again. William's expression darkened as he thought of Ingenium Ida's brother and the paralysis he had suffered after an encounter with that threat. The image of the hero in a hospital bed stayed with William. Psylocke broke into a sprint and vaulted up the wall with effortless grace, catching a ladder and climbing swiftly before leaping onto a rooftop. She called up to him that from the rooftops they could see everything: the city, its shadows, and what hid between them. William smiled faintly, energy sparking under his boots. He bent his knees and leapt, red psionic light coursing through his legs as he propelled himself upward to land beside her with a light thud. Psylocke dashed forward without hesitation, and they moved across the skyline together. William followed close behind, his arm tucked behind his back in a runner's form. They moved like streaks across the skyline, pink and red trails cutting through the twilight. Psylocke's every leap was measured, her body weaving through antennas and air vents with effortless control. William mirrored her path, vaulting over obstacles, spinning midair to land on narrow ledges before launching himself forward again. The wind whipped past them as they jumped rooftop to rooftop. Whenever the gaps grew too wide, both summoned their psionic wings, pink and red butterflies glowing against the darkening sky. One flap, and they were airborne, soaring across the divide in synchronized arcs. The rhythm of their patrol was almost peaceful until the peace was shattered by the distant sound of screaming. William turned his head and saw plumes of smoke rising in the distance. A dull orange glow pulsed from within the chaos, followed by the unmistakable sound of destruction. Psylocke alerted them to smoke on the east side and ordered them to move. Without hesitation, she sprinted to the edge of the rooftop and dove down. William followed, using his energy to soften his landing as they dropped to street level. What they saw froze them in place. The streets of Hosu were chaos. Buildings burned and cars were overturned. In the center of it all were three hulking figures, enormous creatures twisted beyond recognition. Their warped forms rampaged through the city as pro-heroes, including Manuel, struggled to hold them back. The sound of impact and fire filled the air, mixed with terrified screams of civilians running for safety. Psylocke's eyes narrowed, and a faint purple glow appeared on her forehead as she reached into the mind of one of the Nomus. Her breath hitched and then hardened. She warned William that these had been people once. William's stomach twisted at the thought. He recalled that these creatures were called Nomu and that one had attacked them back at UA. The Nomus noticed them. 3 pairs of predatory eyes turned their way, and the creatures roared in unison before charging forward, the ground trembling beneath their steps. Psylocke unsheathed her katana from her back, the blade catching the glow of nearby fires. She infused it with psionic energy, the metal humming with purple light. William's hands came alive with red energy, his aura bright and fierce. Psylocke gave William permission to use his full power and told him not to hold back, declaring that the creatures were beyond saving and they had to stop them here. William's pulse spiked. Killing had never been something he had been ordered to do, but there was no hesitation in Psylocke's voice. He swallowed hard, tightened his grip as energy gathered in his arms, and stepped forward to meet their charge. The battle for Hosu had begun. 2 of the Nomus thundered towards Psylocke, their footsteps shattering the asphalt beneath them. She moved in a streak of pink light, executing a psychic dash and reappearing at the flank of the first Nomu. With a sharp motion, her psionic katana sliced through the creature's arm, but the form reknit itself in moments as if bound by shadowy energy. The Nomu roared, its voice distorted and raw. It swung at her with the other arm, but Psylocke's wings unfurled and propelled her backward just as the blow struck where she had stood, shattering the pavement. The second Nomu, larger and with jagged protrusions from its back, threw its head back and unleashed a deafening sonic screech. The shockwave rippled through the air, cracking windows and sending dust flying. A red shimmer expanded in front of Psylocke and dispersed the force harmlessly. She turned her head slightly and spotted William on the far side, one arm extended, eyes glowing faintly with red light. The third Nomu lunged at him from behind. William instinctively raised his other hand and manifested a scarlet barrier that caught the creature's strike. The impact pushed him back a few steps, but he held firm as the shield vibrated under the force. Then he took off. His body rose into the air, energy burning beneath him. With no civilians in the immediate area, he allowed himself to unleash everything he had been holding back. He recalled Psylocke's earlier teachings about layering mental effects into his attacks and formed a red sphere of energy in his palm. He hurled it at the Nomu below. It struck the creature's head with a flash of red light. The Nomu staggered as a pulsing haze swept over its mind, and William concentrated, attempting to cloud it and put it to sleep. The creature slammed its head against the ground, breaking the hold, and hurled itself upward. William reacted fast, hurling 2 cars from the nearby street like improvised projectiles. The Nomu continued onward, tearing through the obstacles with brute force. There was no time to evade. He summoned another red barrier just as the Nomu's fist collided with it. The sheer power of the hit sent him flying through the air and crashing through a building facade in an explosion of debris. He groaned and pushed himself from the rubble. Dust settled as the creature burst through the wall and charged again. William's eyes sharpened, no hesitation this time. As the Nomu swung, he ducked beneath the massive fist, crimson light gathering around his hands. A psionic tesson materialized, red and razor-edged. He slashed upward in a sweeping arc, and the energy cut across the Nomu's chest in a stylized flare. Dark sparks and a brief burst of shadowy energy scattered through the air. Without pause he pivoted and struck again, the tesson catching the Nomu's attention and forcing it to stumble back before it recovered with increased fury. Its attacks came faster now, heavy strikes raining down like hammers. William dissolved his tesson mid-motion and formed psionic gauntlets over his arms. The red glow wrapped tightly around his forearms as he met the onslaught head-on. Each punch he blocked sent shockwaves through the ground. Each counterstrike was swift and decisive. He met one of its jabs with a cross of his own, his gauntlet connecting with the Nomu's jaw. The creature's head snapped sideways, but it did not fall. It surged back with renewed rage. William thought to himself that if that Nomu was anything like the one from the USJ, he would not have stood a chance, but he steadied his stance and let the red light around his fists intensify. The fight continued as Psylocke and William coordinated their assaults, striking with precision and resolve to protect the city. The fight was far from over, but this time he was ready to meet its fury with his own. With a sharp gesture, a purple psionic whip unfurled from Psylocke's hand, its crackling energy humming through the air. She lashed it forward and wrapped it around the winged Nomu's leg with a resounding snap, pulling the creature out of the sky and sending it crashing into the asphalt. Dust billowed outward. Her fingers moved swiftly through a sequence of deliberate hand seals. The characters for confusion glowed in front of her hands. Purple psionic crossbows manifested around her forearms and wrists, arcs of psychic energy pulsing between them. She fired a bolt that struck the grounded Nomu square in the chest. The Nomu's features blurred and shifted, briefly taking on Psylocke's likeness, while Psylocke seemed to assume the appearance of an ally. The winged Nomu unleashed a deafening sonic blast at the other creature. The regenerating Nomu convulsed as its form destabilized and collapsed into a flicker of energy. Psylocke smirked and vowed that she would finish the fight. She raised her psionic katana, the energy around her blade intensifying into a radiant violet glow that made the air itself tremble. Psylocke invoked Violet Lightning Flash. In the next heartbeat she vanished from sight. A violet streak tore across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, delivering a blinding strike that sent the regenerating Nomu's form scattering in a burst of light. Before the winged Nomu could recover, Psylocke reappeared behind it, psionic wings beating with controlled power. With a single precise motion she struck a vital point, neutralizing the creature. The Nomu's body went limp and collapsed as the last trace of violet energy faded into the air. William steadied his breathing, crimson light blooming around his hands as twin psionic crossbows took shape. He raised them and fired a steady barrage of red psychic bolts toward the advancing Nomu. Each shot landed with a sharp burst of energy, but the creature only roared, its heavy frame pushing through the blasts without hesitation. It lunged forward, arm ped back for a punch that could shatter concrete. William braced, thinking it was too close. His psionic butterfly wings unfolded in a shimmer of scarlet energy as he dashed to the side, leaving behind a trail of glowing red butterflies that quickly faded. The Nomu's punch missed, but it twisted and landed a heavy kick against William's ribs that sent him crashing backward through a pile of debris. William groaned and quickly summoned a red telekinetic shield behind him to cushion the fall, one hand pressed to his side as he winced. The Nomu's heavy steps drew closer, its shadow looming over him. Before it could strike again, a flash of violet light cut through the air. Psylocke appeared behind the Nomu in an instant, her katana drawn. The Nomu froze. Psylocke's technique disrupted its form and it collapsed to its knees and then to the ground. Psylocke reached out a hand to him and told him he had held his own. William clasped her hand and pulled himself up, grateful, and said that he owed her one. Before Psylocke could respond, William felt his phone vibrating in his pocket and pulled it out. The message was from Midoriya, no words, only coordinates, a location marker in an empty alleyway. William felt concern at the sight and said that it was Izuku. The lack of context felt wrong. Psylocke turned toward the approaching Nomus, one hand on her katana and the other igniting the Psyblade, their glow cutting through the haze of battle. She told him to go and that she would handle things. William nodded once and launched into the sky, surrounded by crimson light and propelled by telekinesis, ascending like a streak of red. Below, Psylocke's gaze hardened. She pivoted back toward the oncoming Nomu, blades gleaming, and challenged them as she charged forward with violet energy SNG across the battlefield. The late afternoon sun bathed Tokyo in orange light as Caleb and Jean Grey stepped through the door of their home. Their training session had stretched longer than planned, but the air still hummed faintly with residual telekinetic energy as small bits of metal drifted lazily before settling on the carpet. Jean Grey praised Caleb for handling the weight perfectly and observed that he was pushing past what she had managed at his age. Caleb grinned and joked that he must be catching up. Jean smiled and reminded him not to get cocky, explaining that telekinesis was not just about strength but also about control, emotion, and balance. Caleb teased that he could not wait to show William and joked about levitating a building. Jean laughed and teased that she had created a monster. Caleb collapsed onto the couch and reached for the remote. The television flickered on and snapped to a breaking news broadcast. A news anchor reported urgently that chaos had erupted in Hosu City, with multiple Nomu sightings across several districts and pro-heroes engaging the creatures, including Psylocke of Hosu's Hero Agency and UA Sports Festival co-champion William Maximoff, the Crimson Enchanter. Grainy footage showed streetlights flashing and smoke curling into the sky. Psylocke darted across rooftops, violet energy slicing through the darkness, while a red streak blasted upward as William used telekinesis to hurl rubble and confront monstrous forms. Caleb froze, color draining from his face, recognizing the same threats that had nearly cost William his life before. Jean's expression tightened with concern as she watched William raise a shield against a Nomu's blow while Psylocke's psionic blade cut through another. She said quietly that they were holding their own but that it was no ordinary fight. Caleb swallowed hard and gripped the armrest, his heart pounding as the camera zoomed in on William surrounded by fire and smoke. He whispered a prayer that William would be okay. The television's light reflected in his eyes as Jean placed a steadying hand on his shoulder and urged him to believe in William's strength. Caleb nodded slowly, though his gaze remained fixed on the screen. In that moment the confident student faded and was replaced by a friend hoping silently that the person he cared about would make it home. The cold night air rushed past William as he soared through the dark skies of Hosu, his crimson aura leaving faint embers in his wake. The streets below were eerily empty the deeper William went, the fewer people he saw. Streetlights dimly pulsed over the broken asphalt, and the silence pressed against him. Then he saw a narrow alley marked by signs of a recent struggle. Midoriya was on his knees, trembling. Ida lay paralyzed beside a wounded pro-hero, native, whose chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Towering over them, katana held menacingly, stood Stain, the hero killer. William's eyes widened as he descended, his boots slamming into the pavement between Stain and Ida. A red shockwave rippled outward, kicking up dust and forcing Stain back a few steps. Midoriya called out in relief at William's arrival. Ida's eyes shifted upward weakly, disbelief cutting through his paralysis. Stain's grin stretched beneath his mask, and he taunted William with a low, guttural tone, accusing him of being another fraud who played hero for the spotlight. William remained silent, stance unmoving, gaze steady. Stain noted the silence with a hint of amusement and suggested silence was better than hypocrisy. Inside William's mind, Kthan's voice slithered like dark smoke, urging that it handle this opponent and promising violence for daring to strike at him. William pushed back the voice and asserted that he had the situation under control. A pulse of crimson light erupted from William's hand as he launched a red energy sphere at Stain. The hero killer twisted aside, and the blast detonated against the wall behind him, scattering debris. Stain dashed in low, blade gleaming, aiming for William's midsection, but William's katana was already drawn, its edge igniting with psionic red light. Their blades met in a metallic clash that sent sparks raining across the alley. Ida and Midoriya froze, watching as William's butterfly-like wings unfurled, radiant and otherworldly. He launched forward, vanishing and reappearing in bursts of red light, each dash leaving a glowing trail through the dark. Stain pivoted and parried with sharp precision. William's strikes were fierce, each swing reinforced with psychic force that cracked the pavement beneath them. Stain blocked an overhead slash, twisted his wrist, and countered with a horizontal cut. William leaned aside, his wing brushing the ground as he spun and slashed upward, the two blades meeting again. Their movements grew faster, almost invisible. Every impact rang like thunder through the narrow alley. Red energy met cold steel, scattering fragments of light. William dashed to Stain's flank with his blade arcing for the ribs, but Stain leapt back and intercepted. Stain remarked under his breath that William fought differently from the others, that he fought like he meant it. William responded only with a steady, determined glare and vanished again in a red blur, the night filling with the sound of steel and psionic thunder. The crimson glow around William's hands pulsed violently as he locked his gaze on Stain. Both combatants breathed heavily, their blades trembling from repeated clashes. Sparks sizzled in the night air. Stain lunged once more, his katana whistling past William's cheek. William twisted aside and countered, his psionically charged blade glowing brighter, red arcs dancing along its edge. The next strike came down with raw force. Steel met psionic energy with a sound like shattering metal. Stain's katana split cleanly in two. Before the hero killer could react, William moved his free hand forward and used telekinetic force to bind Stain, sending him flying into the brick walls. Each impact left the villain sliding down the masonry until he slumped, mask askew. William lowered his hand as Stain went limp against the wall, breathing heavily. With barely a second to rest, William turned to Ida, Midoriya, and the injured native. He raised a hand and let crimson light spill from his fingertips. Midoriya, Ida, and native slowly lifted into the air, surrounded by wisps of red as William's telekinesis took hold. The wounded pro-hero groaned weakly, but William focused and raised them, his boots leaving the cracked pavement. Midoriya warned William not to let Stain get to his blood, fearing that if Stain drank it, William would be paralyzed too. William's eyes narrowed, and he caught sight of Stain sprinting across the rooftops, scarf snapping behind him like a shadow. Stain declared his intent to purge William as well. A flash of silver arced through the air. William's concentration split, half his mind keeping the three airborne, half maintaining his own lift. The throwing knife reached him before he could fully react and struck his back. William gasped as pain flared along his spine. His concentration wavered, and the crimson glow around the three heroes flickered. Ida, Midoriya, and native began to drop fast toward the empty road below. Midoriya cried out in alarm. Teeth clenched, William forced his trembling hand upward and reignited the red energy that steadied the falling heroes, slowing their descent so they landed gently instead of crashing. Sweat streamed down his face as he steadied them. Midoriya breathed with relief, calling the moment too close. William turned slightly and saw the hilt of the knife protruding from his back. The wound burned, and his muscles threatened to give out. He focused his telekinesis on the embedded weapon and wrenched it free. The blade hovered, stained, before he wrenched it from his body and hurled it far across the city skyline out of reach. His breathing steadied, though the pain lingered. He glanced down at the paralyzed heroes beneath him to ensure they were safe. Above, Stain leapt from one rooftop to the next, eyes wild and movement feral. William steadied himself, letting his crimson aura spread again, ready to meet Stain head-on. Stain called out that William was wasting his gift, accusing him of being a boy with power but no conviction, and he insinuated that was typical of William's kind. The taunt slithered through the smoky alleyway, a low rasp that tightened the air. William's hands ignited in a crimson aura, and his breathing stayed steady but heavy. Around him, trash bins, mailboxes, and chunks of broken concrete trembled and rose from the ground as he marshaled his telekinesis. He asked aloud if Stain was done preaching or if he would have to be silenced by force. William hurled everything at once. Mailboxes whirled through the air and street lamps bent and twisted, crashing toward Stain like improvised missiles. The hero killer moved with sharp purpose and unsheathed another blade from his back, preparing to meet the onslaught. Metal rang as each strike cut through incoming projectiles, sparks scattering into the dark. Stain landed lightly, and his eyes widened when William vanished from sight. A heartbeat later William reappeared before him, a streak of red in the air, psionic wings shimmering as a crimson gauntlet formed on his right arm. William told Stain to stay down, his tone resolute. William's punch connected with a sharp crack that echoed through the street as Stain was lifted off his feet and crashed through a nearby wall, leaving a crater in the concrete. Dust and debris clouded the alley while William advanced, eyes burning with determination. He raised both hands and gathered red energy into spinning spheres around his palms. With a push he unleashed them, each orb starting forward like a meteor. Stain twisted between them, rolling across the ground as the blasts detonated around him and showered the walls with red sparks. He darted forward again, blade glinting. A roar of flame split the night. Todoroki stepped out from behind a street corner, his left side blazing while the other side was rimed with frost, and he dryly noted that William should have sent more than just his location. William acknowledged the timing with gratitude. Todoroki remarked it looked like William was about to level half the street. William offered the faintest smirk and tightened his stance as Stain rose from the rubble, blade ready and his grin fierce. Red light and fire cast long shadows across the alley as the young heroes braced for the next clash. Todoroki announced that he would pin Stain down. He pressed his right hand to the ground and frost spread in jagged veins across the alley. A towering wave of ice erupted and crashed toward the hero killer. Stain lunged through each sheet of ice, slashing and sending glittering shards into the air as frost filled the space. William's wings of red psionic light hummed with psychic tension behind him, and he noted to himself that Stain's guard was open. William vanished and reappeared at Stain's flank with a sharp psionic dash. Twin blades of crimson psionic energy formed around his hands as he aimed to shatter the katana. Metal rang against pure thought as Stain met each strike with unnerving accuracy, twisting and flipping backward to avoid a second slash. William pressed forward, wings slicing the air in rapid bursts, each dash leaving behind trails of red light that wove together like a storm. Stain moved between every strike, his motions harsh and instinctual, eyes locked on each opening William left. Stain taunted that a blade fueled by anger cut only its wielder. A green spark lit the corner of William's vision. Midoriya, who had been limp moments before, now found himself surrounded by faint lightning and able to move just enough. He leapt forward, grabbed Stain by the shoulder mid-spin, and dragged him across the wall. Concrete cracking under the impact as sparks burst from his arms and Stain slammed down. Ida, strained and tearful, begged them to run, fearful they would all die because of him. William turned his gaze toward Ida, sweat hissing down his cheek. William urged him that if he wanted to make his brother proud, he should not run from this. Todoroki stepped closer, flame igniting along his left side, and told Ida to stand and be ingenium. He unleashed a blazing arc that forced Stain to leap away. The hero killer landed on a half-shattered street lamp, eyes narrowing just as William vanished and reappeared behind him with his psionic katana raised. William slashed and the blade hummed with psychic energy, sending an arc of red light through the air. Stain twisted at the last moment and his katana grazed William's cheek, leaving a thin smear of red. Stain showed dark triumph as if he had the advantage. William's breath caught and his limbs locked for a moment. Stain lunged with his blade for a finishing strike. Ida activated Recipro Burst, blue energy flaring as he rocketed forward and slammed a kick into Stain's side, sending the killer crashing into a wall. William hit the ground, breathing hard, his paralysis easing enough for him to look toward Ida. Ida apologized to William, Todoroki, and Midoriya, and vowed he would not let any of them be hurt because of his mistakes. The engines on his calves hissed steam into the night and his stance steadied. For the first time since the fight began, his voice carried conviction. Stain wiped his mouth, a savage grin returning as he rose, challenging Ida to prove it. The alley fell silent for a half-heartbeat, 3 young heroes, 1 killer, and the weight of conviction between them. William reached out in his thoughts for Cthon. A low, ancient chuckle answered, amused and always present. William asked for help to remove the paralysis from his body. Cthon boasted that he could undo it if he wished. William insisted, and the air around him shimmered as a red aura expanded from his chest and spread through his veins. The paralysis shattered like brittle glass. His muscles tensed and breath flooded back into his lungs. Below, Midoriya's green lightning flared and he signaled Ida to act. Midoriya launched forward and slammed his fist into Stain, spinning the killer sideways just as Ida appeared with engines screaming. Ida struck fiercely and declared that it ended here, his kick landing square into Stain's ribs and forcing the killer to stagger. Stain managed a desperate slash toward Ida, but the blade met resistance as a faint hum filled the air. A red psionic barrier shimmered and held fast. Stain's eyes widened in shock that they had broken free. William stood tall at the edge of the street, faint traces of red light still coursing over his skin, and warned that Stain should have stayed down. The hero killer barely turned in time to see Todoroki's streak of flames sweep toward him, searing through the alley. The strike landed squarely, forcing Stain backward with a pained growl. In that brief opening, William dashed forward, psionic wings trailing crimson behind him. He stopped midair, a crossbow materializing in his grip with a flash of red energy. He aimed once, calm and deliberate, and fired. A butterfly-shaped bolt shot through the haze and embedded itself against Stain's chest before he could react. Stain reacted with a startled exclamation. The bolt pulsed and then detonated. A burst of crimson light filled the alley, forming a spectral butterfly before collapsing into a concussive wave. The explosion sent Stain crashing backward into the wall in a dramatic, anime-style impact. Dust and debris swirled around him as the force dissipated. When the smoke cleared, Stain lay motionless amid the rubble, his mask cracked and his blades scattered. William slowly lowered his arm as the red aura around him dimmed to faint embers. Midoriya wheezed to catch his breath, Ida's body trembled from the strain on his engines, and Todoroki let the flame in his hand gutter out. For a moment, no one spoke, only the distant hum of sirens filled the night air. William closed his eyes and exhaled as the last remnants of the strange power faded. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the wide windows of Hosu General Hospital, bathing the white walls in warmth. Bandages, quiet beeping monitors, and the soft hum of distant footsteps filled the ward. William sat near the far side of the room, his arm in a sling, gaze distant but steady. Midoriya's arms were wrapped tight, Ida's legs were bound from engine strain, and Todoroki sat silent, frost gathering on his untouched drink. The door slid open and Psylocke entered, composed and commanding with violet hair tied back. Manuel followed with his arm in a sling, and Gran Torino gave a short nod before motioning toward the figure who entered last. the man in the dark suit, face canine and voice patient, introduced himself as Kenji Tsuragami, chief of the Hosu police force. The 4 students straightened as Kenji's sharp eyes moved over them. He reported that Stain was alive but badly injured, under heavy custody and receiving treatment. Then he addressed the 4 directly. They were not licensed heroes, and using quirks in public, especially when people were hurt, violated hero conduct laws. Under ordinary circumstances, punishment would follow. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and insisted that if they had not acted, Native would have died. Gran Torino cut him off and asked to let Kenji finish. Kenji acknowledged that concern and explained that, given the circumstances and the lack of witnesses, no formal report would be filed. Officially, the incident would remain undisclosed. That decision meant no punishments but also no public recognition. They would receive no public credit for the hero killer's capture. Todoroki let out a brief, dry breath, and the tension in the room eased slightly. Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki exchanged quiet nods and murmured their thanks. Kenji then turned to William and pointed out that, technically, William had operated under the supervision of a licensed pro, and, if anyone were to be credited, it would be him. William met Kenji's gaze and shook his head, insisting that he did not want the credit and that they had stopped staying together, him, Ida, Midoriya, and Todoroki, and that was enough. Kenji studied him for a moment and, with a rare note of respect, complimented him and advised the group to rest. After the chief and Manuel left, Psylocke lingered by William's bed. The earlier tensions softened into a quieter, almost maternal presence. She praised his composure and reminded him that his training had helped. She was proud and warned that harder fights lay ahead. William acknowledged her, saying that if it had not been for her training he would have been in serious trouble. Psylocke encouraged him to rest, and William settled back into his pillow, exhaustion setting in but a small, grateful smile lingering. Outside the room, the wail of distant sirens continued, a reminder that the world of heroes never truly slept. Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki slipped out quietly, their footsteps fading down the hall. Evening came to Hosu General Hospital. The steady rhythm of monitors hummed while city lights shimmered beyond the windows. William sat upright as a dull ache in his back eased when a buzz from his nightstand broke the calm. He checked his phone to find a message from Caleb telling him to check channel. William turned on the small television above the wall. The news showed a well-dressed reporter standing before the wreckage in Hosu. The report stated that authorities had confirmed the hero killer, Stain, was subdued the previous night in Hosu City. Although the incident remained under internal investigation, the report attributed credit for the takedown to UA student William Maximoff, the Crimson Enchanter, under the supervision of pro-hero Psylocke. William stared at the screen, stunned. Midoriya looked up from his bed with a mixture of relief and pride, saying that they had actually given William the credit. Ida explained that he and the others had spoken with the chief before he left and had insisted the recognition go to William. They argued that William had fought Stain directly and bought the others time to recover, and that he had earned it. William protested that they did not need to do that, but Ida remained firm, reminding him that William had fought smartly, lifting them to escape with telekinesis while defending them had been decisive. Todoroki added that the media would have twisted the story regardless, and it was better for the credit to go to someone who deserved it. Midoriya asked how William had broken free from Stain's quirk so quickly. William hesitated, the truth about outside interference lingering unspoken, and instead explained that Psylocke had taught him a psionic technique that helped clear nervous system interference, and that it had worked better than expected. Midoriya nodded and accepted the explanation. The hospital lights burned on as the city moved beyond them, and the group rested, having faced a night that left them shaken but together. Ida adjusted his glasses thoughtfully, and Todoroki gave a quiet hum of approval. Within William's mind, a whisper coiled like smoke. Kthon, amused, taunted that William was lying to his comrades and could have revealed who had truly saved him. William answered sharply in his head that they would not understand, masking his unease. Kthon mocked that he understood perfectly and suggested that William feared them seeing what he truly was, warning that the psionic mask he hid behind would eventually crack. Elsewhere in Kyoto, Japan, The faint glow of candlelight filled an ancient chamber draped in violet silk and aged runes. A crystal orb hovered above an obsidian altar, replaying the same news broadcast William had watched. The orb replayed the reporter crediting the rescue to UA student William Maximoff, also known as the Crimson Enchanter, under the supervision of pro-hero Psylocke. Agatha Harkness, intrigued, waved through the projection and observed that the Child of Chaos was revealing a hint of his true nature. She smiled, eyes gleaming a cold shade of violet, and noted that he did not yet realize what lay inside him. As the candles flickered and wind picked up around her, her robes danced with whispers of arcane energy. Agatha promised that she and William would meet soon and that when that day came, his power would be hers. A low, echoing laugh filled the chamber like an ancient spell, hungry and certain. The air in Zephra's agency shimmered with life beneath a towering canopy. Glowing motes drifted like fireflies and the scent of damp earth and fresh rain filled the space. Ileana stood across from Zephra, a hand outstretched as a sphere of bright green energy coalesced above her palm. Zephra instructed her to focus on the rhythm of the world around her, the wind, the grass, the hum of the earth, and to let it flow through her rather than against her. Ileana concentrated until the green light pulsed and cast shimmering ripples across the clearing. She reflected on Limbo and what Belasco had done to her, acknowledging that, despite everything, something inside her had been awakened, a spark she had never known she had. Zephra encouraged her to nurture it and let it become something that belonged to her. The orb pulsed once and gently faded, leaving a faint shimmer in the air. For the first time in a long while, Ileana felt genuinely excited to show her classmates what she could do and to stand as more than just the girl from Limbo. At Psylocke's agency in Hosu, William stood with his bag slung over his shoulder as evening light streamed through the windows. He bowed deeply to Psylocke and expressed sincere thanks for everything she had taught him, acknowledging that he owed her more than he could repay. Psylocke, arms crossed and composed, reminded him that he had earned his progress and that Diaspan was what kept power from consuming him. She advised him to return during his work studies because he still had a long way to go. William promised he would. They exchanged a respectful nod before he left, the setting sun reflecting against a faint crimson shimmer that lingered in his wake. The internship had come to an end. Hours later in Tokyo, the Grey Summers household glowed warmly. William opened the door and was greeted by familiar voices. Jean Grey relievedly embraced him, her presence offering a gentle warmth at the edge of his mind. Cyclops, arms crossed, conveyed a measured but genuine relief and reminded him that everyone had been worried, since Hosu had not been entirely safe. Caleb stepped forward, concern showing in his tone as he said they had seen the news and had been worried when William fought the Nomus and the hero killer. William froze for a moment, words failing him as the room felt softer and quieter. It was easy to forget that Jean and Scott were not his biological parents. They treated him like a son, and that blurred lines between what was legal and what felt real. Caleb's presence made William's heartbeat quicken, and he turned away, cheeks warming. William tried to downplay the danger, saying that pros like Psylocke had kept him safe. Caleb crossed his arms, trying to look stern but unable to hide a relieved smile, and teased him not to make them worry like that again. William muttered something under his breath that Jean politely refused to pry into telepathically. Surrounded by warmth and familiar voices, he felt at home. The morning sunlight poured through UA's glass corridors as students from Class 1A and 1B gathered outside Ground Gamma. Instead of the familiar maze of pipes and steel, a sprawling airport training zone awaited them, complete with control towers, grounded planes, towing tractors, and rows of luggage carts. The distant hum of engines lent the area an authentic feel as students murmured with curiosity. When William walked out from the tunnel entrance, the chatter quieted for a moment. His crimson and black costume caught the light and a burgundy scarf drifted softly behind him. Mina grinned and praised his new look, calling it an impressive upgrade. Kaminari whistled and compared him to an anime boss. Ileana remarked that it suited him less rookie, more hero. William smirked and brushed his scarf off his shoulder, teasing that he had to keep up with everyone else and could not be outshone. Caleb approached from behind, raising an eyebrow and beginning to ask about the new look. Caleb teased William about the katana on his back, asking if it was for show. William turned to face him, lips curling into a sly grin, and suggested that Caleb find out during training, promising not to scratch the paint off his armor too much. Caleb chuckled and smirked, calling him the Crimson Enchanter. Their light-hearted banter drew a few laughs from nearby students until All Might's commanding tone cut through the noise. All Might stood at the edge of the runway, cape fluttering, and announced that today's exercise would be a battle royale with Class 1A and Class 1B paired together. He explained that there could only be one winning pair and reminded everyone that no lethal blows or excessive injuries were allowed, framing the test as one of teamwork, strategy, and endurance. He gestured to a massive digital screen that flickered to life behind him and displayed randomized team assignments. Names began appearing beside each other until Pair 7 showed William Maximoff and Caleb Gray Summers. A brief hush fell over both classes. Some students exchanged uneasy glances while others groaned. Kendo half-joked that their shot at first place was gone, and Kaminari muttered that putting two of the strongest students on one team felt unfair. William exhaled and met Caleb's gaze. Caleb crossed his arms and offered a small smile, observing that fate seemed to like keeping them together. William replied that perhaps it was a warning for everyone else. The air grew electric as the sound of jet engines echoed across the training field. All Might clapped once and told them to prepare. Exercise would begin in 5 minutes. William adjusted his scarf, feeling the faint hum of psionic energy stir within, while Caleb rolled his shoulders and matched his stance. The airport simulation came alive with wailing sirens and warning lights flashing red across the runway. When the buzzer sounded, William and Caleb burst into motion, 2 streaks of red and blue cutting across the open tarmac. Uraraka signaled the start, and 3 towing tractors hurtled toward them. Caleb's eyes glowed faintly blue as he raised a hand. The vehicles froze midair, rendered weightless until he guided them safely aside with calm telekinetic precision. From the left, Tandy launched shimmering light daggers while Ciro fired a volley of tape. William moved his hands in unison and formed a red barrier that dissolved the daggers into harmless sparks. Kurt teleported in with a flash of purple smoke and aimed a kick at William. Caleb reacted instantly, creating a mental shield that deflected the strike. William rolled away, evading tape that snapped where his legs had been moments before. Caleb noted that their opponents had teamed up, and Tandy grinned at the challenge before hurling another flurry of light blades. Uraraka and Kurt coordinated their next move, rushing from opposite sides. William stayed centered and formed the hand seal he had practiced countless times. In an instant he dissipated into a swarm of glowing red psionic butterflies that scattered across the field. Kurt stopped and scanned the area, confused, asking where William had gone. A shimmer appeared behind him as William re-emerged, psi blade igniting in hand. The blade struck briefly and a sudden mental lock rendered Kurt immobile. He fell unconscious and was unable to continue. Uraraka reacted with concern but had little time. William dashed forward in a crimson trail and ducked under her spin kick. When she reached out, attempting to make him float, his psionic wings pulsed and he moved behind her. He used a precise, controlled maneuver that unbalanced her, and she slumped unconscious, taken out of the fight. Ciro fired tape at Caleb, but Caleb used telekinesis to redirect it. The tape coiled back and bound Ciro, leaving him tangled and outmatched. Tandy launched a concentrated burst of light blades at Caleb, but he raised a blue psionic barrier that disintegrated them on impact. He then gathered azure energy and lifted Tandy into the air with quiet precision. With a focused motion he slammed his hand down. She was hurled through nearby walls and barriers in a dramatic, non-graphic display and crashed out of the fight, her energy spent. Silence settled for a moment, broken only by the hum of residual psychic energy. William reappeared beside Caleb, wings folding and scarf settling, and the two took in the unconscious opponents around them. Caleb dryly observed how quickly things had escalated, and William half grinned that their opponents had been warned. Metallic crashes and distant shouts echoed through the airport simulation as they pressed forward, the tarmac marked with scorch lines from earlier clashes. 2 figures stepped from behind a grounded plane, Kirishima and Tetsu grinning with challenge. Kirishima invited them to a real test of strength, and Tetsu urged them to see how tough their teamwork truly was. Caleb and William exchanged a sharp, understanding glance. Caleb lifted a hand and gathered psionic energy in his eyes, unleashing a focused optic blast that tore through the air toward their opponents. Kirishima and Tetsu rolled to opposite sides, narrowly avoiding the blast as it scorched the tarmac. Tetsu boasted that the shot had missed, and Caleb smirked that he had still made them react. A loud metallic groan rose from the elevated parking structure as nearby cars trembled, rattled violently, and then lifted off the ground. Crimson wisps coiled around them like phantom tendrils. Up ahead, William stood with both hands raised, red psionic energy spiraling from his arms, preparing for the next move in the simulation. His scarf lifted in the updraft as he pulled the cars toward him, each vehicle hovering in midair like a fleet of metal giants under his command. Kirishima was stunned and cursed under his breath. With a sharp pull of his arms, William sent the cars hurling downward. The vehicles crashed into the runway in a thunderous chain reaction, burying both Kirishima and Tetsu under a mound of twisted steel. Dust and smoke filled the air and swallowed the sound of impact. When the haze cleared, the two lay motionless and unconscious, their hardened quirks having absorbed what they could. Caleb wiped sweat from his brow and commented that William might have overdone that a bit. William shrugged lightly and assured him that both had defensive quirks and would recover. The faint glow from his hands faded as he released his telekinetic hold. Around them, the airfield fell eerily silent, proof that, for now, their side of the battle was under control. A faint hum pulsed through the air, subtle at first and then growing into a low, vibrating tone. William and Caleb both stopped mid-step. A blue magical circle suddenly ignited beneath their feet, runes orbiting its edge like shimmering celestial symbols. The air rippled with arcane tension as tendrils of light crawled up their legs and seeped into their bodies. Caleb strained to identify the effect and asked what it was. Ileana stood across the tarmac, poised with a faint blue glow radiating from her hands. She looked sharp and confident, a proud apprentice putting her training to the test. Ileana smirked and explained that her new soul root ward spell drained energy and blocked mind control, so William's mind tricks would not work here. Beside her, Ibra pressed her palms together and vines burst forth from her hair, twisting and rushing toward the two drained boys like serpents seeking prey. Caleb gritted his teeth to maintain focus. William's vision blurred for a moment, but his instincts took over. His hand went to his side and his psi blade ignited in a vibrant crimson arc. With a sweeping slash he cut through the incoming vines, severing them cleanly. Each vine fell limp to the ground. William exhaled through gritted teeth, steadying his breath. The draining effect of Ileana's spell still lingered, but his body held firm. His endurance carried him through. Psylocke's training echoed in his mind about managing pain as a signal to control. He rose to his feet and tightened his grip on the psi blade as the last fragments of the spell's light danced around his boots. The exhaustion dulled to a faint throb, bearable and almost insignificant. William focused and acknowledged that the spell was impressive, but he suggested Ileana would need more than that to stop him. A faint red shimmer rippled from his body as his determination reignited. He said calmly that they should end this properly and hurled a red sphere of energy toward her. The projectile whistled through the air. Ileana raised her hand and opened a yellow portal beside her, stepping through in one fluid motion and vanishing just before the energy sphere struck. The blast hit Ibra instead, and a red butterfly-shaped mark shimmered across her forehead. Ibra panicked and called out to Ileana that her vines would not move. Her hair vines fell limp around her shoulders. Ileana reacted in surprise and asked if William had sealed Ibra's quirk. William dashed forward with psionic energy pulsing through his katana. Ileana summoned her soul's word and met William's crimson slash with a gleaming interception. Sparks of pure energy burst between them, scarlet against pale azure. They moved with mirrored focus /meeting/, strike meeting parry. William ducked under a horizontal cut and pivoted behind her in a blur of red light, his katana sweeping toward her back. Ileana's eyes glowed gold as a stepping disc opened beneath her feet and she vanished, reappearing above him with the soul's word descending. Steel and psionics clashed again. William raised his blade just in time and the collision echoed across the empty runway. For a moment both pressed forward, testing each other's strength. Then William's energy mark on Ibra's forehead faded, freeing her. Ibra declared fiercely that she had him and sent her vine hair forward like a green wave racing toward William. He took a steady breath as crimson light coiled around his body and propelled himself backward, leaving a red trail in the air. His palms met in a sharp clap and a flutter of red butterflies spiraled upward as his form melted into them, erasing his presence. Ileana warned Ibra to keep her guard up, but her words came too late. A sudden red blur emerged behind Ibra and William's psionic katana struck in a controlled motion. The air burst into a cascade of crimson fragments. Ibra was overwhelmed by the psionic shock and collapsed, incapacitated and unconscious. William's figure solidified again, standing between the fallen Ibra and Ileana. He leveled his blade toward Ileana and calmly stated that it was just the two of them now. A red glow gathered between his palms and shaped itself into a psionic staff. At the end of it, a closed butterfly wing shimmered faintly as the energy hummed with restrained power. Ileana smirked and remarked that William was full of surprises. They charged and met with a sharp echo across the ruined terminal. Ileana swung her soul's word and the radiant blade cut arcs of golden light through the haze. William met each strike head-on, his staff spinning in his grip like an extension of his body and redirecting her momentum with careful timing. Ileana grinned and opened a stepping disc beneath her, slipping through and reappearing behind him to strike downward. William twisted, staff raised, and deflected the blow with a solid clang. He pivoted low and swept at her legs, but she vanished and reappeared above him, blade poised to strike. He shifted his stance, spun his staff upward, and intercepted her mid-swing. Sparks of psionic, red and mystic gold scattered like embers across the floor. Ileana taunted that he was keeping up better than last time. William remained focused and acknowledged that training paid off. He pressed forward, spinning the staff faster with motions more confident and precise, like a dance honed through repetition. Ileana countered by opening multiple stepping discs and darting between angles, her sword coming from all sides. William tracked every flash of gold, his staff striking, twisting, and redirecting her each time. When she vanished again, he dropped low and pivoted on one foot, sweeping his staff upward in a tight arc to meet her soul's word mid-swing. Sparks of psionic and eldritch energy burst where their weapons clashed. Ileana's strength drove him back a step, but he recovered and caught the next blow before it landed, twisting his staff and sending her blade's force skyward. She reappeared above him through a disc and he spun the staff behind his back, caught it mid-turn, and leapt into a tight aerial spin with crisp, acrobatic motion. The staff whipped around in a blinding circle, deflecting the downward strike and cracking the air with the sound of impact. William landed in a crouch and swept one end of the staff low, knocking Ileana off balance just as she opened another disc. She rolled through and re-emerged behind him, but William was already moving, flipping the staff into a reverse grip and driving it behind him on instinct. The tip met her blade with a sharp, ringing note. He spun with the rhythm of a practiced fighter spinning, vaulting, ducking low before striking upward in a crescent motion. The staff hummed with psionic energy, trailing faint crimson light as he moved. Every movement carried a gymnast's balance and precision, momentum and agility flowing as one. In one decisive pivot he struck upward an uppercut from the staff that connected with Ileana. She gasped and stumbled back as the butterfly wing at the staff's end unfolded with a soft chime. A burst of red psionic energy propelled Ileana backward until she hit the concrete wall and crumpled to the ground, her soul's word dimming as she slumped unconscious. The scene felt like action from an anime, a flurry of motion and energy without lingering on injury. William exhaled and let the staff dissipate into fading motes of red light. He hurried to Caleb's side as the blue runes from Ileana's soul root ward circle faded and their draining effect vanished. Caleb stirred weakly, eyelids heavy. Caleb rasped a teasing remark that William had handled the situation. William answered gently that it had been close and that Caleb was heavier than he looked. He slipped Caleb's arm over his shoulder and helped him up. Caleb leaned into him with exhaustion and offered a sleepy grin that poked fun at William's concentration. William, embarrassed but steady, told him to focus on staying awake. Caleb chuckled softly and teased that William was easy to rile. William flushed but tightened his hold and began walking, muttering under his breath about Caleb's stubbornness. K'Thon muttered in disgust that he could not endure such mortal drivel, making William roll his eyes as he adjusted his grip on Caleb. The two moved through the wrecked terminal, the faint red glow still lingering where Ileana had fallen. The buzzer rang to signal the end of the round. As the simulated wind rustled across the runway, it was clear that no one in the combined classes of 1A and 1B could match the coordinated teamwork of William and Caleb. Aizawa then announced that during summer break the students would be sent to a training lodge deep in the forest. He added that anyone who failed the end-of-term test would remain for remedial lessons. Those who wanted to enjoy the lodge would need to pass their exams. The warning drew a collective pause and then a burst of mixed reactions. Ida exclaimed that he looked forward to Esmores. Tsuyu looked forward to fireworks. Mina grinned at the idea of a big sleepover. Laughter and ideas about camp life rippled through the classroom. William leaned back slightly and glanced toward his nearby seatmates Ileana, Todoroki, and Uraraka, who were quietly discussing the finals. He mentioned that Caleb had said Class 1B's exams might involve fighting the same robots from the entrance test. Uraraka wondered about the difficulty of those zero-pointer robots, and Ileana, skeptical, suggested UA would favor surprises that felt more personal. Todoroki agreed that robots would be too predictable. William half-smiled and admitted he would not mind facing a few of those tin cans again. Ileana warned him to be careful and reminded him of a past mishap he called a tactical error rather than a mistake. Uraraka laughed and Todoroki let out a faint, amused breath. Outside, sunlight streamed through the windows and the warm breeze carried the promise of summer along with the quiet tension of what UA had planned next. Class 1A shifted into full study mode. The usual chatter was replaced by flipping pages, hurried scribbling, and the occasional groan. Even the more carefree students felt the pressure UA's finals were not to be taken lightly. William remained calm as he reviewed his notes. Having ranked second in the midterms, he absorbed information quickly and favored quiet self-study. Kirishima approached, sheepish and asking for help, and William agreed to tutor him, warning that there were no miracle grades overnight. Kirishima promised snacks and called William a lifesaver. The two spent afternoons reviewing problem sets and hero ethics. William explained concepts with combat metaphors and strategy comparisons, and Kirishima's determination carried him through. By the end of the week they had grown closer, trading jokes between lessons and sparring matches. Kirishima was grateful and excited when he later visited William's home for a study session and encountered Jean Grey and Cyclops in person. William reminded him to focus on the test, while Kirishima continued to gush about how cool it was. Ileana faced her own academic hurdles after ranking 12th in the midterms. Impatient with dry lectures, she joined Yayarose's study group. The sessions took place in Yayarose's expansive estate, complete with a private library and marble floors. Ileana observed that the place resembled a royal court, and Yayarozu demurred that it was nothing special and invited everyone to make themselves comfortable. Despite the grandeur and minor distractions, the tutoring proved effective, and Ileana paid attention thanks to Yayarose's patient explanations. The final week passed in a blur of late-night reviews, caffeine, and restless nerves. When the written exams arrived, the students powered through 3 grueling days, pens scratching as Aizawa observed silently from the front. Then came the day of the practical test. The class stood assembled outside, tension running through the air. Jiro looked around and asked curiously why so many teachers were present, noting that it felt bigger than the usual test. Aizawa observed flatly that suspicion was warranted and hinted that the students probably already had an idea of what was coming. Mina, confident, suggested it had to be robots again. Kaminari, grinning, agreed it would be an easy win. Before anyone could celebrate, a small voice came from Aizawa's scarf as Principal Nizu emerged wearing a bright, mischievous smile. Nizu cheerfully declared that everyone was wrong and announced that, given the recent rise in villain activity, UA would enhance its training by staging realistic combat simulations against the students' own teachers. The students froze as a collective gasp rippled through Class 1A. Mina reacted in panic, and Nizu, grinning wider, explained that each student would form pairs to face one of UA's pro-hero teachers in battle as a true test of hero potential. Some faces paled while others lit up with excitement. William spoke quietly to Ileana, noting that she had been right and this was definitely not robots. Ileana smirked and said UA never made things easy. Nizu's cheerful laugh echoed across the training field, and every student understood this was not going to be just another exam but a fight to prove how far they had come. All Might stepped forward and energetically announced the rules. He explained that each pair of students would face a pro-hero teacher for 30 minutes and that the objective would be either to handcuff the teacher or to escape the facility entirely. He emphasized that escaping was not failure. Sometimes retreating and calling for help was the smartest move when faced with an overwhelming opponent, and even pros had to know when to fall back. Aizawa, standing beside him, crossed his arms and dryly pointed out that Midoriya, Todoroki, Maximoff, and Ida already understood that lesson better than most. The four students fell silent. William tightened his hands slightly at his side as the memory of a blood-stained alley and Stain's gaze resurfaced. Todoroki admitted quietly that he had refused to run even when he should have. Ida resolved that he would learn from that and promised to do better. All Might offered a warm, encouraging smile that seemed to ease some of the weight of their memories. To make things fair, All Might announced that the teachers would wear ultra-compressed weights developed by Mei Hatsum from the support course. Gasps and whispers rippled across the field as tension eased into nervous excitement. A large screen revealed the list of student-teacher matchups. All Might called out that the first pairing would be William Maximoff and Mizo Shoji versus Ectoplasm. William's gaze lifted toward the screen as he processed the pairing. Shoji turned toward him, expression calm but posture subtly rigid. The two exchanged a brief nod. They were not the most compatible duo. Their teamwork had suffered since the first battle trial when William had used his mental manipulation ability on Shoji, forcing him to fight Todoroki. Although William had apologized and Shoji had accepted, an unease lingered like a faint scar. Still, William respected Shoji. His strength and loyalty were undeniable, even if his trust was not easy to earn back. As the students dispersed to strategize, William noticed the next pairing, Midoriya and Bakugo, and dryly commented that it could only end in drama. He exhaled through his nose, half amused and half concerned. Soon after, William and Shoji entered their designated strategy room, a quiet space lit only by a holographic map on the table. The walls hummed faintly with energy, isolating their discussion. Silence stretched, thick and awkward, and William could sense Shoji's cautiousness. His mental walls were strong and deliberate. Guilt that William had buried since the first trial stirred faintly. During that incident he had glimpsed into Shoji's memories, childhood marked by cruelty and isolation, villagers' prejudice against mutation quirks driving him to near solitude. William acknowledged that none of that had been fair. William spoke earnestly and suggested they should focus on escaping rather than confronting Ectoplasm head-on, reasoning that Ectoplasm's duplication quirk would be difficult to counter in direct combat. Shoji agreed, noting that the faster they moved, the better their chances. William hesitated, then stood and admitted sincerely that he had gotten off on the wrong foot before, using his power without thinking and regretting it now. He vowed he would not repeat the mistake. Shoji studied him for a long moment and then nodded faintly, calm, observing that William's performance during the battle royale had shown he did not rely solely on his power but had fought like a true warrior. William smiled faintly, relief passing through him. The intercom crackled, calling William Maximoff and Mizo Shoji to proceed to their exam site. Both stood. William adjusted his scarf and Shoji tightened his bindings. William asked if they were ready and Shoji replied that he always was. They stepped out together, the tension between them replaced by silent understanding. Their designated site was a vast, dimly lit complex of corridors and steel walkways. The alarm blared and red lights flashed overhead as All Might's voice over the intercom announced that their time had started. Shoji darted forward, multiple arms extending as he scouted corners ahead. William followed, crimson energy faintly tracing around his hands as they sprinted through the corridor. Ectoplasm was already waiting. Shoji moved alertly and reported that ectoplasm was closing in 3 corridors ahead and that clones were incoming. White streams flowed across the floor as dozens of ectoplasm duplicates emerged, filling the corridor in eerie synchronization. William focused and prepared for the oncoming threat. He moved both hands forward and launched twin psionic spheres down the hall that struck 2 clones and dispersed them into mist. The air rippled from the impact as William advanced, launching more spheres that shattered the front ranks. Shoji moved beside him, creating multiple arms that shot forward with precision. Each strike sent a clone apart into harmless mist. The corridor echoed with the rhythmic clash of impact and the hum of psionic energy. Ectoplasm's clones closed from every angle in an attempt to overwhelm them. William clenched his jaw and crimson light formed around his hands. He urged they push through, conjured 2 psionic tessons with scarlet edges, and dashed ahead, wings shimmering faintly as he weaved through the chaos, cutting down any clone that got close. Each strike left a brief afterimage of red butterflies before the clones faded into motes of light. Shoji charged behind him, clearing the flanks with sweeping blows of his extended limbs. Together, they cut a straight path down the corridor. William analyzed that ectoplasm was stalling them, trying to exhaust their energy until the timer hit 0. Shoji ducked beneath another swing, answering through clenched teeth that they would not give him the time. William raised both hands, and 2 red glowing psionic walls erupted on either side of the corridor, sealing the clones in and halting their advance. The confined space filled with muffled thuds as trapped duplicates collided with the barriers. Shoji approved of the move, and William responded with a short grin of thanks. With their path cleared, the 2 pressed forward, the floor trembling beneath their boots. They burst into the main atrium where all corridors converged into a single, vast chamber. The metallic scent of steam hung in the air. Far below, on the first floor, the Real ectoplasm stood at the base of the stairway, arms folded as he guarded the massive exit gate. His sharp eyes tracked their movements like a hawk. William noted that ectoplasm was blocking the main exit. Shoji gave a curt nod and gestured toward another passage branching off to the right, suggesting an alternate route that might lead closer to the gate. They slipped into the alternate corridor. Their footsteps echoed softly, the air growing cooler the deeper they went. Before they could advance far, white streams began forming again in front of them, swirling and rising into another squadron of clones. William grimly acknowledged the development. Shoji stepped forward first, slamming 5 fists into the nearest pair of duplicates and causing them to flicker out in showers of light. William vaulted over his shoulder mid-motion, his hand glowing red as he hurled an arc of psionic kunai. The spinning blades struck 4 clones at once and they vanished in flashes of crimson light. As more formed, William turned sharply toward Shoji and warned him to brace. Shoji blinked in surprise before his entire frame shimmered red wisps wrapped around him, lifting him gently off the ground. His many arms instinctively spread for balance as he was levitated to the upper floor. William followed seconds later, a burst of telekinetic energy launching him upward. His boots touched down beside Shoji on the steel walkway above, the 2 of them now hovering over a sea of clones below. Shoji murmured that this was an effective way to climb, and William allowed himself a faint grin, noting it was the fastest way up and urging them to keep moving before they were cut off again. Below them, the clones hissed and surged upward like a white tide, but William and Shoji were already sprinting along the high platform, determined to outpace the Phantom Army and reach the gate before Ectoplasm's next move. Ectoplasm grimly declared that it was time to end this. White steam poured from his mouth in violent bursts, the vapor swirling and condensing until a massive clone towered over the hall. The floor trembled beneath its weight, its glowing eyes locking onto the 2 students. William's tension rose as he observed the scale of the threat. Shoji kept a grim focus and recognized Ectoplasm was using his ultimate move. Ectoplasm named the attack giant bite detention and the enormous clone lunged forward, jaws opening wide as if to swallow them. Shoji's extra limbs erupted from his back, scooping William off the ground. Shoji urged William to go and find another path to the gate, insisting that one of them getting through might be enough. William began to protest, but before he could finish, Shoji hurled him down the hall with a burst of strength that sent him tumbling through the air. William hit the ground rolling, barely catching himself in time to look back, just as the giant clone closed around Shoji and enveloped him, pinning him against its inner surface. William could see his partner struggling to move, the sound of impact echoing through the corridor. William kept running, boots striking the floor in uneven rhythm, until he skidded to a stop. His breath came in sharp bursts, his mind racing. If he used his stealth technique, he could slip past ectoplasm unseen and secure victory, but Shoji would likely fail. He clenched his fists, eyes narrowing, and thought of what their heroes would do. The answer came quickly: they would not leave someone behind. William took a deep breath and let crimson light gather around him as his wings lifted. Without hesitation, he turned back and sprinted toward the battle. Down below, ectoplasm watched from the atrium floor and applauded once, acknowledging the act of heroism but asserting that the sacrifice would not be enough and that Shoji would still have to get through his clone. Shoji, struggling within the giant's grip, called out hoarsely that William should go and that one of them passing was enough, but his words trailed off when he saw William charging straight toward the clone. Ectoplasm smirked at the boldness and ordered the giant to crush him. The giant clone raised both hands and slammed them down with a thunderous crash. William's wings burst open, propelling him forward in a red blur. He soared upward, drawing his katana, the blade glowing as psionic energy gathered along its edge. Memories of Psylocke's calm, commanding voice during training surfaced. She had taught him that the blade danced with will and that strikes should be artful rather than mindless. He recalled the finishing technique she had shown him, the dance of the butterfly, and how long it had taken to master. William steadied himself and invoked the name of his finishing move, the dance of the butterfly. He spun twice midair, channeling a torrent of energy into the blade until the crimson glow painted the walls. From below, ectoplasm looked up, momentarily stunned by the force gathering above him. With a final twist of his body, William used the rotation and momentum to deliver a decisive slash that made the giant clone unravel like ribbons of light. The immense form collapsed and dispersed into drifting particles, and Shoji fell from its remains. Before Shoji hit the ground, William raised his hands and used telekinetic energy to catch him, slowing their descent and allowing them a controlled landing. They landed together, breathing hard. Shoji, amazed and softening, noted that William had come back. William, with a faint smirk, said leaving him behind never felt right. Before ectoplasm could summon more clones, William dashed forward, wings pulsing. Crimson light wrapped around his wrists and forearms and formed into psionic crossbows. He began to circle the real ectoplasm, moving faster with each beat of his wings, his boots barely touching the ground. Ectoplasm acknowledged their persistence and prepared to counter, but a red psionic bola shot from William's crossbow and wrapped around ectoplasm's legs and arms, pinning him. William unleashed a relentless storm of crimson bolts, a butterfly barrage that struck in rapid succession and left ectoplasm staggering and unable to form new clones. He finished the assault by firing a butterfly-shaped psionic sticky bomb that struck ectoplasm's chest and detonated, the burst painting the air in glowing crimson patterns. Ectoplasm collapsed as smoke curled around him. Shoji wasted no time, leaping down and handcuffing the target. He breathed a sigh of relief and announced that the target was secured. A siren blared overhead, signaling the end of the match. All Might's voice came through the speakers, proud, declaring that the first exam had concluded and that William Maximoff and Mezushoji were victorious. William exhaled and lowered his weapon as it dissolved into red motes of light. Shoji gave him a firm nod and told him he had changed. William replied quietly and genuinely that he was trying to. They walked toward the exit gate together as the mist of vanished clones drifted past them, red light and white steam fading into silence. Shoji admitted he was relieved and that the match had been intense, but that they had pulled it off. Exhaustion hung over them as they stepped through the gate. William ran a gloved hand through his hair, the faint shimmer of psionic energy still ebbing from his skin, and complimented Shoji on holding his ground, saying he could not have asked for a better partner. Shoji modestly deflected the praise, saying it had been mostly William who handled ectoplasm head-on. William gently insisted that Shoji was underselling himself and that Shoji's reconnaissance had kept them alive. Their steps echoed on the tiled floor of UA's testing facility as they began walking back toward the main corridor. Around the corner, Ileana appeared with her usual confident stride and Jiro followed, tugging slightly on the cords hanging from her earlobes. Ileana smirked and congratulated them on surviving, noting they had done well. Shoji rubbed the back of his neck and downplayed it. William chuckled and brushed off Ileana's teasing about his manners before wishing both of the girls good luck. Jiro responded with determinedly light-hearted resolve that they would try not to blow out anyone's eardrums. The girls passed by and headed deeper into the training grounds. The alarm sounded again to announce their match as William and Shoji continued toward the observation room. The pair found themselves at the edge of a dense, artificial forest. Leaves rustled under the cool breeze of hidden fans and holographic sunlight pierced the canopy. A loud, enthusiastic voice filled the air as Present Mike announced that class was in session. The sound waves blasted through the trees, shaking branches and sending birds scattering. Jiro winced and covered her ears, complaining that he was much louder up close. Ileana, dry and unimpressed, remarked that an overgrown loudspeaker was the last thing she needed. A second wave of sonic force rolled toward them, rattling the ground. Ileana squinted through the dust, lifted a hand, and let golden light spiral from her palm. She called for the noise to stop and opened a circular yellow portal that bloomed beside her, swirling like molten glass. Jiro hesitated and asked where the portal led. Ileana replied coolly that it led somewhere quieter. Ileana stepped through first and Jiro, taking a deep breath, followed. The air changed the moment they crossed the threshold. The trees and artificial sunlight gave way to a crimson sky cracked with molten light. Rivers of lava coursed through jagged black stone, the air thick with heat and faint whispers. The ground shimmered like obsidian glass and the horizon stretched endlessly into a chaotic landscape. Jiro turned slowly, awe on her face as she asked what the place was. Ileana introduced it as Limbo, explaining that it served as the midway point for every one of her portals. She added that the space gave her control to redirect destinations or trap anyone foolish enough to follow her through. Small shapes began to emerge from the shadows, dozens of little demons creeping closer with glowing eyes and leathery wings. Jiro instinctively lowered her stance and prepared to use a sonic blast. Ileana reassured her that they would not be touched. The creatures halted and, remarkably, bowed, pressing their claws to the ground in reverent silence and lowering their heads before Ileana. She noted softly that they knew who ruled this place. Jiro asked in stunned disbelief if Ileana was their queen. Ileana answered nonchalantly that she was, more or less, sometimes a ruler, warden, or babysitter depending on the day. One small demon timidly offered Ileana a glowing crystal and then scurried back. Jiro felt admiration and awe at the quiet power Ileana carried, a confidence born of surviving something no one else could imagine. She murmured that Ileana was incredible. Ileana gave a faint smile and warned she might change her mind after a few minutes. Jiro did not look away. Beneath the crimson sky, she admired Ileana more than ever. Playfully, Jiro suggested bringing one of Ileana's little demon friends back to the real world to startle Present Mike. Ileana was entertained by the idea and liked the way Jiro thought. She snapped her fingers and summoned a small horned creature with leathery wings and beady eyes. The creature chirped like a mischievous imp, bowed, and leapt through a golden stepping disc into the portal. Back in the forest clearing, Present Mike stood in the middle, tapping his foot impatiently and calling out for his audience in an exaggerated, bored manner. The air shimmered and a yellow portal tore open in front of him. A small demon jumped out and lunged at him. Present Mike reacted with shocked profanity and immediately began screaming as the creature tangled with him, swiping and tugging in a flurry of chaotic movements. He stumbled, flailed wildly, and rolled on the ground, kicking up dirt and leaves as he tried to get the creature off. A stepping disc opened quietly behind a tree and Ileana and Jiro stepped out, both trying and failing to keep straight faces. Jiro grinned with delight and pulled out her phone to record the chaotic scene as the little demon continued to cause mayhem around the pro hero. Ileana crossed her arms, fighting a smirk as she watched. Deadpan and amused, she said that he was lucky she had sent the small one. After a few moments the demon gave a triumphant screech, hopped off Present Mic's head, and darted back through another glowing portal. Present Mic sat up with clothes torn, hair disheveled, and his face covered in dirt. He froze when he saw the two girls nearby, both clearly entertained. Jiro teased, asking if he was okay, addressing him as sensei. Present Mic stammered in mortification, trying to protest, but Ileana lifted her hand before he could unleash another earth-shattering yell. She recalled an incantation memorized from Zephyra. Blue energy traced her palm and cold air swirled around her. Calmly she told him she was sorry and that he was a little too loud. A blast of freezing wind rushed from her hand, coating Present Mic's legs and arms in shimmering ice so that he froze mid-yell, mouth still open in a silent scream. Jiro blinked, impressed, as Ileana stepped forward and clicked a pair of capture cuffs around his wrists. Confidently she noted that they did not call her magic for nothing. The loudspeaker alarm blared through the forest, signaling their victory. Jiro lowered her phone and looked at Ileana, taking in how the blonde hair framed a sharp gaze, the faint trace of blue frost on her fingertips, and the quiet confidence of someone who commanded both demons and magic. Her chest tightened with a small, unexpected warmth. Jiro said softly, with a hint of awe, that Ileana really was something else. Ileana turned and allowed a slight upward curve of her mouth, warning lightly that if Jiro kept saying things like that she might start to believe it. Jiro smiled, tucked her phone into her pocket, and they began walking toward the exit gate. The forest rustled softly behind them, Present Mic still frozen in disbelief. As they disappeared into the distance, Jiro's quiet laughter mixed with Ileana's low chuckle, a spark of something new beginning to form between the Queen of Limbo and the girl with music in her veins. Kirishima sat crestfallen and muttered that he really thought he had it this time. He slumped over his desk, fingers dragging across the wood, his usual grin gone and replaced by a look that tugged painfully at William's chest. William spoke softly, telling him not to let it get to him and reminding him that he had given everything out there, more than most. Kirishima chuckled weakly but did not lift his eyes. The spark that usually filled him was missing, and William felt a deep pang. Seeing his friend like this was hard to shrug off. William said gently that Kirishima was one of the toughest people he knew and that he would bounce back before anyone else, and Kirishima half smiled and thanked him, promising to try to toughen up. Before William could say more, the sliding door opened with a sharp click and Aizawa dryly told everyone to settle down. The class straightened instantly. Aizawa calmly announced that he had reviewed their results. Some did better than expected, others had barely passed. Kaminari groaned while Mina buried her face in her arms. Aizawa continued by stating that everyone would be going to the training camp during summer break. The room erupted with surprise. Mina leaped up in disbelief and Kaminari grinned, asking if he was joking. Aizawa replied flatly that he never joked about class matters and that they had been given a small, rational chance to pass. The class groaned collectively. Yaoyorozu, displeased, pointed out that they had been tricked. Aizawa remained unmoved and said that failure was still failure. Those who failed would take extra lessons during the camp and should view it as an opportunity rather than a punishment. Mina pouted while Hagekure tried to cheer her up, and the tension eased as chatter filled the room again after dismissal. Hagekure brightly suggested that since they were all going to camp, they could go shopping for needed items. Mina perked up and listed swimsuits, bug spray, and snacks. Siro added tents and joked they would probably be made to sleep in the woods. Hagekure cheerfully proposed they all go together, insisting it would be fun. Most of the class agreed, though Bakugo grumbled about crowds and Todoroki quietly opted out. William turned to Hagekure and asked if he could invite Caleb and a few from 1B, thinking they would want to tag along. Mina grinned and encouraged him to bring his whole squad. William chuckled and noted that she had asked for it. Later that afternoon, the warm hum of chatter filled the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Class 1A and a handful of 1B students Caleb, Kendo, Tandy, Tyrone, and Kurt walked together, drawing stares from passing shoppers and a few whispers of recognition. Tandy smiled at William and thanked him for the invite, noting it had been a while since she had shopped for anything fun. William grinned and said it was nice to see everyone out of uniform. The group moved deeper into the mall, laughter and light conversation trailing after them as the weight of exams began to fade and the promise of summer took its place. Ileana smirked and commented that human malls seemed designed to make people broke. Jiro grinned and agreed, explaining that people often walked in for one thing and walked out with 10 unplanned purchases. Ileana deadpanned that this explained capitalism, and Jiro burst into laughter, nearly dropping her drink. The two wandered between shop windows, Ileana probing a mannequin wearing sunglasses and asking, amused, why anyone would wear sunglasses indoors. Jiro snickered that some people simply wanted to look cool, and their banter blended with the mall's soft hum. Meanwhile, William walked alongside Caleb's group. Caleb kept pace with a knowing look and teased William about when he was going to tell his mother about someone. William blinked and asked who he meant. Caleb smirked and said Kthon, pointing out that William's mother would sense it eventually because she was Jean Grey. William admitted quietly that he was not ready yet. Caleb replied gently that he would not push him but urged him to be careful. Kthon murmured lowly that William trusted him too much and that he would tell her one day, and William clenched his jaw to silence the voice. Lately his abilities had felt different, heavier, deeper than mere psionics, and when he reached too far into someone's mind there had been echoes, darker than before. He exhaled and focused on the laughter around him. A few steps ahead, Tandy and Tyrone shared a small cone of ice cream, Tandy holding it out while Tyrone leaned in for a bite. Their hands brushed and they smiled wordlessly. William felt his lips tug into a faint grin and remarked lightly that the two of them were almost unfairly perfect. Tandy grinned and teased that he was jealous, and William chuckled, admitting maybe a little. Tandy smiled softly and glanced at Tyrone, explaining that she had known Ty since they were kids and that their relationship had always felt right. William watched Caleb laugh at something Kendo had said, and a quiet, yearning ache twisted inside him. Kthon, amused, told William he was dense and that the feeling was mutual. A faint red glow shimmered over William's forehead while Caleb's mark flared blue. Both winced as a sharp, sudden pain radiated through them. Caleb stumbled and covered his face. William strained with concern and called Caleb's name. Caleb grimaced and confirmed that he felt it too. Kthon hissed that something dark had arrived in the area. Tandy, worried, asked William what was happening. William's eyes darted toward the first floor, and he said that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he and Caleb broke into a sprint. Ileana called after them, asking where they were going, but they did not answer. Down below, shoppers moved unaware as tension built. William and Caleb skidded to the railing and peered down. They saw the man from the USJ incident pressing Midoriya against the wall. Caleb, furious, demanded that the man remove his hands. The villain turned, his grin cracked and twisted, and Uraraka looked alarmed as she recognized Deku. Shigaraki mocked the situation and made a casual show of slinging an arm over Midoriya's shoulder. William sent a sharp telepathic message to Uraraka, urging her to alert the police and identifying the man as the one responsible for the USJ attack. His hand pressed to his forehead as the telepathic warning pulsed through the air and reached Uraraka's mind. She widened her eyes, gave a barely perceptible nod, and darted off. William spoke coldly that they would not let the man walk away after what he had done. Shigaraki taunted them and gestured to the crowd, warning that he could cause chaos and harm many before a single pro arrived. William clenched his fists as telekinetic energy curled around him and Caleb's aura flared beside him, but both stopped. Not licensed, they could not act without endangering more lives. Caleb spat that Shigaraki was a coward. Shigaraki smirked and said they would see each other again. Minutes later the mall went into lockdown. Heroes swarmed the scene, police tape rose, and panicked voices filled the air, but the villain had vanished. That evening William and Caleb sat across from Detective Tsukachi in a stark interrogation room. Midoriya sat nearby, quiet and trembling. Tsukachi asked if they had sensed the man's presence before seeing him. William responded that their telepathy had picked up hostility in the crowd and that it had been unmistakable. Caleb nodded and explained they had run because they had felt their friend was in danger. Tsukachi said they were free to go but warned that whoever the man was, he was escalating. When they stepped out, Jean Grey and Scott Summers waited for them. Jean expressed relief that William and Caleb were all right. William said they were fine, trying to sound convincing. Caleb gave a faint grin and reassured Jean that they were okay. Jean gently noted that she could sense they were not entirely all right. William admitted that things were complicated. Scott spoke firmly that whatever it was, they would deal with it together and that William and Caleb were not alone. Kthon whispered that this was only the beginning. Outside, the sky over Muzudafu darkened, heavy and red at the edges, and William felt the faint murmur of power pressing beneath his thoughts. William adjusted the strap of his Crimson Hero outfit on the small plane and reflected calmly that he still could not believe they had won the sports festival. He glanced out the window at the clouds beneath them. Caleb, energetic and excited, rattled off questions about their unexpected invite to Island, wondering if it was for top-level scientists and heroes, whether people had seen his fighting style or strategies, and whether they would meet real researchers or quirk test subjects. William amusedly told him to calm down. Caleb bounced in his seat, eager about labs for different quirks and imagining encountering abilities they had never seen. William told Caleb to save some energy for the landing. The plane shuddered as it descended and Caleb's next rapid-fire question was cut off. Caleb grew wide-eyed at the sight of moving platforms and a dome that he suspected might be a simulation chamber. William focused on getting through security first. Passing high-tech scanners and showing their hero IDs, William and Caleb stepped onto Island and paused at the site. Sleek white metal and glass buildings reflected sunlight, hovercars zipped between towers, and holographic displays floated above plazas. Scientists in lab coats and heroes in colorful costumes moved through bustling corridors. Caleb excitedly pointed out a red chicken mascot and wanted to chase it, but William raised an eyebrow and suggested they check in with the coordinators first. Caleb's eyes darted around at moving gadgets, experimental quirks being tested in controlled fields, and displays of advanced hero gear. He whispered curiosity about testing their moves and combining quirks in a lab. William suggested they wait for the tour to see what was allowed, then experiment carefully. Caleb nodded but remained eager, already scanning for the next unusual sight. William then noticed a familiar figure near the competition arena. Caleb identified Shuri and wondered aloud if she was speaking to them. Shuri announced that anyone who participated in a challenge and defeated all the villain bots in record time would win a personally designed special vibranium suit. Caleb nudged William and urged him to try for the suit, imagining a custom design that fit William's warrior ninja aesthetic. William smiled and agreed to give it a try. Before they could step forward, Kirishima took the challenge first. He charged forward with determination, delivering rapid strikes at the villain bots in an energetic, exaggerated display of strength. One by one the bots fell under his blows. He stopped, panting as the announcer noted that Kirishima had cleared the course in 30 seconds and placed 8th. Caleb's eyes widened at the speed, and he asked who would go next. Bakugo then rocketed into view, ready to demonstrate his own style. Bakugo launched himself forward with a fierce shout, propelling himself in controlled explosions and cutting through the training bots with flashy, anime-style moves that sent them skittering and sparking across the platform. Shuri commented that Bakugo had taken the lead with under 15 seconds, claiming first place. Caleb pointed out that Izuku Midoriya was up next. Midoriya steeled himself, determined not to fall behind, and dashed through the bots with his full cowl technique, leaving streaks of green energy in his wake. Shuri noted that Midoriya finished in 16 seconds and had earned second place. Todoroki stayed calm and focused, saying he would handle the next round. He held his ground and used ice to freeze the bots in place from where he stood, and Shuri praised him for taking first place with under 14 seconds in an impressive display of control and efficiency. Caleb turned to William and whispered, asking how many of William's classmates were present. William answered dryly that apparently most of them were. As they approached the gathering, they recognized familiar faces. Midoriya accompanied by a blonde girl they did not know, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Ida, and other classmates working as waitstaff. Kaminari and Mineta among them preparing refreshments. Kirishima encouraged William, telling him he had this. William smirked and remarked that anything that put Bakugo in his place was worth trying. Bakugo scoffed, doubting that it was even possible. Shuri called for the next contestant to begin. William stepped forward and focused on the villain bots. Without waving his hands, the machines lifted and hovered, suspended by his telekinetic control. A red aura flared around each bot as they stuttered and shut down under his influence. Shuri declared the feat incredible, saying each bot had been immobilized and dismantled and that they had an official winner. The crowd of students and heroes in training reacted with astonishment. Some cheered while others watched in wide-eyed disbelief. Even Bakugo's jaw tightened as he observed the bots powerless against William's control. Shuri announced that the victor was William Maximoff from UA and then told him to come back later so she could finish his vibranium suit. Caleb, impressed, asked if Shuri was really making him a suit, calling the idea insane. William thanked Shuri and said it felt good to see her again. Shuri smiled and reminded him that it had been years since they last met, back when she used to babysit him. Scarlet Witch stood by the doorway, cloak brushing the floor, and told Shuri that she would only be gone a few hours and asked her to keep an eye on William. Shuri assured her that he would be safe with her. William's memory drifted to a small 2-year-old version of himself, barely able to stand and reaching toward Shuri with a curious grin. Shuri crouched to his height and suggested a little trip to Wakanda. The toddler giggled and clapped, and Scarlet Witch's distant warning to Shuri to behave echoed briefly before fading. Shuri sighed in mock exasperation and commented that he was lucky he was cute. The memory faded, and William returned to the present with a faint smile. William reflected that time moved strangely and observed that Shuri had gone from babysitter to royal scientist. Shuri teased that William had gone from biting her bracelet to demonstrating powerful mental feats, calling it quite the upgrade. Caleb laughed at the revelation that Shuri had babysat William and promised not to let him live it down. William responded with amused resignation. William asked if it would be all right for them to stay in Shuri's lab since they did not have a guide for the island. Shuri welcomed them and offered to treat them to lunch before they began. The trio walked through the bustling plaza toward the cafe, and Caleb was surprised to spot Tandy and Tyrone. Tandy greeted them and asked if the others had been invited as well. Caleb asked how they had gotten in, and Tyrone joked that Tandy's family was very wealthy. Tandy playfully punched his shoulder and blushed. William introduced them to Shuri as Tandy Bowen and Tyrone Johnson from Class 1B, and Shuri welcomed the light and dark pair to join them. Over lunch, they shared first impressions of Island and laughed together. Caleb nearly choked on his food when Tandy admitted she had gotten lost in a lab hallway earlier. Afterwards, Shuri led them back to her gleaming lab, which was filled with holographic schematics, energy cores, and unfinished tech across several tables. Shuri said they should get started on William's suit and began tinkering with his Red Panther habit necklace, her hands moving with practiced rhythm as the hum of machinery filled the space. William recalled the time they had almost crashed one of Chala-'s prototypes because Shuri wanted to see whether William could pilot it with his mind. Shuri laughed and admitted she had been in trouble for a week afterward. William grinned and noted that she had blamed him, and Shuri teased that he had said he could handle it. Caleb remarked that they sounded like siblings, and Shuri agreed that it was close enough. The lab's steady hum wrapped around them, a warm rhythm of old friends and new bonds forming on Island. Night fell over Island. Laboratories and plazas that had gleamed in daylight now shimmered with faint neon blues and silvers, reflections dancing on the calm waters surrounding the moving city. Inside Shuri's lab, she approached William carrying something carefully in her hands. She explained that the suit carried a part of Wakanda's spirit and that it was more than metal and circuitry. It represented trust and responsibility, and she urged him to use it to protect and to inspire, never to dominate. William promised not to take the gift lightly and gave his word. Shuri placed the small panther habit necklace into his palm. Just as William reached to lift it, a piercing alarm blared through the lab and red emergency lights began to flash as the island-wide security system activated. Caleb asked what was happening. The AI voice over the speakers announced an unauthorized breach and instructed all personnel to remain indoors as a curfew took effect. Tandy expressed concern, and Tyrone said they would check outside. The two moved toward the lab's wide glass windows. Rows of security bots patrolled the streets, their lights cutting through the darkness as they moved in formation like a marching army. Caleb felt uneasy and said that he had a bad feeling about this one. William replied grimly that he suspected Izuku and the others were somehow caught in the middle of it. He turned his gaze toward the glowing main tower in the distance, the site hosting the hero gathering that Midoriya and the others were attending. Caleb straightened with determination and insisted they had to do something. William agreed steadily. Tandy resolved to join them, and Tyrone added that they were not sitting this out. Before they could move, Shuri stepped forward, sharp but concerned, and warned them that they were not licensed heroes yet and that if something happened they would be putting themselves and others in danger. Caleb pushed back defiantly, saying that their friends were in trouble and that heroes did not wait for permission to help people. William, Tandy, and Tyrone met Shuri's gaze with the same fierce determination. After a long moment, Shuri's expression softened into a proud, knowing smile and she relented. Shuri reached into her belt pouch and produced a small vibranium disc. She activated it and explained that it generated a portable cloaking field to mask them from the patrols for a short time, and instructed them to stay close and move when she said. The cloak shimmered and bent light around them until their forms vanished. Outside the air was colder and filled with the low hum of security drones circling the island skies. Their footsteps made no sound as Shuri led them down narrow maintenance paths between buildings. Caleb whispered that even invisible, the situation felt intense. Shuri urged them to keep their nerves steady and told them they were almost there. They moved through the silent streets like ghosts under the cover of night until the towering main building loomed before them, bathed in red warning lights. William paused and glanced toward the glow at the top of the structure, promising that they were coming for Izuku. The group pressed on, their silhouettes unseen against the metallic night. They reached the shadowed side of the main building, away from the patrolling security bots. The muffled sounds of mechanical footsteps echoed from nearby streets as red sensors swept across empty intersections. Shuri announced that the spot was clear and deactivated the cloaking field, the shimmer fading from their forms. She raised her wrist and projected a digital display above her forearm, lines of Wakandan code dancing across it as she hacked into the island's internal cameras. The feeds cycled through hallways, labs, and upper levels until one image stabilized the plant factory on the 80th floor. Shuri reported grimly that their friends were hiding from a group of armed intruders and that it appeared to be a coordinated breach. Caleb tensed and said they did not have time to waste. Caleb summoned a surge of blue energy beneath his feet and created a glowing psionic levitation disc. He gestured for the others to hop on. Tandy and Tyrone confirmed they were on, and Shuri said they should move. As William stepped forward to join them, Shuri placed a hand on his shoulder and encouraged him that this would be the perfect time to test his new suit. William acknowledged that there was no better moment. He pulled a necklace from his pocket and slipped it over his neck. A hum filled the air as nanotech spread across his body, forming layer after layer of vibranium weave. The transformation was silent and commanding, metal and psionics intertwining into one. The Panther vibranium suit that Shuri had crafted for William blended Wakandan technology and psionic power. Forged from a matte black vibranium weave, the suit's surface was traced with faint crimson lines that pulsed softly with his energy. The design kept his signature look, panther-like ears on the mask, glowing red eyes, and reinforced hakama trousers that moved with precision and grace. To William it did not feel like armor but like an extension of his will, a perfect harmony of science and spirit. Caleb admitted he was a little jealous. Tandy complimented how incredible William looked, and Tyrone noted the next-level tech. Shuri explained that the suit's vibranium fibers acted as psionic conduits, allowing his own energy to flow through them and store kinetic and psionic power for release as shockwaves or focus strikes. She described how Kimoyo-linked nodes connected directly with his nervous system to sharpen reflexes and how stealth mode would bend light to keep him hidden. The micrograviton pads in his palms and soles would let him scale any surface with ease. Caleb summarized that Shuri had basically turned him into a psionic panther ninja, and Shuri corrected him with a smirk that she preferred the term elevated warrior. A faint ping echoed in William's helmet as Shuri transmitted the coordinates. A red icon blinked on his HUD, marking the 80th floor on the west side. William confirmed the location and turned toward the towering wall before them, planting a hand and a foot against its surface. The vibranium pads under his palms glowed red and locked onto the metal plating. Shuri watched and told him to show what he could do. William began climbing with sure, smooth movements, leaving faint red traces behind him. As his confidence grew, he lowered into a crouch and sprinted upward on all fours, moving like a shadowed panther SNG across the wall. Below, Caleb guided the levitation disc upward with Shuri, Tandy, and Tyrone balancing atop it as they followed his ascent. The city lights stretched beneath them, and Shuri marveled at her design responding perfectly to his neural output. Reaching the 80th floor, William braced against the glass wall. He extended his claws, each tip glowing crimson as he charged them with psionic energy, the suit's lines brightening in response. With a single sweeping motion, he slashed through the reinforced glass and steel in a clean, controlled action, then kicked outward to create an opening. Dust and light spilled into the night as William landed inside the plant factory. William reported that entry had been secured. The levitation disc descended beside the opening, and Shuri, Caleb, Tandy, and Tyrone stepped through. Caleb grinned and said it had been awesome. Shuri smiled and took the moment as proof that her design worked perfectly. William focused and prepared to move further into the factory. William noted that Midoriya's team should be just ahead. He turned down the hall as the red glow of his suit faded to black and stealth mode activated. William moved with quiet determination. The crimson lines of his vibranium suit dimmed as light bent around him and his form vanished into the shadows. His HUD projected a translucent map of the floor and tagged multiple hostile signatures. His gaze settled on two in particular, Daigo and Nobu, locked in battle with Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo. Daigo's monstrous frame moved like a freight train, muscles corded and violet-hued, absorbing Bakugo's explosions without flinching. He caught Kirishima mid-charge and hurled him into a wall, the crash echoing across the factory floor. Beside him, Nobu enlarged his hands unnaturally, displacing air with each swing and sending waves of compressed pressure that tore through Todoroki's ice barriers. William narrowed his eyes beneath his mask. Two red psionic daggers formed in his hands, heatless but radiating controlled power. He flicked his wrists and sent them spiraling through the air. The daggers detonated on impact, throwing Daigo and Nobu backward in a burst of scarlet light. Kirishima watched in confusion and asked who the new operative was. Caleb grinned and identified him as William. Bakugo clenched his fist, ready to charge again, but Shuri stepped in and told him to wait and watch. From the rising smoke, William emerged crouched low with shoulders squared, a crimson glimmer tracing the faint outlines of his invisible form. Daigo snarled that toys would not save them and lunged forward, pounding the floor with every stride. His fists blurred as he swung with monstrous strength. William moved in rhythm with him, sidestepping and deflecting, taking glancing blows to absorb kinetic force. Each strike that landed sent a pulse of energy through the suit and deepened its crimson glow. With a precise pivot he caught Daigo's wrist, twisted under his arm, and drove a knee into his ribs. Before Daigo could recover, William extended psionic blades and struck upward, sending a non-lethal slash that left Daigo staggered and slowed as William's psychic energy clouded his senses. From the flank, Nobu's enlarged hands displaced the air and sent a concussive blast toward William. The impact landed squarely, but the hero in training stayed firm and slid back a step. The suit thrummed, storing the kinetic energy while the HUD flashed a crimson charge indicator. Both villains regrouped and rushed from opposite sides. William's breathing steadied and instinct took over. He vaulted off Daigo's arm, twisted midair to kick Nobu in the jaw, and landed behind them. His claws tore into their mechanical supports, severing ground cables and scattering sparks. Daigo charged again, but William ducked low, swept his legs, and drove an elbow into the brute's back. Nobu swung a massive hand and William caught it, redirected the momentum, and slammed his knee into Nobu's side, the impact denting the metal floor. William warned that they should have stayed down. He clenched his fist and let crimson light surge through the vibranium weave, driving his hand into the ground. The stored kinetic energy exploded outward in a shockwave of red light and pressure. The ripple ran through the floor like thunder and sent Daigo and Nobu tumbling across the room to collide with a reinforced wall, leaving the area silent except for the soft hum of the suit. Kirishima admired the display and called it amazing. Bakugo scoffed and dismissed it as a show-off move. Caleb smirked and pointed out that this was William. William deactivated stealth mode and allowed his form to phase back into view as the crimson lines faded into a dim glow. He took a steady breath and looked up toward the floors above as his HUD began tracking the next group of hostiles. William announced that hostiles were coming in fast. Bakugo reacted with irritation and disbelief. The walls shifted as panels opened and dozens of small security bots poured out, each armed with shock emitters and stun cannons. Their red sensors locked onto the group and a mechanical voice announced that unauthorized activity had been detected and targets would be neutralized. William stepped forward, the faint crimson pulse of his suit reflecting off the metal floor, and told the team to form up and keep it tight. The first wave of bots lunged. William dropped low with sharp, deliberate movement, slid beneath a volley of plasma fire, and ignited his claws with psionic light as he disabled two machines in a single motion. Sparks scattered across the floor as his blades carved seamless arcs through armor. Tyrone focused and called directions to Tandy. Cloaked in shadow, he vanished and reappeared behind a cluster of drones with Tandy in tow. She extended her hands and hurled glowing light force daggers that streaked through the air and burst into radiant explosions, cutting through the darkness. Tyrone blinked between cover points, teleporting her from vantage to vantage as the duo tore through the enemy formation in perfect rhythm. Tandy warned that she was starting to lose count, and Tyrone dryly noted that this was usually a good sign. An explosion thundered nearby as Bakugo launched himself skyward and blasted through swarms of drones, sending smoking parts scattering. Kirishima braced and hardened his skin, charging into a pack of bots and smashing plating with enough force to dent the floor. Todoroki covered the right flank, sweeping a line of fire to melt a group of machines before following with a precise frost that immobilized those still intact. Caleb called for a sweeping clear and manifested a field of blue light around a cluster of drones with telekinetic force. He clutched his fist and the metal groaned and crumpled inward, the entire group collapsing into a single heap with an echoing crash. At the center, Shuri brought her vibranium gauntlets online and struck the air to release controlled sonic waves that pulsed outward. The sound waves disrupted a formation of bots and caused them to malfunction from the inside out. Shuri noted that it was payback for trying to interrupt her code. A trio of drones dived from above targeting her, but William vaulted over Shuri's shoulder and landed on one. He ripped into its chassis, disabling its core, and used its body as a springboard to disable the other two. The crimson light of his suit traced through the air as each machine fell apart in controlled, dramatic bursts. He landed in a crouch beside Shuri and scanned the area through his HUD. More red dots vanished from the radar. Only silence followed, and William reported that all hostiles were down. Bakugo kicked a sparking bot aside and dismissed the encounter. Caleb smirked and predicted that the next floor would be more difficult. William resolutely said they would keep moving. Midoriya and the others were counting on them to provide support. The group regrouped, the glow of William's crimson lines and Shuri's blue gauntlets casting twin hues through the smoke. With a final nod, William led them onward. The team moved swiftly through the upper corridors, following the red tracking beacon on William's HUD. The map flickered with warning symbols. Every passage was swarming with active defense drones. Shuri, focused, noted that Midoriya's signal was moving toward the north quadrant, the wind power generation system where the main turbines were. William, determined, said that they were heading there. They charged forward, the hum of the turbines growing louder with each step. Through the glass walls of the final hall, they could see Uraraka floating Melissa and Midoriya upward toward an emergency exit on the top floor, the turbine winds howling around them. From the shadows of the machinery, hundreds of small security bots began pouring in, metal limbs scraping and eyes glowing red as they converged on Uraraka. William's eyes narrowed and the crimson lines across his suit pulsed brighter. He stepped forward and psionic wings unfurled from his back like crimson flame. In a single motion he launched himself through the air, the wings expanding and propelling him in a burst of light. A sphere of red energy built in his palm and erupted outward in a concussive wave that knocked the first line of bots off balance. Midoriya was shocked as he recognized the radiant wings slicing through the chaos. William, concerned, checked on Uraraka and learned that she had Midoriya and Melissa heading up now. William resolved that it was up to them to hold the line and looked up at the oncoming storm of bots, the red glow across his mask intensifying. He prepared to act. He dashed forward, his psionic wings cutting the air while his vibranium claws glowed crimson. He moved through rows of machines with swift, practiced strikes, sending sparks and harmless debris scattering. Bakugo, irritated, charged past with explosive blasts that tore through swarms of drones. Kirishima, grinning, noted that they made a good team even as Bakugo snapped back. Kirishima slammed his hardened fists down, disabling 2 bots and sending another into a wall. Uraraka, focused, activated her quirk and lifted a bot weightlessly. She leapt up after the floating machines, twisting midair to deliver controlled strikes that disabled the devices before she landed gracefully. The last few bots hovered helplessly until she kicked one across the area like a small projectile. Tyrone expanded his cloak into a field of darkness that enveloped several bots and temporarily disabled them. He vanished into the field and then reappeared above, releasing them so they collapsed onto their own ranks in a pile of inert scrap. Tandy conjured 2 radiant daggers of white light, charging into the thick of it and cutting through the machines with bright, precise arcs. Shuri's gauntlets glowed blue as she moved both hands forward and sent waves of vibrating sound that disrupted a line of advancing bots, leaving bits of damaged metal scattering. Caleb raised his hand and, urgent, called for everyone to get down as a red psionic glow formed around his eyes. He unleashed a blast that tore through an entire section of enemies and left behind a spread of broken components. Todoroki summoned a wall of ice that halted multiple bots mid-charge, then used controlled fire to melt and neutralize the trapped machines. Above them, the wind picked up violently and threatened to sweep Midoriya and Melissa away from the platform. Uraraka was alarmed and warned about Midoriya. Bakugo blasted one of the turbine arms, angling it toward Midoriya, while Todoroki quickly used fire to redirect the hot air and push them back toward the platform. Midoriya clenched his fist and, roaring with effort, used Detroit's smash against the wall before them. His punch, amplified by Melissa's full gauntlet, shattered their path open into the top floor. Uraraka, exhausted, released her quirk and they landed safely inside as the others below continued to fight. William, relieved, noted that they had made it. Shuri, composed, said that they had cleared their end but warned that it was not over yet. For several minutes the group battled wave after wave, metal fragments and smoke filling the air. Everyone bore fresh bruises and scratches, breaths heavy and shoulders tense. Then, suddenly, the bots fell silent and collapsed mid-stride as their systems shut down. William, catching his breath, observed that Izuku and Melissa must have succeeded. The island AI announced that the security system had been restored and the defense network was now operating in normal mode. Caleb summoned a glowing blue psionic disc beneath their feet and urged everyone to step on. The group boarded the disc and it lifted them into the sky toward the uppermost level of the tower. When they arrived, they found Wolfram, his body pulsing with unstable quirk energy. William's HUD identified Wolfram and a red warning indicator blared. Wolfram's quirk levels were spiking dangerously, and a prototype device was grafted to his head, feeding power into his body. The metal around them warped and twisted as Wolfram extended his arms and sent massive steel pillars lunging forward toward All Might. Caleb, focused, hurled orbs of red psionic energy that disrupted the first barrage in midair. William dashed forward, his wings flashing crimson as he slashed through the next wave with psionic vibranium claws, scattering fragments. Bakugo yelled that Wolfram deserved to be stopped as he launched himself upward with explosive power while Todoroki froze the next volley in place. The ice glistened under the flames and halted Wolfram's advance. Wolfram responded by pulling metal together into a massive wall to block Bakugo's blasts. William gritted his teeth and warned that Wolfram was controlling the whole structure. Motivated by his students' determination, All Might roared and surged forward, breaking through Wolfram's defenses. The villain fought back by sending metallic tendrils that wrapped around All Might's arms and upper body, constraining him as Wolfram's enhanced strength surged. He launched a barrage of metallic cubes toward All Might, forcing him to struggle against the onslaught. Yaoyorozu was terrified and called out for All Might. Jiro shouted no. Uraraka panicked and insisted they had to help. A sudden blue light cut through the chaos as the incoming cubes froze midair. All eyes turned to see Caleb hovering with both arms outstretched and his eyes glowing deep azure, holding the frozen barrage in place. Tyrone hovered beside him, his cloak still pulsing with dark force energy from their teleportation. The students below gaped in disbelief. Caleb declared that they had picked the wrong fight and the wrong heroes to test their luck against. A radiant golden aura ignited around him, energy pulsing outward like a living flame. The power coursed through his veins and intensified his telekinesis. He moved his hands forward and released a massive red psychic shockwave that rippled across the battlefield, obliterating Wolfram's metallic constructs and tearing apart the wires that had been strangling All Might. The storm of steel fell apart, scattering into harmless shards. Wolfram raged that it was not over and threatened to bury them all. The ground rumbled beneath their feet as twisting metal beams tore free from the floor and walls, converging above into a colossal mass. In moments, a gigantic iron cube loomed over them, large enough to crush the entire building. William warned that Wolfram was trying to bring it down on them. Caleb gritted his teeth and refused to let it happen. Caleb and William moved their hands forward together, blue and red psionic energy pushing back against the descending weight. Sparks of resistance streaked through the air, but the cube kept growing and the pressure continued to build. All Might called to Midoriya, and Midoriya replied that he was right beside him. Both heroes stepped forward as power coursed through their bodies. Lightning crackled around Midoriya's arm while golden energy radiated from All Might's frame. The cube loomed closer, its shadow swallowing the rooftop. All Might and Midoriya counted down and leapt together, executing a synchronized double Detroit smash. The combined force of their blows erupted like a supernova. Shockwaves shattered the air and the cube split apart from the center as molten fragments rained around them. The entire skyline blazed in the golden light of their impact. David and Melissa watched with wide eyes, relief and awe on their faces. David, overwhelmed, realized that they had done it. Melissa smiled through tears, calling them their heroes. Across the battlefield, the students cheered. Uraraka and Tandy urged them on. Yaoyorozu and Jiro called out for All Might. Kirishima, William, Ida, and Mineta shouted to get him. Todoroki raised his arm for Midoriya. Bakugo grinned and encouraged him to finish it. Tyrone called for real power. Caleb urged them to end it. Above the roaring winds and trembling steel, All Might and Midoriya shouted their battle cry of Plus Ultra together. Their fists tore through the last of Wolfram's metal and wrecked the monstrous structure in a blinding explosion of light and energy. When the dust settled, Wolfram's device sparked and shattered, and he collapsed amid the twisted fragments of his own creation. Silence followed. Then the tower's emergency lights shifted from red to calm blue, and the night sky returned clear and peaceful. The UA students stood side by side, battered and breathing hard but smiling. William expressed relief that they had done it. Caleb exhaled and confirmed that Island was safe. Tyrone grinned and joked that they had not even broken it too badly. Shuri smirked and told him to speak for himself. Uraraka laughed softly, and even Bakugo allowed a small, satisfied grin. Todoroki glanced toward the horizon as dawn broke, golden light washing over the island. All Might stood tall beside Midoriya, both heroes framed by the sunrise. Peace had returned. Though exhausted, bruised, and covered in dust, the students of UA, together with All Might, Melissa, and Shuri, had saved Island from the villains who had sought to destroy it. The storm had passed and hope burned brighter than ever. As the first semester came to a close, Aizawa reminded the students that the training camp was not a vacation but a place where limits would be tested, broken, and rebuilt, and that they should aim to go plus ultra. The class responded in unison with acknowledgement. Minoma's smug comments about Class 1A's results being disappointing interrupted the moment. A sharp thwack echoed through the courtyard as Minoma dropped like a sack of bricks. Kendo dismissed him with an exasperated remark, saying that he was allergic to humility. Laughter rippled across both classes. William hid a grin while Caleb stifled a chuckle beside him. Caleb grinned and told William that training camp was already entertaining and that he looked forward to it with him. William, flustered, agreed. Caleb smirked knowingly before walking toward the Class 1B bus. William sighed quietly and stepped onto Class 1A's bus, taking a seat near the window. Todoroki asked if he could sit there, and William welcomed him. As the bus rumbled to life, William asked about Todoroki's mother. Todoroki said that she had been happy and that they had been talking more. William remarked that this was good and that Todoroki had come a long way. Todoroki suggested that William should visit his home sometime because Fuyumi would like to meet him, and William responded that he would like that. As the bus rolled on, William reflected that you seemed to be stirring new, unfamiliar feelings in him. Moments later the bus hit a small bump and Todoroki's head slowly leaned against William's shoulder. The warmth made William tense for a moment. His breath caught and a flush crossed his face. He stared straight ahead and tried to remain still, though his heart thudded louder with every second. William muttered to himself, embarrassed, confirming that he felt something new. The bus climbed higher up the mountain, morning sunlight cutting through the glass. Both Class 1A and 1B eventually arrived at the top, a wide clearing overlooking dense green forests and rocky slopes. The bus came to a gentle stop and the students began to stir. Todoroki blinked awake and realized his head had been resting on William's shoulder. He straightened abruptly and apologized, saying he must have fallen asleep. William brushed it off with a light smile and said it was fine, the ride must have been comfortable. Outside, the morning breeze swept through the trees as both classes began to disembark. A cluster of color and energy awaited them as the instructors introduced themselves as the Wild Pussycats and explained that they would be the instructors for the training camp. Midoriya noted that they were veterans who had been amazing heroes for over a decade, and Pixie Bob playfully grabbed him by the head and reminded them that they were still young at heart. Mandalay calmly informed them that lodging was at the base of the mountain and that if they wanted lunch they would need to reach it before noon. Uraraka was alarmed to hear it was down below and Kaminari panicked, asking if they could just take the bus. Both classes began to backpedal toward their vehicles in protest. Pixie Bob mischievously announced that Lesson 1 began now. Her hands glowed blue and the earth trembled violently. The ground split apart, sending both buses and students tumbling straight down the mountainside into the thick, wild forest below. Kurt complained aloud that he always seemed to fall. Bakugo was furious, insisting the school was insane and vowing that when he found the cat lady, he would turn her into a scratching post. Uraraka screamed that they were all going to die before training even started. Kaminari frantically demanded to know how any of this was legal. Kendo laughed as she tumbled, greeting everyone to summer camp. Caleb observed deadpan that this was not how he had imagined team bonding. William called out that he could slow their fall. A burst of red psionic energy cushioned several of them, though they still landed roughly in the dense greenery below. Branches cracked and groans and curses echoed through the trees. Kirishima called out a boisterous claim of a manly landing, and Mina wheezed that he had face-planted. Dust and laughter filled the forest as both classes slowly got to their feet, battered but buzzing with energy. On the cliff above, Pixie Bob planted her hands on her hips and proudly announced that this was how summer training began. Mandalay smiled and reminded everyone to move if they wanted lunch. William brushed leaves from his hair and sighed, dryly noting that this was going to be one hell of a summer. Mineta panicked about needing to use the bathroom, then froze when a massive creature made entirely of jagged earth erupted from the ground and towered over him. Midoriya focused and activated full cowl at 5%. Green energy crackled across his body as he surged forward, his aura illuminating the forest. He grabbed Mineta just as the earth creature swung down, explaining that it was one of Pixie Bob's tricks and urging everyone to stay close. William alerted the group that he had a side and asked someone to cover him. William unfurled red psionic wings and dashed forward in a blur of butterflies, leaving a trailing crimson energy behind him. He formed a gleaming red psi blade in one arm, its edge humming with psychic energy as he readied for attack. Ileana moved with calm precision. She leapt through a yellow portal, her soul's word materializing in hand, and reappeared at the creature's side poised for an attack. Together, William and Ileana struck, their blades slicing through the earth creature and causing it to crumble harmlessly into rubble. Ida called for both classes to listen up and warned that the next wave would not go down unless they worked together. Kendo instructed both classes to hit them as one team. Both Class 1A and Class 1B acknowledged and tightened their formation. Jiro analyzed the field, connecting her jacks to the ground and counting incoming enemies from the northeast about a dozen and urged everyone to brace themselves. Setsuna, focused and scanning the horizon by levitating slightly above the treetops, reported 8 earth creatures approaching from the west and warned everyone to keep their guard up. William told Ileana they would have to cover the front line, and Ileana agreed to move with him. The students rearranged into a coordinated unit as another wave of earth creatures rumbled from the dense forest. William pressed his hands together in concentration, red wisps swirling up his arms and forming twin psionic crossbows. The hum of psychic energy pulsed through the air as his wings extended behind him. When a massive earth creature lunged and slammed a stone fist toward him, he dashed aside, his wings propelling him across the clearing. Red bolts fired in quick succession, each shot striking the creature and making it stagger just enough for an opening. A yellow portal shimmered open behind the monster. Ileana sprang from it, her soul's word cutting a clean arc of light that split the creature down the middle before it crumbled into dust and stone. William muttered dryly that he wished he had his vibranium suit as he lowered his crossbows slightly. He realized that against beings made of earth, his other psionic weapons could only do so much unless he poured everything he had into them. His firepower was formidable but still not on the same destructive level as Caleb's. Overhead, a winged earth creature swooped down with talons outstretched. A sharp blue shimmer formed midair as Caleb asserted control, bringing his levitation disc into play. The creature smashed into his psionic wall and broke apart before Caleb pushed it down like a hammer, forcing it violently into the dirt below. Uraraka moved quickly, pressing her fingertips to another earthen brute and causing its weight to vanish so that it floated helplessly. Kendo grinned, enlarged her hands, grabbed the floating creature, and hurled it into another with crushing force. Uraraka released the gravity mid-flight, and the two collided, breaking apart into harmless chunks. Kurt darted across the field, barely avoiding a massive punch. He ducked low, his tail sweeping dust as he vanished in a puff of purple smoke, reappearing behind enemy lines beside Tandy and Tyrone. Kurt smirked and indicated it was their turn. Tyrone steadied himself, took Tandy's hand as shadows rippled beneath them, levitated her, and flung her forward. Tandy, confident, summoned light force daggers between her fingers and hurled a barrage of glowing blades that struck the creature's stony body. Spinning midair, she drew one final dagger, sliced through the beast in a radiant arc, and landed gracefully as dust settled around her. Ida called out praise for the team and urged everyone to keep pushing forward as more enemies emerged. The battlefield trembled while the combined strength of both classes moved in perfect sync. Both Class 1A and Class 1B reached the lodge long after they had planned to arrive. The sun had dipped behind the mountain peaks and twilight blanketed the forest in deep shades of violet and blue. Every step up the final incline was sluggish, uniforms were stained with dirt and breathing was heavy after hours of non-stop fighting. William's wings vanished in a shimmer of red light as he stumbled to the side to catch his breath. His temples throbbed from overexertion. Every shot and mental construct had drained him nearly dry. He admitted, exhausted, that he thought he had used every ounce of brainpower he had that day. Caleb wiped at his upper lip where he found a streak of dried blood and, strained, reminded himself not to underestimate someone who could command an army of dirt. Nearby, Tandy sat with her arms draped over her knees, Her usual spark dimmed as she admitted that even her light force felt weak that evening, which was a first for her. Kendo flexed bruised knuckles and winced as she rotated her wrist, the group settling in to recover and regroup for what the rest of summer training would bring. Despite her fatigue, she still managed to smile. Kendo wryly noted that if that had been just the warm-up, she was terrified of what training camp actually meant. Despite the combined effort of both classes, Pixie Bob's summoned earth creatures had been relentless. Every wave brought larger and stronger opponents, testing teamwork, endurance, and will. Even with cooperation, many had faltered halfway through, yet everyone pushed on until the final stretch. As they reached the lodge, the wild pussycat stood waiting. Pixie Bob beamed with her hands on her hips and cheerfully congratulated them on pulling through despite being a mess. Mandalay nodded in approval and gently praised their impressive teamwork and composure under pressure. Midoriya, still panting but smiling through exhaustion, noticed a small boy standing beside Mandalay. Mandalay introduced the boy as her nephew, Koda. Midoriya crouched with a friendly smile to greet him. Koda surprised him with a sudden energetic gesture, causing a brief commotion. William and Caleb both froze mid-step. William winced awkwardly and Caleb dryly remarked that it was one way to introduce himself. Inside, the two classes sat for dinner in quiet at first, exhaustion muting laughter. Plates clinked and conversation gradually warmed the room. Caleb met William's eyes across the table and, with a faint azure glow in his pupils, sent a telepathic request asking William to meet him outside after dinner. William subtly nodded and returned to his food as chatter filled the lodge. Later that night, with the forest wrapped in silence and the lodge dim except for the soft glow of lanterns, everyone drifted off to sleep except William. He slipped quietly out the door and found Caleb sitting on the ground just beyond the porch, gazing at the stars. William quietly asked what Caleb wanted to talk about. Caleb did not look at him right away. He sat cross-legged, his gaze lifted toward the sea of stars. He explained that nothing serious was on his mind, only that it was rare for them to stop and take it all in. William followed his gaze and felt the world settle around the quiet scene. Fireflies drifted lazily and the night felt especially still for two students who had seen so much. Caleb observed that the stars were beautiful tonight. The silence that followed was grounding. Caleb chuckled softly and reflected that they had come a long way. William exhaled and let memories pass through his mind: the USJ attack, the siege in Hosu, the Nomu, Psylocke's guidance, the hero killer's blade, and the sports festival arena where two champions had once faced each other. Caleb gently acknowledged that William had already been through more than most pros and admitted his own fears about his changing powers, confessing that he felt something growing inside him and that it scared him too. William listened, concerned. Caleb spoke earnestly beside him, explaining that his abilities felt like they were waking up and he was trying to keep up. Caleb then teased with a mischievous remark about hoping the universe's plans included dealing with a certain red psionic troublemaker. William froze at the teasing, and Caleb laughed quietly, eyes gleaming with mischief. He sincerely said that whatever happened, hero work or chaos, he looked forward to seeing where their futures would lead, together. He reached out and gave William's hand a brief, friendly squeeze. William felt a wave of emotion and murmured Caleb's name. They shared a quiet, close moment, each unsure how to define it. A snapped twig in the trees made them flinch. Ileana complained and blamed Kurt, who protested nervously that he had only been stretching. Jiro deadpanned that he had heard everything, and Tandy teased that they had been getting to the good part. Caleb flushed and rubbed the back of his neck while William avoided meeting anyone's eyes. Caleb quickly shifted the conversation to wondering what Aizawa and Vlad King had planned for the next day. William agreed that they should head back before getting caught. Kendo crossed her arms and grinned, promising never to let them live it down. The group laughed as they walked back toward the lodge under the starlight. It was a quiet night where laughter lingered, hearts raced, and two friends shared a close moment that hinted at something more. The next morning arrived crisp and golden, mist clinging to the mountainside as sunlight spilled over the canopy. The air was alive with movement, grunts, shouts, and the crackle of quirks pushed to their limits. Aizawa and Vlad King stood overlooking the training field like commanders observing an army in motion. Aizawa dryly announced that it was day 2, with no breaks or excuses, and reminded them that they were there to crush their limits, not maintain them. Explosions, elemental bursts, and psionic hums filled the clearing as classes 1A and 1B dove into drills. William stood at the far edge, breathing steadily as red energy gathered in his palms. Aizawa instructed him to focus and produce more output, to make his constructs solid enough to stop the earth creatures before they reached the line. William pressed his hands together in a quick seal. Crimson wisps wrapped around his arms and formed his psionic crossbows, the energy shimmering like heated glass as he fired bolt after bolt at Pixibob's summoned creatures. Each impact dispersed chunks of hardened soil in an exaggerated, anime-style burst without graphic detail. Aizawa called for him to stream his power, to control the flow rather than scatter it. William exhaled, sweat on his brow, and adjusted his technique to meet the order. A steady stream of energy pulsed from William's palms, cutting through an oncoming creature before dissipating into light. He shifted stances, crossbow to bow, bow to psionic whip to test, in each transition testing his endurance. His arms trembled as the crimson glow thickened with every strike. Aizawa watched approvingly and reminded him to keep that up, explaining that the exercise trained both force and precision and would pay off later. William nodded silently, the red light still burning across his arms as he fired again, each attack sharper, cleaner, stronger. Across the field, Ileana stood with her soul's word in hand, the golden edge gleaming beneath the morning sun. Aizawa approached her, his tired eyes calm but attentive. He told her that Phoenix from the X-Men had reached out about her condition. Ileana stiffened, fingers tightening around the sword's hilt. She explained uneasily that her Darkchild form was not something she could simply control. Aizawa placed a hand on her shoulder and urged her to do the opposite of running from it. Study it, understand what triggered it, and acknowledge that side of herself without letting it take over. He reminded her that power was part of who she was, but her humanity and choices would determine the kind of hero she became. Ileana blinked, surprised by the weight behind his words. When she tried to explain that stress was when the other side usually surfaced, Aizawa interrupted again, telling her that she had allies Maximoff's telepathy and Bowen's light force to pull her back and that she should trust them. He gave her shoulder a small, grounding squeeze before walking off to check on the next student. Ileana stood frozen for a long moment, considering how no one had ever told her to face that side of herself instead of burying it. She exhaled slowly, the soul's word humming faintly in her hand. Quietly to herself, she decided to see what the darkness truly was. Closing her eyes, she reached inward toward the cold ember burning deep in her chest. For the first time, she did not resist. She reached out and listened to the Darkchild. Vlad King stood with his arms crossed, his voice booming across the clearing where Class 1B trained as a few small UA training bots hovered beside him. He explained to Caleb that the bots were equipped with neural signatures that mimicked human thought patterns and that Caleb's task was to control them without touching, move them, disrupt their signals, or redirect their target priorities, training focus and mental guidance rather than force. Caleb raised a brow and remarked dryly that it sounded like mind control training. Vlad encouraged him to guide the bots, not force them, and patted his shoulder before moving on. Caleb stared at the floating machines, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and muttered in frustration as a faint blue glow appeared across his forehead but failed to move them. He grinned wryly and admitted that William made it look far too easy. Hours stretched into the afternoon and then into the next day. The mountains echoed with the sounds of combat, the air thick with dust and the pulse of quirks being pushed past exhaustion. William's arms trembled slightly, wrapped in red psionic energy. His breathing was heavy, but his eyes burned with focus. When one of Pixibob's larger earth creatures charged, William twirled his hand and a crimson whip materialized in a shimmer of psychic force. The weapon lashed through the air with a loud crack, striking the creature and causing it to burst into a swirl of red embers and dissipate in an anime-style flash. Aizawa watched and noted that William was improving, urging him to keep his control tight. William steadied his breathing and felt his psionic weapons thrumming with power. Each strike was becoming sharper and more deliberate. His energy projectiles grew denser and more powerful, their destructive reach resonating with every burst. He pressed his palms together again and channeled steady streams that carved through another wave of earth monsters with clean, focused precision. Across the field, Caleb's forehead glowed once more with blue light. This time the UA bots twitched, then slowly turned their sensors toward him. Concentrating, Caleb coaxed them into rising and circling in formation, smiling faintly as he extended his hands and commanded them with growing precision. A thunderous crash came from deeper in the forest and shook the ground, silencing the training. William and Caleb exchanged a quick look and sprinted toward the source. Branches whipped past them as they pushed through the trees until a massive crater opened near the training area. At its center, Ileana had taken on her Darkchild form and had Monoma pinned to the ground, her dark silhouette looming with clawed hands pressing into the soil beside his head. Her eyes glowed gold and her horns caught the light. Monoma's terrified yelp cut through the stillness. Kendo rushed forward and insisted that Monoma had started it, accusing him of taunting Ileana again. William lifted his hand, ready to reach out telepathically, but a swirl of red eldritch light erupted around Ileana's body. The demonic aura collapsed inward and her monstrous form dissolved in streaks of embered mist. She fell to her knees, human once more and panting lightly. Her gaze snapped toward Monoma and she warned him that if he opened his mouth again she would show him what real consequences looked like. Monoma froze, pale, and Kendo quickly dragged him away by the collar, muttering under her breath. William and Caleb looked on with a mix of relief and awe as Ileana sheathed her soul's word with a quiet sigh. The forest settled once more, but the echo of her warning hung in the air like heat from dying fire. That night the campfire's glow shimmered against the trees and the moon hung high above the training grounds. The laughter of students drifted through the forest on the cool mountain breeze. Pixie Bob stood near the entrance to the woods, tail swaying lazily as both classes gathered around. She announced the next challenge, the test of courage. Class 1A would walk the forest trail in pairs while Class 1B would stage scares, and everyone was encouraged to use their quirks and creativity. The last pair to finish would lose. Pixie Bob handed out slips of paper for the pairings. William unfolded his slip and glanced at the name on it. He looked up and met Ileana's eyes. Ileana, relieved, admitted that at least she was with someone she actually liked. William nodded with a faint smile and replied that it made two of them. The first pairs vanished into the forest, their laughter and startled screams fading into the night. When it was finally their turn, William adjusted the straps of his canteen and nodded toward the dimly lit path ahead. The deeper they went, the quieter it became. Crickets stopped singing and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Ileana walked beside him, her gaze flicking through the trees. She murmured that it felt like the forest itself was watching them. Before William could answer, a low growl echoed through the dark. From between the trees a massive creature appeared, its body a shadowed mass of earth and darkness, eyes gleaming red as it charged. A thick, rectangular veil of darkness dropped around them, shimmering with an unnatural energy. Tyrone's voice came faintly through the dark, taunting them to see how brave they really were. The air grew heavy, pressing at their chests with the faint touch of fear amplified by a dark force presence. William and Ileana stood firm. William's gaze sharpened toward the bushes as he calmly told Caleb he could come out. The creature froze and then dissolved into a wave of blue psionic smoke that drifted harmlessly away. Caleb stepped out from the underbrush, followed by Kurt and Tandy, all of them looking more annoyed than impressed. Tandy crossed her arms and remarked that William hadn't even flinched. Caleb grumbled that he had spent 10 minutes making that illusion look terrifying. William smirked and pointed out that scaring people had always been his thing. He brushed dirt from his sleeve, the corner of his mouth still curved. Years of facing nightmares had dulled the shock of monsters in the dark. Compared to the horrors that once haunted his sleep, Caleb's illusion felt almost childish. Ileana smirked and dryly noted that commanding a legion of demons tended to make other things lose their scare factor. The forest fell unnaturally quiet again. William felt a whisper at the edge of his mind. Chthon's distant voice warned that he was not alone there. William warned the others that they were not alone. Tandy smirked and dismissed it, saying it wasn't William's turn to scare them yet, But William insisted he was not joking. The group froze as a faint hum rippled through the air. A purple light spiraled open and twisted into a vertical vortex pulsing with magic. The energy warped the space before stabilizing and revealing a woman with dark hair flowing over deep violet robes. Agatha introduced herself with a calm, almost amused tone and greeted William. The young heroes shifted into defensive stances, energy gathering around their hands and weapons. William asked what she wanted from them. Agatha smiled faintly and made it clear that she wanted William. Power like his did not go unnoticed. 2 more portals tore open beside her, each swirling with unstable energy. From them stepped 2 hulking Nomu whose heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground as their imposing forms emerged from the glow. The students' eyes widened as realization struck all at once those were not their illusions. Caleb tensed and confirmed that fact. William grimly announced that villains had found the camp. The forest erupted into chaos as the Nomu let out a chilling cry and the encounter began.